Chapter 51, The Barrier Fruit. Urouge stood at the edge of the deck, telescope in hand, his face clouded with unease as he watched the fight unfold.
What?
The unease in his voice was obvious. He knew a man like Kaido of the Beasts was never to be trusted. Someone as brutal and cunning as him would seize any opening, no matter how slim. Urouge remembered the rumors from Wano, the whispers that Kaido had killed Kazuki Oden with underhanded tricks. The thought made his grip on the telescope tighten. High above, a reporter from the World Economic Journal pushed his glasses up as the reflection of light flashed across the lens. His brows furrowed in confusion. Could it be that Ashveil was deliberately giving Kaido a chance? To grant an Emperor of the Sea a moment to recover was to dance on the edge of death itself. But Ashveil, with his reckless boldness and unmatched talent, seemed unbothered by such risk. What he thought was simple: if Kaido died too quickly, the rest of his time on the sea would be unbearably dull. Meanwhile, Kaido used every second Ashveil allowed him. His great chest rose and fell as he gulped in oxygen. Zoan users already possessed monstrous recovery, and Kaido, as the Azure Dragon, recovered 10 times faster than most. With every breath, his stamina surged back. Even his blood seemed to replenish itself. This was Kaido's terrifying physique, the reason why he had endured countless battles and survived enemies like Whitebeard. Defeat was possible, but death? No one had managed that. The uneasy stalemate stretched for 5 minutes. Urouge, tense on the warship, didn't blink. The reporter above remained equally baffled, waiting for the inevitable storm. At last, Kaido sat upright, still gasping but regaining strength. Ashveil clicked his tongue. He had almost wanted to praise Kaido's durability, but now it seemed unimpressive. Beyond the superficial scarring, Kaido's body was already near its peak again.
Kaido, my time's up.
Ashveil said flatly.
What? 5 minutes isn't enough. I don't have time to waste with you.
Kaido only grunted, still breathing heavily. Ashveil lifted his hand, ready to unleash another 100 cuts, but Kaido suddenly sprang up, moving with terrifying speed. One moment he was across the battlefield, the next he was right beside Ashveil. Ashveil's eyes narrowed. Without observation Haki, even he hadn't seen that coming. The skies darkened, clouds rolled and lightning split the heavens. Bolts danced down into Kaido's massive kanabo, charging it with destructive force. Then Kaido roared, his veins bulging with fury.
Thunder Bagua!
His strike ripped through the air, so fast it seemed to erase the distance. The blow shook the very foundations of Kuregana Island, sending tremors through the ground and waves surging across the sea. Urouge staggered on the ship, horror twisting his expression.
Captain!
He shouted, rage boiling in his chest.
Damn you, Kaido!
The World Economic Journal reporter clenched his jaw as he scribbled. So the rumors were true.
What a waste!
For weeks now, Ashveil's exploits had dominated headlines. Many whispered his name alongside legends like Rocks. To Bickley, it was tragic to think such a rising star might be extinguished here. Then a cry broke the tension.
Wait, look!
An intern shouted, eyes glued to his telescope.
It's not over, the battle's still raging.
Bickley hurriedly looked again. On the battlefield, Kaido's Thunder Bagua collided with something unseen. The strike penetrated only 10 centimeters before stopping, blocked by Ashveil's overwhelming willpower, his Conqueror's Haki barrier. Kaido's eyes widened. He didn't hesitate. Leaping high, he shifted into his fearsome dragon hybrid form, kanabo whirling in his grip. His Conqueror's Haki erupted, black lightning crackling violently across the sky. The weapon itself seemed cloaked in darkness.
The barrier fruit may be tough,
Kaido growled.
But let's see how you handle this, in my dragon human form.
He spun his kanabo, his voice booming like thunder.
Do you know, brat, that there are attacks only the true rulers of the sea can wield? This is one of them, descending 3 worlds Naraku.
The massive weapon slammed downward, tearing the air apart as a shadowy phantom trailed its path. The strike landed with earth-shattering force. Black lightning ripped through the barrier as Kaido's kanabo forced its way in, trembling against Ashveil's defenses. 2 decimeters of ground were crushed inward, but no further. Kaido's arms shook violently, dragon scales rattling, sweat pouring down his forehead.
This!
He gasped.
My Conqueror's infusion, it can't break through.
Panic crept into his eyes. Ashveil's calm smile never wavered.
I never said my defense was the barrier fruit. That was your assumption.
He said evenly.
But Kaido, you've impressed me. Your recovery, your cunning, your Haki-infused techniques.
Then his voice dropped, almost mocking.
But now it's my turn. Let's see if you can withstand me.
Chapter 52, 5252, The Devil Who Shook Kaido, 2 months ago. Chapter 52, The Devil Who Shook Kaido. When Kaido saw that Ashveil was about to attack again, his expression twisted with dread. Though much of his stamina had returned, the pain of being pierced by 100 blades still burned through his body. Those scars, etched across his massive frame, were a reminder of how close he had come to death. The thought of enduring another 100 cuts made his skin crawl. Could he even survive it, or would that strange power finally kill him? A terrifying suspicion gnawed at Kaido's mind. Was every one of Ashveil's attacks an extension of Conqueror's Haki? He remembered the old words of Rox back on the Rox pirate's ship. Rox had spoken of the dreaded Heishoku Hake, a state where Conqueror's Haki could take shape in all things, yet Rox himself had never truly reached that height. And now this boy.
This time, it won't just be 100 little knives.
The barrier of Conqueror's Haki around him swelled outward, surging like a rising ocean. Its pressure thickened the very air, and the shockwaves washed over the battlefield like an unstoppable tide. Kaido's dragon-human form stiffened. His observation Haki screamed warnings at him. His bloodshot eyes widened as he felt the crushing power descend.
I wasn't wrong.
Kaido muttered hoarsely.
This is Conqueror's Haki.
Before he could finish, the force struck him like a meteor. The impact hurled Kaido skyward. The gale it unleashed tore through Kuregana Island, uprooting trees and ripping the ground apart. Waves 30 feet high rose on the sea, snapping chains and flinging a marine warship far from shore. On that ship, Urouge fought desperately with the rudder, teeth gritted as he tried to steady the vessel. His eyes, however, blazed with awe.
I should have known, Captain Ashveil is invincible. Even Kaido can't stand against him.
He shouted, his voice raw with excitement. In the sky, Bickley of the World Economic Journal trembled, barely able to hold his den mushy steady. He had covered battles before, but never anything beyond pirates worth 100 million berries. Now, before his eyes, the battlefield itself had become a natural disaster.
Is this really human power?
He whispered, throat dry.
To rival gods at such a young age.
His pen scratched furiously across his notes.
No wonder Morgan-sama is so fixated on him.
Meanwhile, Kaido's massive body crashed down from the sky like a broken kite. He smashed into a mountainside with earth-splitting force, sending boulders raining down to bury him. Coughing blood, Kaido clawed at the rubble. Pain surged through his fingers, and he realized with horror that many of his joints were shattered.
The dragon form of a Zoan.
His face twisted.
How can this be?
Step by step, Ashveil walked to the ruined mountain, his expression unreadable.
I wonder, Kaido.
He said calmly.
Can you withstand another blow, you who call yourself immortal?
He was about to move the rubble aside when the faint chime of his internal clock rang. Ashveil tilted his head and smirked.
Ah, time's up. Then thank you, Kaido, that was entertaining.
With that, he turned his back and strode toward the coast. He had wasted enough time. Greater battles awaited. Beneath the rocks, Kaido exhaled in shaky relief. Since the fall of the Rox pirates, he hadn't taken such a beating. Even Roger and Whitebeard had never made him feel this kind of fear. Ashveil wasn't a beast nor even a man. He was something worse, a devil. The self-proclaimed immortal emperor realized then that immortality was a lie. Against someone on Ashveil's level, his defenses crumbled like paper. The wounds carved into him now were deeper than those Odin had dealt decades ago. The fact that he still drew breath was sheer luck. His last thought before unconsciousness took him was one of disbelief and dread. On the coast, Urouge brought the marine warship back to shore, staring at the island that had been devastated by Ashveil's power. He shook his head in awe. Every time his captain fought, it was as though nature itself rebelled. In the air, Bickley cradled his precious film and notes. His heart raced at what he had captured.
In just 20 minutes,
He swallowed hard, his hands trembling.
Ashveil's power already rivals Roger's, and if he grows further.
Chapter 53, 5353, Supreme King Fusion, 2 months ago. Chapter 53, Supreme King Fusion. Aboard the ship, Uru still looked exhilarated.
Captain Ashveil, you're truly incredible. You defeated Kaido of the Beasts in just 20 minutes.
Uru said with admiration and excitement. Thorn Ashveil remained calm. With his current strength, defeating Kaido was nothing to boast about. To him, the 4 emperors were no more than obstacles along the way. If he had gone all out, Kaido wouldn't have lasted even 2 minutes.
Kaido, that guy.
Ashveil said with indifference.
Don't concern yourself with him.
He gestured at the pile of fallen trees nearby.
These are for you. Build me a raft as quickly as possible. There's no need for you to head into Marineford. Wait outside. When we get close enough, I'll take the raft and go on alone.
His tone was casual, dismissing the existence of the so-called Beast Emperor entirely. After speaking, Ashveil raised his hand, his will surging outward. The uprooted trees scattered across Kuregana Island floated into the air and gently landed on the ship, carried by his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Uru's eyes lit up with admiration. To him, the captain wasn't just strong, he was absolute. Even Kaido, one of the most feared figures in the New World, was treated as nothing more than a nuisance in Ashveil's eyes. That kind of presence.
Haki of the Supreme King Fusion.
Ashveil muttered, his interest piqued. He read the description carefully. As the host's mastery over Conqueror's Haki has reached new heights, it can now merge with Devil Fruit abilities, fusing directly with their powers. Ashveil's usually calm expression finally shifted to surprise. This was broken, completely overpowered. In his fight against Blackbeard, he had already used Conqueror's Haki to carry the Tremor Fruit's destructive power. But at that time, the Haki only acted as a medium, it didn't inherit the nature of the fruit. Now, his Conqueror's Haki could become the Devil Fruit ability itself. Imagine vibrations born from the Haki itself, not just carried by it. The destructive force would multiply endlessly. If fused with the Glint fruit, the speed of his Conqueror's Haki strikes could be amplified tenfold. If fused with the Momo fruit, the output could increase 100-fold. If fused with the Phoenix fruit, his Haki could even regenerate endlessly. Ashveil couldn't help but grin. This was devastation.
Marineford,
He whispered, eyes gleaming. Defeating Kaido and unlocking this new ability left him in an excellent mood. He could already imagine the faces of Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru when he unleashed it, faces filled with disbelief and fear. Chuckling, he kicked off his slippers and dropped onto his bed.
the war is about to begin.
He muttered, yawning. His snores soon echoed through the cabin, thunderous and unbothered. Outside, however, the world itself was bracing for chaos. New World, Marineford. The atmosphere was suffocating. At last, Hawkeye Mihawk arrived, his late entrance drawing every gaze.
Phew.
Doflamingo sneered, grinning behind his shades. Sengoku's lips curled slightly. With Mihawk present, the Marines' chances of victory against the Whitebeard pirates had grown stronger. By now, 5 of the Shichibukai Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Mihawk, Moria, and Kuma stood assembled at Marineford. The preparations were complete. Marineford had gathered 100,000 elite soldiers from across the world. 50 warships lined Crescent Bay, cannons loaded and aimed. At the center stood the core marine forces, vice admirals and rear admirals ready for war. Guarding the execution platform were the Admiral Zaikiji, Kizaru, and the temporary stand-in, Vice Admiral Takakake. And watching over it all, Sengoku stood alongside his old comrade Garp. Staring out at the horizon, Sengoku clenched his fists.
Whitebeard,
He said coldly.
this war will end with victory for the Marines.
Chapter 54, 5454, Going to Impel Down, 2 months ago. Chapter 54, Going to Impel Down. Inside Impel Down, the great underwater prison. Ace sat shackled, his wrists weighed down by sea stone cuffs. Across from him, Garp sat heavily, his expression dark with pain.
Brat, I wanted to raise you into a fine marine, but you and your brother both became pirates.
Garp roared, voice shaking with frustration.
There's no future for pirates.
Garp had watched both Ace and Luffy grow from childhood. For him, this was unbearable. Were it not for his duty as a marine, he might have smashed Impel Down apart just to take Ace away. Ace lowered his head slightly, his voice faint.
Old man,
Garp exhaled, then continued, his tone quieter.
I told Luffy about his father. When he learned that his father was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was shocked.
Ace gave a sharp snort.
Knowing or not knowing changes nothing. Both Luffy and I carry the bloodline of the world's greatest criminal. Even if I bear my mother's surname, that bastard's blood still runs in me. It's shameful.
Hearing those words, Garp's mind drifted to Roger the Pirate King, the friend and enemy who had sparked the great pirate era.
In the end, it's still Roger's bloodline.
Garp muttered. Ace's jaw tightened, his eyes filled with defiance.
I have only one father, and that's Whitebeard. He's the greatest man in this world. Roger left me nothing but humiliation. That man is not worthy of being called my father.
The intensity of Ace's words left Garp stunned. His heart ached as he rose to his feet. For once, the indomitable marine hero seemed old. He turned his back and walked away slowly, shoulders heavy. When it came to raising children, perhaps he had no talent at all. One grandson shouting about becoming Pirate King. Another grandson shackled here, facing execution. He had raised them, and yet...
Oh!
He muttered, rest had cleared away his drowsiness, and he stretched lazily before slipping on his slippers. With 2 chicken legs in hand, he stepped onto the deck. There, Urouge was diligently steering. By the railing sat a sturdy raft he had already finished building. Ashveil nodded, satisfied. Urouge might not have the greatest strength, but he was reliable.
Hey, Urouge!
Ashveil called. Hearing his captain's voice, Urouge hurried over.
Captain Ashveil, what are your orders?
His eyes gleamed with excitement. Ever since witnessing Ashveil defeat both Mihawk and Kaido, Urouge's admiration had deepened into absolute devotion. Before, he had followed partly out of gratitude. Now, he followed out of conviction. In his eyes, the 4 emperors, the Marines, even the world government itself, none of them mattered. His captain stood above them all.
Well done, you've worked hard.
Ashveil said casually.
From this moment on, you're no longer just an errand boy. I'm officially making you a crew member of my ship.
Urouge's eyes widened and Ashveil smirked.
But...
A promotion in title, but not in responsibility. Even so, Urouge was overcome with joy. His voice trembled.
Thank you, Captain Ashveil. I'll work even harder.
Ashveil blinked, momentarily speechless. Was it really that easy to impress people in this world? But then he realized his reputation had already grown immense. To be acknowledged as his crew member was like being acknowledged as part of Roger's crew during the Pirate King's era. For Urouge, this was an honor beyond words. Ashveil coughed lightly, then pointed to the raft.
That's far enough, stay here and wait. When I return victorious, we'll regroup.
With a flick of his hand, he tossed the raft into the sea and leapt aboard, his body gliding smoothly as his Conqueror's Haki flared around him. His next destination was Impel Down. The seastone cuffs restraining Ace? Useless. With his current mastery of Haki, breaking them would be effortless. His plan was simple: turn the prison upside down, free Ace, and rally the powerful prisoners within. Together with the Shichibukai waiting at Marineford, he would strike when the Marines least expected it. If executed properly, the war at Marineford wouldn't be an extermination of Whitebeard's forces, but a counterattack that shattered Marineford's justice itself. Watching Ashveil's figure vanish across the waves, Urouge's chest swelled with pride. His captain didn't falter, not even when standing against the might of Marineford. His aura surpassed even Roger's legend. Urouge clenched his fists.
I can't fall behind. If I want to follow Captain Ashveil, I must become stronger.
He began training on the deck, determined to withstand even the aftershocks of his captain's battles. At Marineford, the fortress bristled with tension. Along the coast, rows of colossal cannons stood ready, while countless warships filled the bay. Elite Marines lined the walls and the atmosphere was suffocating.
Fa-fa-fa-fu.
Doflamingo chuckled, his sharp grin gleaming as he surveyed the horizon. He had already struck a secret deal with Ashveil. When the time came, he would side with the stronger power. To him, justice was simple. Victory, only victors had the right to claim justice. Nearby, Boa Hancock stood tall, her beauty captivating the Marines around her.
No matter what I do, I will always be forgiven.
She declared proudly. Several Marines swooned immediately, their eyes replaced with hearts. Empress Hancock.
Ha 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 ha, a war of this scale is perfect for me. The more corpses, the better. I'll add them all to my zombie army, ha 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 ha.
His mad laughter drew sneers from the others. Doflamingo and Mihawk both looked his way with disdain.
Idiot!
They thought Moriah was too weak to play this game. When betrayal inevitably came, he would be the first to fall. At the rear, Fleet Admiral Sengoku raised his binoculars, scanning the horizon with unwavering focus. This battle would decide not only the fate of the Marines but his own legacy.
Whitebeard!
He murmured, eyes hard.
I'll show you what justice truly means. This war will end with our victory.
Chapter 55, 55, The Lone Arrival at Marineford, 2 months ago. Chapter 55, The Lone Arrival at Marineford. In the New World, the Beast's pirates fleet was sailing toward Whitebeard's stronghold, and the entire crew was in disarray. Without their captain, there was no one to direct the next move or decide when to strike at the Whitebeard pirates.
How is it, Queen? Still no word from Kaido.
King asked, his voice edged with worry.
Damn it, my intelligence officers have tried contacting him multiple times, but there's been no reply from Kaido-sama.
King's brows furrowed deeply. Without a leader, what were their chances of victory if they recklessly attacked Whitebeard's base? Just then, a Vulture Zoan user swooped down from the sky.
Reporting, King-sama, we scouted Whitebeard's main base and the number of defenders is very small. Oh, how many?
King's eyes narrowed slightly.
Less than 1,000, and none of the Whitebeard pirates' elite commanders are present.
At those words, King's expression grew sharper. This was the perfect chance to seize Whitebeard's stronghold. If Kaido were here, he would undoubtedly launch a war. After all, they had both escaped from the Celestial Dragon's laboratory together. Kaido had sworn back then that he would change the world through war.
Keep trying to reach Kaido-sama, but in the meantime, I'm declaring an attack on the Whitebeard pirates.
King ordered firmly. As first mate, King assumed command of the Beast's pirates, and under his orders, their fleet advanced toward Whitebeard's waters. But after sailing only a mile, a black shape appeared on the horizon. Its outline gradually became clear. Through his telescope, Queen's jaw nearly dropped.
That skull pattern.
His face twisted in disbelief.
It's the red-haired pirates. Damn Shanks, what is he planning?
The world was already in chaos, and at the same time, Thorn Ashveil was nearing Marineford. From far behind Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku peered through a telescope and swallowed hard.
They're here.
His voice boomed across the loudspeakers.
All hands prepare for battle. The Zero Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates has been sighted.
The entire Marineford garrison tensed at once. Yet when Ashveil's small raft drifted into view at the gate of Marineford, not a single other Whitebeard pirate appeared. The battlefield froze in stunned silence.
What's happening? Why is there only one of him? Is he insane, that guy Ashveil coming here alone?
Whispers rippled through the Marines. Among the Shichibukai, Doflamingo's grin stretched wider, while Mihawk's sharp gaze lingered on Ashveil. Boa Hancock's eyes glanced at him, her thoughts echoing in disbelief. He's challenging Marineford alone? This is the first time this empress has seen such a man. Meanwhile, Gecko Moriah cackled.
Phew phew foo foo. The Whitebeard pirates lost their nerve, so they sent a brat to die in their place.
Even Sengoku and Tsuru were taken aback.
Vice Admiral Tsuru, what's your read on this?
Sengoku asked, eyes narrowed. But Tsuru shook her head, equally confused. Only Garp laughed heartily, his voice booming across the air.
This Ashveil kid.
His words earned sharp glares from both Sengoku and Tsuru. By now, Ashveil's raft had reached the very gate of Marine headquarters, yet not a single Marine had moved to arrest him. Ashveil tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. Why don't they come at me? If they don't attack, how am I supposed to sneak into impel down? He shook his head in exasperation. Then, with calm determination, Ashveil summoned his will. Above him, a colossal fist of Conqueror's Haki materialized, its knuckles clenched tight.
If you won't make a move,
He said with a faint smile.
then I'll go first.
The Marines were still frozen in shock when Marineford itself began to quake. The giant Haki fist crashed into the great gate of Marineford with an earth-shattering boom. Thunder roared through the air as soldiers staggered and nearly toppled. Sengoku raised his binoculars once more, his face draining of color, his lips trembled.
No!
Sengoku roared in disbelief. Even Tsuru and Garp were struck speechless by the sight. Tsuru's voice was steady but tense.
No matter what, we must subdue this Ashveil. His threat to us may rival even Whitebeard himself.
Sengoku finally snapped out of his stupor.
Whether Whitebeard's crew is here or not doesn't matter. Marines, capture Ashveil.
Chapter 56, 5656, The Unshakable Conqueror, 2 months ago. Chapter 56, The Unshakable Conqueror.
Marines, Marines!
Ashveil remained seated on his small raft, his voice calm yet mocking.
I'm the man who killed Admiral Akinu. If I were to fall to mere cannon fire, even I wouldn't believe it.
As the sky rained cannonballs, Ashveil did not flinch. He enveloped both himself and his raft in a shimmering barrier of Conqueror's Haki, pressing forward undeterred. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted around him, waves surging high as smoke and fire consumed the sea. For a moment, Marineford's horizon vanished beneath black haze. Yet when the smoke cleared, Ashveil was still seated in the same calm posture. Not even a single hair on his head was disturbed.
Foolish Marines!
Ashveil muttered in irritation.
Why don't you send an admiral already? You're wasting my time.
On the execution platform, Sengoku's jaw tightened as he watched through his telescope. When he saw Ashveil unharmed, veins bulged on his forehead.
Is this?
He clenched his fist.
Damn it, pirates today.
His voice turned cold, heavy with resolve.
That boy must be executed. Just as Ace's execution carries meaning, this brat's public death will serve as a warning as well. The next generation must learn fear. The dream of becoming a pirate ends here.
Ever since Roger declared the existence of his treasure at his own execution, the seas had been boiling with ambition. More and more youths had chosen the life of piracy. For Sengoku, it was the Marine's greatest threat, his greatest headache.
First echelon charge.
Sengoku barked into his den mushi. The front ranks moved at once. These were not ordinary Marines, but hand-picked elites, soldiers trained to fight 10 men each in their branches. With weapons raised and eyes burning with resolve, they surged toward Ashveil in unison.
Kill the Zero Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Avenge Admiral Sakazuki. Justice will prevail.
Their roars shook the battlefield. Ashveil's lips curled faintly. So these are the elites gathered from every corner of the world? Their fighting spirit is impressive, far greater than the Marines I've faced in the first half of the Grand Line. But his eyes hardened, unfortunately.
That's Conqueror's Haki. I've never seen it this strong. Not even Roger's presence could suppress 20,000 men at once.
Sengoku's teeth ground together.
Damn it, his Haki is beyond anything we anticipated.
At the last Marine conference, Ashveil's ability with Conqueror's Haki had been analyzed and acknowledged, but none of them had imagined this, a level so extreme it bent the rules of possibility. What should have been weakened by spreading its influence across 20,000 men was still utterly devastating. Not only were they immobilized, but one by one, soldiers groaned in pain. Their organs strained under the crushing force. Blood spilled from mouths as they dropped heavily to the ground. Finally, the sea of elites collapsed all at once, 20,000 men unconscious in less than a minute. Their rigid faces revealed the torment they had endured before losing consciousness. The entire battlefield trembled in disbelief.
That!
Even the Shichibukai, watching from their positions, could not conceal their astonishment. Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze sharpened, his hand brushing his blade. Doflamingo's grin widened, eyes glinting with amusement. Boa Hancock's breath caught, her lips parting slightly.
This kind of Conqueror's Haki.
Beside her, Moria stammered.
This is real. 20,000 Marines gone in an instant. Are the Marines pulling some kind of trick?
But no one replied. Those who understood power knew the truth, and they trembled at it. On the platform, Garp's expression had grown serious, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by something darker.
This boy,
He muttered slowly.
he reminds me of Rox, a man who once rampaged across the seas.
Chapter 57 Clash Against the Admirals, 2 months ago. Chapter 57 Clash Against the Admirals. Nearly 100 hot air balloon-like birdhouses floated in the sky, all belonging to the World Economic Journal. From the largest birdhouse, Morgans peered through professional photographic equipment, his eyes widening as he witnessed a shocking scene unfold. Click, click, click. At his command, every reporter from the World Economic Journal scrambled to capture images of Thorn Ashveil. With just a single burst of Conqueror's Haki, Ashveil had directly caused 20,000 Marine elites to collapse. Such a sight could not go unrecorded.
Although I don't know why only Ashveil from the Whitebeard pirates came.
Morgans exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he clutched the freshly developed photos. On the battlefield below, Sengoku frowned deeply. The young man before him was far too powerful. Against him, ordinary Marines were completely useless.
Aokiji, Kizaru, Vice Admiral Takakake, the three of you go and apprehend that young man together.
Sengoku commanded gravely. The admirals froze for a moment, surprise flickering across their faces. Had they misheard? That young man was indeed terrifying. His strength rivaled an admiral's, and his Conqueror's Haki was monstrous. But to deploy 2 admirals at once, here in Marineford itself, just to subdue a single youth.
Go, even 2 admirals may struggle to bring him down.
She said.
Apprehend him quickly. If the Whitebeard pirates arrive and join forces with him, the Marines will be put at a severe disadvantage.
Her gaze lingered on Ashveil with sharp focus. Even Garp, standing nearby, had a serious look in his eyes.
Sengoku, how about I go?
He asked, already rolling up his sleeves. Sengoku shook his head.
You're the hero of the Marines. If you fight a mere youngster, the world will ridicule us. Besides, the Whitebeard pirates haven't appeared yet. You and I must guard the rear, our last line of defense.
The admirals exchanged glances. If even Garp was this concerned about Ashveil, they couldn't afford to underestimate him. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru's body flashed in golden light as he vanished. Aokiji and Vice Admiral Takakake followed swiftly, soaring toward Ashveil with Jeppo. Kizaru arrived first, his speed overwhelming thanks to the power of his devil fruit.
Oh, how frightening!
He said lazily, his tea-colored eyes narrowing.
To have such strength at such a young age.
He raised a hand, light gathering at his fingertips.
Yasukani no Megatama.
Countless beams of light shot toward Ashveil, exploding with devastating force, the air filled with smoke and shockwaves. Buzz!
Flying slash red glow.
Her slash cut forward, red energy piercing 20 centimeters into Ashveil's Haki barrier before finally slowing. The Marines erupted in cheers, their morale reigniting.
The admirals, an admiral has moved. All 3 admirals at once, we're saved. With them here, we have nothing to fear.
Above them, Morgan's feathers ruffled with excitement as he snapped photo after photo. 2 admirals deployed simultaneously.
Could it be?
His shades reflected a dangerous glint of light. At last, Ashveil's Haki barrier stabilized. So this was the true level of admiral power. Even Whitebeard himself might struggle against 2 admirals and 1 vice admiral acting together. But instead of despair, Ashveil smiled faintly. This was getting interesting. If he was to be besieged by 2 admirals, dragged into impel down, wouldn't that make for a far more thrilling stage? The Marines were finally fighting seriously. And in return, he would give them a performance worth remembering.
Flame Dragon Fist.
Ashveil's fist ignited as he launched his devil fruit power. With a deafening roar, a massive dragon of fire surged forward, flames dripping from its scales and hissing into steam upon touching the sea. The blazing beast lunged toward Kizaru. Kizaru's eyes widened in shock. So the rumors were true. Sakazuki Admiral Akinu had indeed perished at this youth's hands. And unlike Sakazuki, his own defense was far weaker. If that attack connected, he would be annihilated. A flash of golden light Kizaru dispersed into photons, vanishing in an instant. But the fire dragon twisted, its body shifting direction midair. It roared and surged toward Vice Admiral Takakake instead. His eyes widened in horror. He lacked Kizaru's speed. If this hit, he would be killed outright. Clenching his teeth, he raised Conqueror, coating the blade in armament Haki, bracing for impact. But before the dragon could reach him,
Ice block, pheasant beak.
Aokiji stepped forward, unleashing another ice phoenix. The icy bird collided with the fire dragon head-on. Sizzle.
Roar.
Chapter 58, 58, The Final Feint, 2 months ago. Chapter 58, The Final Feint. Aokiji's face changed instantly, shock etched across his features. He had not expected his ice pheasant beak to be broken so outright. The ice formation shattered on contact, undone in a single collision. This youth's magma technique surpassed even Admiral Akinu's. Although the Ice Phoenix failed to stop Ashveil's magma dragon, it bought a crucial moment. That pause was all Vice Admiral Takakake needed to avoid a fatal blow. Takakake rocketed dozens of meters into the air using Jeppo, while the magma dragon slammed into the deck where he had been standing. The ground beneath his foot cratered and smoked, molten rock bubbling fiercely. Drenched in sweat, Takakake felt the damp fabric cling to his back. Had Aokiji's ice attack not granted that sliver of time to evade, even his armament Haki would not have saved him from certain death. Around them, Marines watched in stunned silence, swallowing hard.
He withstood the Admiral's attacks.
One whispered.
3 admirals attacking at once, and he still stands.
Another muttered.
Who is this young man? Is he a candidate for Pirate King in the making?
At the rear of Marineford, Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged grave looks. Each studied Ashveil on the battlefield, measuring him with the weight of experience. High above, Morgan's feathers trembled as he gulped, camera forgotten for a moment.
Ashveil's strength keeps redefining everything I thought I knew.
He breathed. Around the field, seasoned figures watched with differing reactions. Mihawk's hawk eyes glittered. Doflamingo's grin widened as anticipation lit his face. Empress Hancock's expression betrayed disbelief and a hint of awe. Gecko Moria simply shook his head in incomprehension. How could someone so young trade blows with 3 admirals? Sengoku's telescope flashed in the light as a report reached him. Intelligence had just confirmed a rumor. Kaido of the Beasts had been found on Kuregana Island, bloodied and unconscious. Kaido, the so-called immortal, famed for breaking chains and shattering blades, had been beaten into collapse. The source of the report suggested Ashveil as the likely culprit. A bright glare reflected off Sengoku's glasses. He clenched his fist until his knuckles whitened.
This youth has already surpassed Whitebeard's measure.
He murmured.
He must be taken down. We cannot let him escape.
Back on the front lines, the 3 admirals tightened their focus on Ashveil. Takakake was the first to speak.
He has incredible defense and a magma ability akin to Sakazuki's. He cannot be underestimated.
Aokiji set aside his typically languid manner.
We must break his defense, otherwise victory is impossible.
Kizaru's face was uncharacteristically serious beneath his sunglasses.
Concentrate on a single point. Strike together.
They moved as one. Before Ashveil, 3 afterimages bloomed in the air like sudden mirages. Takakake struck first. Conqueror glowed as he drove the blade forward with both hands, armament Haki thickening the edge until a dark red arc cut the air.
Gale arc slash.
The crimson sweep struck Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki barrier, whipping wind into a frenzy and making the barrier ripple violently in that sector.
Now hit where I slashed.
Takakake yelled, eyes sharp and calculating. Aokiji channeled a cold so intense the air seemed to crystallize. 4 ice spears materialized, glinting like frozen lances.
Ice Age, 2 spiked spears.
All 4 spears converged on the recently disturbed section of Ashveil's Haki, racing through the air and carrying a biting chill that froze the moisture around them. The ripples on Ashveil's barrier intensified. From above, Kizaru unleashed a shower of prismatic light. A large yellow flare appeared, then fractured into countless dazzling bullets that hammered the already trembling spot, explosive impacts detonating in rapid succession. Smoke and debris filled the area around Ashveil. Explosions rolled over the waves like thunder, and the barrier's vibrations spread until the entire zone pulsed. Ashveil felt the tremors in his Conqueror's Haki. He allowed himself a slow nod. If he fell here to this coordinated strike, it would be reasonable. If he were to be defeated by this level of combined force, the Marines could believe it. He stepped through the steam and smoke, emerging composed. The appearance fruit had served its purpose. His features bore deliberate traces of blood to sell the ruse. The Admiral's expressions shifted. Relief and renewed confidence crossed their faces.
He's not invincible.
Takakake said with restrained triumph.
Yes, his defense has a weakness.
Kizaru added, a hint of delight in his tone. Aokiji's gaze remained measured.
The 3 together should be enough.
From the command positions, Sengoku allowed a tight breath to leave him.
No one faces all 2 admirals and surprises us.
He said aloud. Ashveil's smile was faint, almost polite. The performance was working exactly as planned. He would be taken into custody, brought to the underwater Great Prison, and the rest of his scheme would unfold. But before he accepted capture, he intended to give the Marines one last demonstration. He raised a hand slowly, projecting a controlled fury.
You arrogant Marines!
He called out, voice low with mock irritation.
Do not think I fall so easily. Take my final blow.
Chapter 59, 5959, The Monster Who Wields Many Powers, 2 months ago. Chapter 59, The Monster Who Wields Many Powers.
Dragon-breaking ice fist.
The temperature around Ashveil suddenly plummeted. Frost spread from his shoulders, swirling outward until it shaped itself into a colossal dragon of ice. With a deafening roar, the frozen beast took form, its sheer presence making the very air feel heavy, almost solid. Ashveil hurled himself toward the admirals once more. Their faces twisted in shock. Kizaru's jaw slackened, his usual lazy grin nowhere to be found. He leaned slightly toward Aokiji, muttering in disbelief.
This brat!
If Kizaru knew the truth, that what Ashveil was displaying was only the bare minimum of his abilities, and that he also wielded Kizaru's own light powers, not to mention that his techniques could merge with Conqueror's Haki, he would have lost his composure completely. What the admirals were seeing was nothing more than Ashveil's most basic and casual attacks. Among the trio, Vice Admiral Takakake, by far the weakest of them, could only stare blankly, his eyes wide, lips parting in astonishment.
What a terrifying boy!
Even for a battle-hardened admiral, Ashveil's existence was beyond comprehension. Aokiji himself was visibly unsettled. His eyes widened as the icy breath left his chest. When did this kid gain a devil fruit ability? And not just one, both Sakazuki's magma and his own freezing powers.
How's that possible? Doesn't anyone who eats 2 devil fruits die instantly? He's using the powers of 2 admirals at the same time.
On the battlefield, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face hardened, his usually calm expression replaced with rare unease.
Tsuru.
Vice Admiral Tsuru's sharp eyes narrowed, her tone serious.
A man with 2 devil fruits. Could it be some unique body?
Up in the sky, Morgans nearly dropped his pen, his massive wings flapping in disbelief.
This brat!
Another reporter beside him shouted.
That's right, the Blackbeard pirates were found shattered to pieces, like they'd been struck by earthquakes. At the time, we suspected it was the tremor fruit, but since Whitebeard still held it, we ruled it out.
Morgan slapped his forehead, his face lit with the thrill of the scoop.
Unbelievable, he's carrying multiple devil fruits.
On the ground, Ashveil clenched his fist. White light burst forth, coalescing into a glowing sphere that pulsed with violent seismic energy. Unlike Whitebeard, who wielded the tremor power through raw strikes, Ashveil hurled the glowing quake sphere directly. At the same time, a blast of Conqueror's Haki surged outward, its tyrannical will crashing over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Shichibukai stiffened, each one reacting in their own way. Doflamingo licked his lips, excitement sparking in his eyes.
So this is the strength you wanted me to see, Ashveil. Truly terrifying.
Boa Hancock's face grew solemn. Even with her pride, the sheer pressure of his strength left her shaken. Mihawk's heart trembled, though his face remained calm. He knew the truth better than anyone. Mastering the sword consumed one's life. There was no room for distraction. And yet Ashveil wielded swords, ice, flame, light, and now even quakes.
3 devil fruits.
Far to the rear, Garp exhaled sharply, swallowing the lump in his throat.
This brat.
The sight pulled memories of rocks to the front of his mind. Garp clenched his fists, voice grave.
He reminds me of only one man.
The mention of that name darkened Sengoku and Tsuru's expressions instantly. Sengoku slammed a fist into the railing, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared into the loudspeaker.
Capture this boy alive. No matter the cost, he must be locked and impelled down. His very body might hold the answers we've been searching for.
Vegapunk's research.
Ice block, pheasant beak.
Aokiji roared, forming a giant ice bird with his arm that clashed violently against Ashveil's ice dragon. At the same time, Kizaru drew the blade of light, Ama no Murakumo, his strike joining with Takacake's slash, both attacks colliding against the quake sphere Ashveil had thrown. Boom! The dragon and bird of ice tore into one another midair, shattering into frozen fragments that rained down across Marineford, each shard freezing whatever it touched. The quake sphere detonated against the two slashes, creating a catastrophic explosion that echoed like a nuclear blast. The shockwave obliterated the central battlefield, reducing towers and fortifications to rubble. If the soldiers hadn't been positioned far back, they would have been wiped out instantly. Dust and debris rose in a suffocating cloud, then another roar split the haze. An ice dragon burst free from the smoke, surging straight toward Takacake, the weakest link among the fighters. Its power.
Takacake.
Aokiji's expression darkened. Ashveil's ice.
Don't worry about me. Focus on ending him now.
He gripped his katana tighter with his good hand, channeling every last ounce of his strength.
One sword style.
A crimson arc ripped through the sky, its edge screaming with killing intent, racing toward Ashveil at lightning speed.
He's spent too much already. Just press him harder, break his defenses, and he's finished.
Takacake shouted. His words jolted Aokiji and Kizaru into action. They realized he was right. Ashveil had unleashed too many powers at once. He had to be nearing his limits.
Then let's finish this.
Aokiji growled.
Use our strongest attacks.
Chapter 60, Shackled by the Marines, 2 months ago. Chapter 60, Shackled by the Marines. Kizaru's face was unusually serious, his body glowing with radiant yellow light.
What a troublesome brat.
A swarm of light bullets materialized in the air around him, each blazing like miniature suns. At his command, they streaked forward at light speed, raining down toward Ashveil. Beside him, a chilling sound resonated. Aokiji released a surge of frost, cold air engulfing the battlefield as the ground beneath his feet froze solid.
Ice Age.
The devastating cold spread in all directions, freezing not only the plaza but even the waves of the sea nearby. Marines across the battlefield gasped in horror, their voices trembling.
The admirals.
From the command post, Sengoku narrowed his eyes, his expression taut with tension.
I hope the admirals can suppress that boy this time.
Garp and Tsuru exchanged grim looks, both watching the clash with heavy expressions. Even the Shichibukai reacted. Hancock's eyes widened slightly, her voice laced with disbelief.
The combined might of the admirals.
Gecko Mariah cackled with dark delight.
Phew foo foo, this is what happens when you cross the Marines. They are the true overlords of this sea.
But Doflamingo's grin had faded, his expression hardening with focus. Mihawk remained calm, though his hawk-like eyes glinted with insight. He had witnessed Ashveil's terrifying power firsthand. To him, even the admirals together might not be enough. Ashveil, for his part, smiled faintly as he watched the attacks converge.
Now this is more like it.
The blinding light bullets and crushing waves of frost closed in, shaking Marineford to its core. When the attack struck, the ground shattered, rubble flying high into the air. Dust and smoke engulfed the battlefield. But Ashveil didn't resist directly. Instead, he relied on his appearance fruit, crafting the illusion of being gravely wounded. He let himself fall to the ground, body slack. Performing in front of the world's strongest fighters was exhausting.
At least.
If 2 admirals and 1 vice-admiral had failed to suppress a single upstart, the shame would have been unbearable. Picking up the Den Mushi, Sengoku issued new orders.
This boy is too important to execute here. He must be delivered to Impel Down, level 6, and secured. Hand him over directly to Magellan himself.
The plan was clear. After the war, Ashveil would be handed to Vegapunk for research, much like Bartholomew Kuma had been. Around him, reactions rippled. Doflamingo tilted his head, puzzled. Had Ashveil really fallen so easily? Was Justice's hand truly unshakable, the Marines the unchallenged rulers of the sea? But Mihawk's sharp eyes flickered. He knew better. Ashveil's strength was far deeper than what he had shown. If the boy was down, it was because he allowed it. Everything was proceeding according to his plan.
Interesting.
Mihawk murmured, waiting. As Sengoku's voice echoed, squads of Marines rushed forward. They carried armfuls of sea prism stone cuffs, snapping them around Ashveil's wrists and ankles until he was bound like a cocoon. To any observer, the prisoner was completely helpless. But inwardly, Ashveil found it amusing. Shackles? Meaningless. His Conqueror's Haki dwarfed ordinary Haki 100-fold. With his control, he could force his will into the very sea prism itself, rendering its suppression useless. No matter how many layers they bound him with, it would never hold. Sengoku's tone brooked no argument as he gave his final instruction.
Yamakaji, you'll personally escort him. Don't rest until he is locked in level 6 of Impel Down. I Sengoku-sama.
Chapter 61, Impel Down. A massive marine warship glided steadily along the coast of Marineford, its sails full of wind and its decks alive with tension. Ashveil lay stretched out across the planks, the faint curve of a smile on his lips. His eyes were half-lidded, yet his mind was anything but idle. Soon, he would step foot inside the depths of Impel Down's 6th floor. That was where his true path would begin. If he could make use of Impel Down's power, the Whitebeard pirates' losses could be reduced. But there was something else lurking in the back of his mind forces hidden behind the Marines themselves. The Cypherpol agencies, the Gorosei, the brilliance of Vegapunk's technology, and above them all.
Oi, you too.
He barked to the Marines standing watch.
Add more sea stone shackles. If this monster finds a chance to move, we'll all be sleeping at the bottom of the sea.
The soldiers paled at the thought but obeyed immediately, layering Ashveil's arms and legs with clinking restraints. The journey from Marineford to Impel Down was swift, carried by the powerful ocean currents. Before long, the looming silhouette of the prison fortress came into view. At first, it was only a black speck on the horizon, but its ominous form quickly grew clearer. At the docks, waiting in person, stood Chief Warden Magellan and several high-ranking officers. Among them was the round-bellied Hannibal, already looking restless at the sight of the incoming ship. When the warship finally moored, Ashveil stirred. His eyes opened, calm yet sharp, and he allowed his gaze to sweep across the fortress. Even without entering, he could sense the suffocating aura that hung over Impel Down like a shroud. This place truly deserved its reputation as an impregnable hell. Vice Admiral Yamakaji disembarked first, saluting Magellan and Hannibal before letting out a low breath of smoke.
This one.
Yamakaji muttered, voice heavy with caution. Magellan pressed a hand to his stomach, enduring the constant sting of his own poison. His eyes narrowed at the sight of Ashveil.
So young.
He murmured.
And yet Sengoku himself ordered me to escort him into level 6 of Impel Down.
Yamakaji's response was grim.
You don't know, this kid used his Conqueror's Haki to knock out 20,000 Marines at Marineford. It took the 2 admirals and 1 vice admiral to bring him down. What?
Magellan's face hardened. Sengoku had not mentioned that. He had only repeated one thing, that this prisoner must be sealed personally in the depths of level 6. Now the meaning was clear. Beside them, Hannibal's jaw dropped.
That's impossible, someone this young.
Ashveil chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained unreadable. They hadn't even seen his full strength yet. When the time came, they would learn the truth. Magellan shoved Hannibal aside and strode forward, his heavy steps echoing against the stone.
I understand, I'll escort him personally. He goes straight to level 6.
With Magellan leading, Ashveil in the center, and Yamakaji watching closely from behind, the group descended into the fortress. It was Yamakaji's first time inside Impel Down. His sharp eyes scanned every corner, wary of the strange atmosphere that permeated the prison. Magellan, perhaps out of pride, began explaining.
This is level 1, the Crimson Hell. All prisoners must undergo a baptism before confinement. Baptism!
Yamakaji raised an eyebrow.
Boiling water at 100 degrees, to cleanse and disinfect the incoming criminals.
Chapter 62, Descent into Infinite Hell, 2 months ago. Chapter 62, Descent into Infinite Hell. The elevator groaned as it sank deeper into the abyss. The heavy chains rattled against stone walls, the dim light flickering with every passing second. Vice Admiral Yamakaji stood with his arms folded, cigar glowing faintly in the gloom. The further they descended, the more suffocating the atmosphere became. Sweat dampened his brow, though the prison air was as cold as the depths of the sea. Magellan, unflinching, continued his grim explanations as the levels passed one by one. Hannibal followed along, nodding furiously as though rehearsing his own authority.
This is Beast Hell.
Magellan's voice rumbled, low and steady.
The criminals here already know their fate. They will eventually be food for the beasts that stalk the shadows. Their fear has been ground down to nothing.
The elevator shuddered, descending again.
Next is Starvation Hell. Every prisoner here has a bounty exceeding 50 million berries. The heat from the blazing hell below rises constantly, baking this floor. With no food, no water, and only fire beneath them, most here waste away in silence, neither alive nor dead.
Yamakaji inhaled slowly, the smoke of his cigar curling around his stern face. Even he, hardened by years of marine service, felt his heart tighten at the thought of such torment. Layer by layer, Magellan's explanations grew darker, and Yamakaji's unease only deepened. He stubbed his cigar out against the cold iron wall, his jaw clenched. At last the elevator groaned to a halt, the iron doors creaked open. They had arrived. Level 6 Infinite Hell. Even Magellan's composure shifted. His massive frame straightened, his eyes hard as steel. Hannibal swallowed audibly, his earlier bravado fading in the heavy silence that greeted them.
This,
Magellan declared, his tone grave,
is level 6, the Infinite Hell.
He stepped forward, the echo of his boots sharp against the stone floor.
Those imprisoned here are beyond redemption monsters sentenced to death or life, pirates so vicious the world government erased them from history itself. Events tied to these criminals are covered up, hidden in archives, and struck from the newspapers. Even their names are forbidden to speak outside these walls.
The air here was unnaturally still. Unlike the cries and wails of the upper levels, level 6 was cloaked in silence. The dim torches along the corridor flickered weakly, casting long shadows across the endless row of cells. Yamakaji scanned the darkness, his chest heavy with unease. Every instinct told him this place was alive, watching. Magellan glanced back.
Stay close, they cannot escape, not here, but don't be careless.
Ashveil's eyes gleamed faintly in the gloom. His expression remained calm, but within his interest stirred. So this is where Ace is being held. We've finally arrived. Their footsteps echoed in unison, breaking the eternal quiet. The first cell they approached was larger than most, its interior swallowed by darkness. Magellan slowed his stride.
Here is Crocodile, former warlord of the sea, who once attempted to overthrow Alabasta's kingdom. defeated by Straw Hat Luffy.
From the shadows came the clang of chains against stone. Then, a voice low, mocking, familiar.
Magellan!
Crocodile stepped into the torchlight, slick-back hair gleaming faintly. His sharp eyes flicked to the young man chained between marines. Curiosity glinted in his gaze as it lingered on Ashveil, though his lips curled in disdain. Magellan ignored him and pressed on. The next cell was enormous. A hulking silhouette loomed inside.
This is San Juan Wolf,
Magellan announced.
a giant of history, his crimes so grotesque they were erased completely.
Wolf's monstrous form shifted in the dark, his heavy breathing like a drum. One by one, Magellan introduced the others.
This is Katarina Devon, the Crescent Moon hunter known as the most dangerous female pirate in history.
This is Vasco Shot, the heavy drinker, whose cruelty knew no limits. And there
He pointed.
is Avalo Pizarro, the corrupt king.
Each of the criminals stirred at their approach, their gazes narrowing at the sight of Ashveil. A boy, their expressions seemed to say. To be brought here, escorted by Magellan himself and a vice-admiral, this prisoner could only be something extraordinary. Their laughter and whispers dripped with mockery. For the Marines to treat a child as a monster meant their strength must be waning. Magellan ignored them all and stopped at a cell shrouded in deeper shadow.
This is Porcas Diaz.
He said. Inside, Ace was bound in massive sea stone shackles. His body slumped against the wall, exhausted, yet his eyes still burned with defiance. Ace looked up, his gaze brushing over Magellan, then pausing briefly on Ashveil. But recognition never came. When Ashveil had secluded himself, Ace had already been captured. To Ace, this stranger was just another marine weapon.
What a waste of time.
Ace muttered, voice hoarse. He turned away and fell silent again. The group moved further down the corridor.
This is Shuryu of the Rain.
Magellan announced, stopping before a man seated calmly in a cell.
Once head jailer of Impel Down itself, now stripped of position for his crimes.
Shuryu's eyes gleamed dangerously as he met Ashveil's gaze. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. The next cell held a frozen figure.
This is Byandy World, the so-called World Destroyer.
Magellan said coldly. And beyond him another.
This one is Douglas Bullet, once of the Roger Pirates, a man called the Demon Heir.
Bullet's head lifted, his stare burned into Ashveil, contempt clear in every line of his face.
So this is what the Marines fear now, a brat, huh?
His laughter rang through the hall.
Magellan, are you so desperate you throw children into our cage?
His muscles flexed as he stood, veins bulging, the hunger for battle in his eyes.
Let me out, Warden. Let me test this so-called monster myself. Silence, Bullet.
Magellan snapped, his voice a thunderclap in the stone corridors.
You and the rest of these animals will only leave this place to meet the executioner's blade.
Chapter 63, 63-63, Imprisoned, 2 months ago. Chapter 63, Imprisoned. Thorn Ashveil walked steadily beside Magellan as they plunged deeper into the bowels of Impel Down. Vice Admiral Yamakeji followed, his hazel eyes scanning every barred gate and shadowy corridor. The air grew noticeably colder the further they progressed. Ashveil, brushing a lock of dark hair from his brow, observed the change, but he did not flinch. Yamakeji, lighting a cigar anew, paused and exhaled a thin plume of smoke, tension etched in every line of his face. Impel Down truly was a fortress beyond reckoning. Within its massive walls were imprisoned some of the most vicious criminals in the world, locked away so tightly that even rumors feared to slip through. Without this prison, the seas would be consumed by chaos, anarchy waiting just at the surface.
Here lies the innermost cell.
Magellan said, voice low.
Home to the Red Count, Redfield. He is one who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate.
Yamakeji swallowed, the weight of those names heavy in his chest. The criminals held in Impel Down were not mere cutthroats. Legends, nearly mythic in their power, languished in chains here. Even the Red Count had been subdued, confined for countless years. They approached the cell. Through the dim light, through iron bars forged thick and cruel, Ashveil could only make out Redfield's silhouette. Calm, unmoved, silent. Yet when Redfield's sharp eyes flicked to Ashveil, a spark of recognition of surprise flickered. Something about Asheville was not ordinary. Not to Red Count Redfield, whose mastery of observation Haki had crested to terrifying heights. Through that ability, he sensed power reminiscent of Roger, of Whitebeard, perhaps even of Rox himself. Magellan led them onward to another cell beyond Redfield's. The gate stood ajar, once belonging to Golden Lion Shiki.
This will serve,
Magellan said quietly.
as Ashveil's cell.
Yamakagi nodded.
Once Ashveil is secured here, our mission is accomplished.
Excitement flickered among the imprisoned as whispers passed in low tones. Golden Lion's old cell, the one from which he once escaped, that alone elevated the cage to legend. Many here believed that to be locked there carried its own kind of honor, a chance at luck, at escape. Katarina Devon snarled, her voice sharp as steel.
Golden Lion Shiki's prison should go to me. Assigning it to a boy, it's absurd.
Such a boy.
Big Barrel muttered, brows furrowed.
He too worthy of Golden Lion's spot.
Crocodile offered a mocking smile.
When did these Marines become so careless, to place such faith in so young a punk?
Douglas Bullet laughed low.
Indeed, what could he have done to merit such ceremony?
Shiryu of the Rain, once warden, now criminal, leaned forward from his post by the bars.
Tell me, Magellan, what exactly did this brat do to make such waves?
Magellan's gaze hardened.
Shiryu of the Rain, you are now a criminal. I owe you no explanation.
He raised his voice enough to echo through the corridor.
All of you hear silence.
Yet the convicts only jeered louder. Their voices, rough and bitter, filled the 6th floor of the underwater Great Prison. They ridiculed Ashveil, mocked the Marine command, and questioned the sanity of it all.
He's nothing but a kid. Overrated, the Marines have lost their edge.
The words roared like tide against rock. Ashveil stood apart, expression unreadable. He listened, observed. No flare of indignation, no rush of anger. He had learned that power often spoke louder than words, that patience ruled more than rage. As Magellan resumed, Ashveil's eyes traveled to the cell that once housed Ace. The air held lingering echoes, not flames but memories. Jinb was not among them. His absence confirmed Ashveil's belief that his plea to the Whitebeard pirates, asking them to guard Jinb on Fishman Island, had not been in vain. Ashveil's mind churned. The seas were shifting, pirate world tilting on its axis, turning toward something new. He would be the fulcrum. Red Count Redfield from his cell watched Ashveil, not with pity, not with disdain, but with interest. The young man before him did not tremble, faced the jeers, faced the legend, and yet carried something of his own. Magellan gestured, silent. Then a guard opened the gate to Golden Lion Shiki's former cell. Ashveil stepped inside. Bars closed behind settling steel. The cold stone floor pressed beneath him as he turned, facing outward, seeing the array of criminals. Their eyes shifted, their minds restless. Many hoped this cage carried more than walls, that it carried fate. Crimson torchlight danced along the walls, shadows of iron bars casting stripes across his face. If Ashveil felt its chill, he didn't show. He lifted his chin, he embraced the hush. One voice erupted from among the crowd.
Is this just a show?
Big Barrel's words sharp and loud.
Why honor him with such cage?
Katarina Devon's sneer followed.
Perhaps he will prove worthy. Perhaps.
Ashveil's lips tightened, though his features held calm. He recalled his journey here. Magellan nodded to Yamakagi.
We leave you in the care of Vice Admiral Yamakagi and the guards. Ashveil is to remain here until orders from the Grand Line reach us.
Yamakagi's jaw set.
Understood.
Chapter 64, 6464, the Zero Division Captain revealed, 2 months ago. Chapter 64, the Zero Division Captain revealed. Ignoring the jeers that echoed around him, Magellan sealed Ashveil's cell with heavy iron locks. The warden's expression remained grim, though his shoulders sagged with faint relief. Vice Admiral Yamakagi stood beside him, quietly taking in the atmosphere of Level 6.
You've seen me embarrass myself, Vice Admiral Yamakagi.
Magellan muttered, scratching the back of his head. Yamakagi shook his head slowly, cigar smoldering at his lips.
It's nothing. After all, this place houses the most dangerous criminals the seas have ever produced.
His tone carried both gravity and unease. Though Yamakagi had served as a vice admiral for years, this was his first visit to the underwater prison. The suffocating aura of legendary pirates, bound yet unbroken, was overwhelming. Even locked away for decades, there will remain sharp as blades. It was no wonder they had once terrorized the seas. Once Magellan and Yamakagi left the floor behind, Ashveil closed his eyes briefly. He began calculating the timing. According to how events were meant to unfold, the Whitebeard pirates would only appear after Ace was placed upon the execution platform at Marineford. For now, it wasn't yet the moment to act. He had to wait until Vice Admiral Doberman escorted Ace to the scaffold only, then could he coordinate with Whitebeard's forces. But his thoughts were cut short. The noise of the prison rose around him as the criminals on level 6 grew restless at the sight of a new arrival.
Hey, brat!
A voice rang out mockingly. It was Avalo Pizarro, the so-called corrupt king.
What did you do? Don't tell me you robbed a celestial dragon to land yourself on this floor.
His grin was sharp, curiosity mingled with scorn. Others joined in.
What else could he have done besides stealing?
Katarina Devon sneered, still bitter that the boy had been given Shiki's old cell.
Ha ha ha, look at him.
Vasco Shot let out a booming laugh.
Scrawny and weak, yet locked down here among legends. What a joke.
Ashveil finally opened his eyes, calm and indifferent.
Me, I didn't do much.
He said lightly.
I was just caught by the two admirals while trying to rescue Ace.
The reaction was immediate. The prison erupted into laughter, the walls vibrating with the sound.
Ha ha ha, you, caught by admirals.
Crocodile's cruel chuckle carried above the rest.
You've no talent but boasting.
Katarina Devon held her stomach, laughing so hard tears nearly fell.
This is the funniest thing I've heard in all my years down here.
Vasco Shot bellowed.
Kid, with those twig arms of yours, you expect us to believe two admirals bothered with you.
Bullet scoffed, folding his massive arms. His contempt was sharp, every word dripping disdain. But while the others mocked, a pair of eyes inside one of the cells widened in shock. Ace. Fire Fist Ace pressed his hands against the bars of his prison, staring intently. This stranger.
Are you with the Whitebeard pirates, or maybe a friend of Luffy's?
Ignoring the laughter around them, Ashveil turned toward Ace. His lips curved into the faintest smile.
I am Thorn Ashveil, 0 Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Pops must have mentioned me.
A hush followed. Ace froze, his heart pounding. The 0 Division captain. He had heard rumors, fragments of conversation from Pops himself, a hidden blade of the Whitebeard pirates training away from the seas. But
You.
Ace asked in disbelief. His hands trembled. If Pop's words were true, then the man standing here wasn't a fraud, he was family. Ashveil gave a quiet nod.
You've been caught because of me, Ace, but don't worry, I came here deliberately.
His voice lowered, steady as stone.
Endure a little longer. When the moment comes, I will be the one to free you.
The cell block broke again into raucous laughter.
Ha 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 ha, you never quit boasting, brat.
Crocodile spat, his eyes glinting with mockery.
You can't even save yourself, and yet you talk of saving others.
Vasco Shot sneered.
You dare call yourself a division captain. What a joke.
Katarina Devon added. Bullet snorted.
Don't be fooled. Do you think this weakling could ever stand as Whitebeard's 0 Division captain? Ridiculous. Whitebeard once rivaled Roger himself. His crew was filled with monsters, not children pretending at strength.
Yet while the laughter rolled, Redfield, the solitary red count stirred within his shadows. His gaze cut like a blade toward Ashveil, and unlike the others, his eyes carried neither disdain nor disbelief. Instead, there was curiosity.
Boy!
Redfield finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate.
Is what you claim true? If so, tell me.
Chapter 65, 65-65, Kaido of the Beast, 2 months ago. Chapter 65, Kaido of the Beast. He had been brought into this great prison years ago by Kong and Garp, and he knew well that escaping from this impregnable fortress was no simple task.
Oi, Red Count, have you gone senile? You actually believe what this kid is saying.
Douglas Bullet's eyes widened at the sight of Red Count's unusual reaction. In Impel Down, he looked down on everyone and respected no one except Red Count. That man had once stood toe-to-toe with the entire Roger pirates. Bullet knew his power better than anyone. For that same man to suddenly take interest in some boy's words was enough to make him wonder if Red Count had finally grown old.
Red Count, how is this possible?
The criminals nearby were also puzzled, their whispers echoing through the sixth floor. Ashveil ignored the voices around him. What caught his attention was Red Count himself. This man's perception was sharper than ordinary pirates. Even Douglas Bullet hadn't sensed his true strength, yet Red Count did. Truly, a legendary pirate lived up to the name.
Simple, just break the shackles by force.
Ashveil said casually. His answer drew a surprised look from Ace. He had never heard of anyone suggesting such a reckless idea. The sea prism stone shackles on the sixth floor were purer than anywhere else in the prison. To force them open was...
You brat, there's a limit to how much you can boast. These shackles are almost completely pure.
Crocodile sneered.
I think this kid's lost his mind dreaming of escape.
Scoffed Big Barrel.
Breaksea prism stone, him. Ha, he's not even as strong as Crocodile.
Moonlight Hunter mocked.
What was that?
Crocodile's eyes turned sharp with irritation. Red Count lowered his head, his face unreadable. Forcing open pure sea prism stone? Ridiculous. If it were possible, he himself would have escaped long ago. For a moment he had thought this boy might be something extraordinary, someone like the Golden Lion who had once broken free. But it seemed he had misjudged him. Just another youngster spouting nonsense. Soon the sixth floor descended into chaos again, this time with Crocodile and Katerina Devon trading barbs.
A woman dares to look down on me. If not for these shackles, I'd drain the very water from your body.
Crocodile's voice dripped with venom.
You're just a sand-playing brat.
Devon shot back coldly.
Compared to me, the most dangerous woman on the seas, you're not even qualified.
The endless bickering made Ashveil rub the bridge of his nose in annoyance. The sixth floor was proving to be an awful place to get any rest. Hours later, hurried footsteps echoed through the stone corridors. Thump, thump, thump. Magellan led the way, his massive frame looming as he marched forward. Behind him, a group of guards dragged along a towering figure shackled from head to toe in sea prism stone. The chains rattled with every step.
You damned criminals, keep your mouths shut.
Magellan's deep voice boomed across the floor. The sight drew every prisoner's attention. Wrapped tight like a cocoon, the new arrival's body bore countless scars, wounds so deep the bones showed beneath. The sixth floor stirred with shock. What was happening today? Yet another infamous figure being dragged in? Was anyone now being thrown into this hell? Crocodile, closest to the path, pressed against the bars, his eyes narrowing. Through the dim light, he saw Vice Admiral Mole walking alongside Magellan. Between them was a figure nearly unrecognizable under the chains and wounds, Kaido of the Beasts. His colossal frame was scarred, his flesh torn apart as if by countless battles. Yet his eyes barely flickered open, his breath ragged like someone who had just clawed back from the edge of death. Crocodile's voice broke the silence.
Kaido of the Beast.
Chapter 66. You survived my blow, 2 months ago. Chapter 66. You survived my blow. When word spread that Kaido was being dragged into Impel Down, several criminals pressed their faces against the iron bars, straining to see.
Crocodile, what nonsense are you spouting? How could that monster Kaido be injured?
Shiryu of the Rain sneered with a grin. He remembered clearly the time he had escorted Kaido on a marine warship. Back then, Kaido had broken free simply because Shiryu underestimated his recovery ability. He knew better than anyone the monstrous resilience of the beast. To even scratch Kaido was a feat reserved for the strongest men alive. And to severely wound him? That sounded like the work of a god or perhaps someone like Garp. Yet Garp was old now, half retired. The odds of it being him seemed slim. The other prisoners exchanged glances, each one unsettled. Every soul locked within the sixth floor knew just how terrifying a veteran Yonko truly was. Katrina Devon scoffed, mocking Crocodile.
What a joke. You're shaken just from seeing Kaido with a scratch. You really are weak.
But Crocodile didn't rise to the insult this time. His eyes stayed fixed, stunned on the hulking figure being dragged through the gloom.
It takes more than courage to lay Kaido low.
Douglas Bullet finally spoke, his voice heavy with both shock and fascination. Strong men always drew his attention, and Kaido was one of the strongest. As Kaido shuffled past the rows of cells, chains rattling with every heavy step, silence swept the sixth floor. Scars crisscrossed his body like a map of destruction. Fresh wounds layered atop old ones, deep gashes carved into his flesh as though by relentless storms of blades and fire. On anyone else, such injuries would have meant certain death. But Kaido still breathed, even if his body swayed and his face sagged with exhaustion. For a long moment, not even a whisper passed through the cells. Then voices broke the silence.
This!
Shiryu muttered, disbelief cracking his usual grin. Big Barrel, Katrina Devon, Wolf stared wide-eyed. Even among the monsters of the sixth floor, none of them could imagine Kaido like this. Only perhaps Red Count could rival the Yonko in his prime, yet even that comparison felt far-fetched. Ace's eyes widened. He had once stepped into Wano and faced Kaido himself. Back then, he couldn't even pierce Kaido's skin, let alone win. He had lost miserably to Kaido's mastery of Conqueror's Haki. Even his father, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, might not have left Kaido with such wounds. Bullet clenched his fists, struggling to comprehend. After all his years of training, he knew Kaido had only grown stronger with time. How could such a man be dragged here, broken and bound?
Kaido!
Bullet muttered.
You were the fiercest rookie of the Rock's pirates. Even if I fought you now, it'd be uncertain who stood last. Who in this world could possibly break you like this?
Even Red Count, who had been silent since Ashveil's arrival, lifted his head. His eyes narrowed sharply as he studied Kaido's broken body.
Who was it? Did Garp strike you down?
Red Count asked, his voice unusually heavy. There were only a handful of people alive who might leave such scars on Kaido. Kaido's chains clanged as he forced himself forward, each step scraping against the stone floor. His voice, hoarse yet furious, broke the silence.
It wasn't Garp, it wasn't any marine at all. A new monster has appeared on the seas.
His fists clenched, his face twisted in rage as his words thundered through the sixth floor.
It was the Whitebeard Pirates' Zero Division Captain Thorn Ashveil.
Gasps echoed through the darkness. The mere memory of Ashveil's strikes made Kaido's wounds throb and burn anew. That man's attacks had torn his body apart, forced him into unconsciousness, and left him shackled like a beast in chains. Without that one defeat, no group of vice admirals could have dragged him here. The prisoners froze in stunned disbelief. Ashveil, the same young man who had been thrown into Impel Down not long ago, the same reckless newcomer who had claimed he would rescue Ace. Kaido's furious glare swept across their shocked faces.
What you know of him? He only emerged days ago.
His voice shook with anger and confusion. Then, as Kaido passed a shadowed cell, a familiar voice drifted out, quiet but sharp as a blade.
It seems your defense isn't bad, Kaido. You survived my blows.
The words rolled lazily through the silence, but Kaido's blood ran cold. That voice, he would never forget it. Ashveil. His entire body stiffened, a chill racing down his spine. His eyes snapped open wide as fury and dread twisted across his face.
It's you!
Chapter 67, 67, Time to Leave This Hellhole, 2 months ago. Chapter 67, Time to Leave This Hellhole. The entirety of Impel Down's 6th level now truly believed it. Kaido, the so-called immortal beast with monstrous defense, had been severely injured by this kid. Even Ace, usually calm under pressure, couldn't hide his shock. He had always heard from Pops that the Zero Division captain was a terrifying force, but he never expected him to be this strong. Ashveil had carved deep scars across Kaido's body that looked far more brutal than any wounds left by Whitebeard himself. Was it possible? Could the Zero Division captain's strength surpass even Oyaji? The 4 notorious prisoners were equally shaken. Ashveil, that seemingly ordinary kid, did he truly hold such devastating power? Among them, Douglas Bullet's eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement.
Kid!
Bullet asked, his voice carrying the hunger of a man who longed for freedom and war. Even the Red Count, watching quietly from his cell, showed a flicker of agitation. He had endured enough of this hellhole. Thanks to his devil fruit, time had not dulled his abilities, and if this boy released him, then the world beyond these walls might once again be his to take. Ashveil stepped closer to the iron bars, his figure slowly emerging from the shadows. His eyes glinted as he studied Kaido's bleeding wounds. A faint, confident smile spread across his face.
You should be grateful, not angry, Kaido. You managed to survive my strike. Shouldn't that be enough?
Ashveil said, his grin sharp. Even Kaido, a man who laughed at death, felt cold sweat trail down his back. This boy was unlike any opponent he had ever faced. All his previous enemies, no matter how fierce, had found it nearly impossible to kill him. Yet the boy standing before him radiated the true ability to end his life. And Kaido knew it. What Ashveil said was no boast. In their last clash, if Ashveil had pushed his attack even a fraction further, Kaido would have been finished.
You bastard brat.
Kaido snarled, though his voice wavered.
I almost defeated you last time as well.
He added, feigning bravado. He needed to keep up appearances, especially with so many infamous criminals watching from the shadows. Kaido inhaled deeply, forcing his fear down until another realization struck him. His eyes widened. Wait.
You brat, you were captured by the Marines as well. What's there to be proud of?
Kaido barked with forced triumph. Being imprisoned proved that Ashveil was not invincible. Remembering his earlier outburst, Kaido's pride steadied, his anger now burning hotter than his fear.
Rot in here, brat. You'll spend the rest of your life in this pit, with nothing but rats and cockroaches for company. Ha 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 ha.
Kaido's laughter echoed through the cavernous halls.
Silence, all of you.
Magellan roared, his voice reverberating like thunder across level 6. The warden shoved Kaido into a dark cell and barked his orders. Add more chains to both Kaido and Ashveil. Don't give them even a chance to breathe freely.
Yes, warden.
The Marines answered, quickly dragging out massive, snake-like seastone chains. They wrapped the two pirates layer upon layer until even their slightest movements made the shackles clatter loudly. Magellan exhaled with visible strain.
I've made a fool of myself, Vice Admiral Mole.
He muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Level 6 housed monsters beyond imagination. Keeping them bound was a nightmare. But Vice Admiral Mole's face was grim, not mocking.
Not at all, Warden Magellan. Guarding these beasts is no easy task.
He said, his voice grave. He straightened, hand gripping his saber tightly.
The mission of delivering Kaido here is complete. Now we move to the next task, escorting Fire Fist Ace.
Magellan nodded, locking Kaido's cell before following him toward Ace's prison.
Porcas Ace.
Vice Admiral Mole declared coldly through the bars.
It's time. You will be taken to the execution platform.
Chapter 68, 68. The Shackles Break, 2 months ago. Chapter 68, The Shackles Break. The heavy mist swirling inside the cell wasn't natural. It was the manifestation of Ashveil's will, his Conqueror's Haki condensed into a tangible haze. Like flowing water, it seeped into the tiny keyhole of his seastone cuffs. The aura gathered and solidified until it resembled the shape of a key.
Open!
Thorn Ashveil said calmly. A crisp clack echoed. In an instant, every shackle and chain binding him fell loose. Metal clattered against the stone floor, ringing through the silence. The prison door groaned as if responding to his command, creaking slowly open. Magellan and Vice Admiral Mole froze, their eyes snapping toward Ashveil's cell in disbelief. The guards and prisoners on level 6 turned as one, stunned into silence. How had the prison door opened on its own? The surrounding criminals whispered in shock. They had heard Ashveil claim he could bypass seastone shackles forged from nearly pure ore, but no one believed him. Now, watching with their own eyes, the truth silenced even the most cynical. A suffocating stillness filled the air. Marines and pirates alike stared at the open cell. Ashveil stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. He tilted his head back, eyes calm, a faint smile curling on his lips as he swept his gaze over everyone. Finally, his eyes locked on Magellan, Vice Admiral Mole, and the Marines.
This prison is unbearable, hardly fit for a nap.
He stretched his arms lazily, his tone dripping with mockery. His smile sharpened.
Warden Magellan, Vice Admiral Mole, Ace isn't going with you.
The two men stiffened, caught off guard. For Magellan especially, It was a humiliation he had never imagined someone walking out of Impel Down's sixth-floor cell, as if the locks and chains were nothing more than decorations. The silence broke. Douglas Bullett's booming laughter filled the cavern. His eyes shone with excitement.
Ashveil, you really did it. Opening seastone shackles that pure.
Bullett's anticipation burned hotter. This boy wasn't ordinary prey, he was someone worthy of a true fight. Big Barrel, the nine-tailed fox, crocodile, San Juan wolf, and Brindy World all gawked openly, jaws dropping. Just moments ago, they dismissed Ashveil as a minor figure. Now, watching him step out of his cell unrestrained, their hearts pounded with disbelief.
This kid wasn't bluffing.
World muttered, stunned.
Then his claim about being captured by the combined force of two admirals.
Big Barrel whispered, swallowing hard. Captured by two admirals working together.
There's no mistaking it.
The nine-tailed fox growled, her sharp teeth flashing.
Breaking through nearly pure seastone, wounding Kaido.
Even the Red Count, the most fearsome presence on level 6, raised an eyebrow. Surprise flickered across his face, rare for someone of his age and pride.
So young.
The Red Count murmured, his gaze narrowed in focus. Across the way, Kaido's bloodshot eyes widened.
Ashveil.
He roared, his voice cracking between rage and shock. He had already suffered Ashveil's strange powers in battle, but this ability to shatter seastone material, forged to bind even the strongest, was beyond belief. Every increase in purity multiplied seastone's resilience, making it nearly impossible to break. This was why Impel Down had always kept even those who knew advanced armament Haki under control. Yet Ashveil had undone it as though it were nothing. In the corner, Ace's fists trembled, his eyes alight with sudden hope. His chest swelled, unable to suppress the emotion. Ashveil.
Enough, all of you vile pirates, shut your mouths.
Magellan's voice thundered across the cavern. Purple-black venom dripped from his body, sizzling as it touched the stone. Behind him, the shadowy wings of his hydra loomed.
Ashveil, you will not escape.
Chapter 69, 69, The Terror of His Haki, 2 months ago. Chapter 69, The Terror of His Haki.
You all put on your gas masks. My poison gas is enough to kill you.
Magellan commanded, his voice carrying through the dim corridors of Impel Down's 6th floor. The Marines behind him, including Vice Admiral Mole, hurriedly obeyed, quickly fastening their masks. Still, Mole's expression was grim. His eyes were filled with dread. Magellan might not understand the true scope of Ashveil's power, but Mole knew. He had witnessed it firsthand during the war at Marineford. That day, he saw Ashveil unleash strength that defied reason. It was impossible for their group to defeat someone like him. How could a man who once knocked out 20,000 elite Marines with a single surge of Conquerors Haki someone? The two admirals barely managed to restrain together, be held back by Magellan alone.
Vice Admiral Mole, report this to Marine headquarters and call for support.
Magellan said, venom dripping from his voice.
I'll hold him off as long as I can.
Mole stiffened, realizing the truth. Magellan had no intention of defeating Ashveil, he only meant to stall for time. A wave of thick, purple gas surged forward, filling the air with death. But Ashveil only looked at it with disdain. If Magellan wanted to stall him, he would need far more than this. Did he truly think such poison could stop him? This was underestimating him far too much. Without dodging, Ashveil walked forward step by step, unflinching as the gas crept closer.
Be careful,
Crocodile muttered, his voice low.
That poison isn't simple. Kid, don't get reckless.
Douglas Bullet warned, his tone sharp.
Magellan's devil fruit is dangerous. His poison fruit makes him nearly untouchable.
The prisoners around them grew restless, fear flashing in their eyes. This young man had broken their shackles. He was their only hope of escaping this hell. If Magellan killed him here, their slim chance at freedom would vanish. But Ashveil ignored their warnings. His gaze never left Magellan as he continued forward. Deep within, he stirred the vast ocean of power that lay dormant inside him. Buzz! A sudden eruption of Conqueror's Haki spread out from his body, shaking the very foundations of the prison. The sixth floor, usually as still and suffocating as a tomb, now roared with a storm like a raging typhoon. The winds blasted through the corridors, scattering the poison gas like dust in the air. The suffocating miasma was gone in an instant, replaced by a crushing pressure that gnawed at the very souls of those present. Around Ashveil, the air became a void, silent and heavy, a vacuum where only his presence mattered. The Marines behind Magellan never even had time to resist. Their eyes rolled back and they collapsed one after another. Even Vice Admiral Mole buckled, his knees slamming into the floor. His hands trembled so violently he could barely keep hold of his sword. Only by stabbing his blade into his own palm, the sharp pain forcing him awake, did he stop himself from losing consciousness. The prisoner stared, eyes wide in disbelief.
What terrifying Conqueror's Haki!
One whispered.
Just the residue of it is enough to make my chest tighten.
Crocodile muttered, his usual composure shattered. In all his years roaming the Grand Line, he had never felt such suffocating power. Not even Whitebeard's Haki during their fateful clash had left this kind of scar on his memory. And yet, this young man's Haki Ashveil's Haki felt even heavier, even more domineering. Could it be that the Zero Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates possessed a will greater than Whitebeard himself? Crocodile's gaze sharpened, a mix of dread and fascination flickering in his eyes. The seas were growing more dangerous by the day, and Ashveil was proof of it. Big Barrel, Nine-Tailed Fox, Wolf, Shiryu of the Rain, and countless others stood frozen in their cells, shock etched onto their faces.
What kind of monster is this brat?
One muttered.
He's so young, yet his Haki feels like it belongs to an ancient beast.
Kaido of the Beasts narrowed his eyes. The scars on his body seemed to ache as memories resurfaced.
That Haki again.
He growled.
The same one from before.
Chapter 70 Magellan's Despair, 2 months ago. Chapter 70 Magellan's Despair. Magellan clenched his fists, venom dripping from his body as he took 2 steps forward, his jaw tight.
Poison dragon!
He roared. Behind him, 3 enormous dragons of liquid poison materialized, their massive forms radiating a choking miasma. The air turned sour and heavy, the stench enough to burn the lungs. Upon spotting Ashveil, the dragons shrieked and bared their fangs. Thick purple liquid dripped from their jaws, hissing as it corroded the stone floor. Their roars rattled the prison walls like thunder.
Go!
Magellan shouted. At his command, the 3 poisoned dragons surged forward at terrifying speed, weaving through the air from different angles to tear their prey apart.
Be careful, Zero Division Captain!
Ace yelled from behind the bars, his voice edged with urgency. Ashveil, however, only allowed the corner of his mouth to twitch into a faint smile. His eyes gleamed with cold confidence.
Don't worry, Ace. With me here, I'll see you out of this place soon.
He said, his voice calm, almost reassuring. He didn't move. The dragons loomed closer, filling his field of vision. Then, as if they had collided with an invisible wall, they stopped. Their jaws gnashed, their bodies writhing violently, before dissolving into clouds of poisonous gas that quickly dispersed. The prisoners gasped.
What just happened? He didn't even dodge. How can he block something like that?
Even Douglas Bullet, who was never impressed easily, narrowed his eyes with excitement. Magellan's poisoned dragons weren't something one could face head-on, yet this man had done so without flinching. Bullet's lips curled upward.
So this is the man it takes the admirals to restrain. Ha!
His blood boiled. Not since Roger had anyone stirred this kind of hunger within him. As the poisonous haze scattered, a faint ripple pulsed outward from Ashveil. The pressure surrounding him thickened, his Conqueror's Haki forming a subtle barrier that shimmered in the air.
Magellan!
Ashveil said evenly.
Your poisoned dragons are useless against me.
Beads of sweat gathered on the warden's forehead. He clenched his teeth as realization struck him, his venom, his dragons, his gas.
Vice Admiral Mole!
Magellan barked, his gaze darting to the rear.
Has the Den Mushy not connected yet? Call for reinforcements now.
But no response came.
Mole!
Magellan tried again, his voice straining with urgency.
Are you looking for him?
Asheville asked softly, amusement flickering in his eyes. He tilted his chin toward Mole. Magellan turned and his stomach sank. Vice Admiral Mole was already pinned against the cold stone floor, crushed beneath an unseen weight. His den mushy lay shattered in pieces beside him. His body trembled, blood dripping from his mouth as though the very air were suffocating him.
This isn't just ordinary Conqueror's Haki.
Magellan whispered, his eyes widening. It was Heiashoku Hake. Asheville had concentrated his willpower into tangible force, a refined technique so rare that only a handful in the world had ever achieved it. And Asheville was doing it in the middle of a battle, while suppressing Magellan at the same time. The only person Magellan knew capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki like this was red-haired Shanks, but even Shanks couldn't unleash such devastating precision. His despair deepened. If Asheville was here, then Impel Down's iron walls were meaningless. The inescapable prison was already broken in spirit. Asheville stepped forward, his voice low but laced with authority.
Give up, Magellan. Even if you trained for another 100 years, you would still never be my equal.
His words cut like blades. The kingly aura rolling off him pressed down on everyone present, as though the sea itself had chosen him. From the surrounding cells, cheers erupted.
Well done, Ashveil. To corner the Warden of Impel Down like this, you're the first.
Crocodile said, a smirk tugging at his lips.
Ha, what a pathetic warden, completely helpless before Ashveil.
Big Barrel jeered, his voice booming with laughter.
Turn this hell upside down, Ashveil. You're incredible.
Chapter 71, 7171, The Wardeness' Last Stand, 2 months ago. Chapter 71, The Warden's Last Stand.
Bastard, I am the warden of this prison, and I bear the responsibility of guarding you heinous criminals.
Magellan's voice thundered, his fury clear as he glared at Asheville with bloodshot eyes. Though his strength fell short compared to the intruder, Magellan had already steeled his resolve. Even if it cost his life, he would stop Asheville's escape. He was the Warden of Impel Down. He could not allow a single criminal to run free and endanger the world. Venom surged from his body in torrents. The usual purple poison grew darker and darker until it turned crimson, the stench burning the air itself. His own eyes bled red as he lifted a trembling hand and summoned forth a mass of venom that pulsed with death. The prisoners knew that form well.
Careful, Asheville.
Crocodile warned, his tone more serious than usual.
That red venom corrodes everything it touches.
Asheville smirked faintly, unimpressed. No matter how terrifying Magellan's techniques seemed, they were meaningless before his strength. He was a walking anomaly in this world of pirates, a force that defied the natural order.
Boy, prepare yourself. As warden, I cannot let you escape. Poison giant soldier.
Magellan roared. The crimson flood coalesced into a massive skeletal giant, its face twisted into a grotesque grimace like a reaper heralding death.
It's here Magellan's strongest attack.
Crocodile muttered, his eyes narrowing.
Touch that thing, and it will spread until nothing remains.
Even the hardened Devon shuddered. Kaido of the Beasts, however, only raised a brow. He had fought Asheville before and knew better than anyone else present that Magellan's effort would be meaningless. Douglas Bullet and the Red Count scoffed, their gazes locked on the crimson skeleton.
Tricky, yes.
Bullet said flatly.
But obviously, against this dude, it won't last 5 minutes.
Asheville chuckled at their words.
5 minutes, that's too generous.
His fight against Kaido had lasted 20 minutes only because he was bored. This wouldn't even reach half of that. He shrugged casually.
Magellan, I gave you a chance. If you're determined to throw your life away, don't blame me.
Magellan's killing intent sharpened.
Die!
The poison giant's enormous hand crashed down, the air splitting from the pressure before it even reached Asheville. The 6th floor quaked violently, the ground shattering as dust engulfed the battlefield. Magellan bellowed.
Perish under my poison.
Kaido shook his head as though pitying the warden.
Magellan!
And just as he predicted, a storm of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Asheville, blasting outward like a detonation. The shockwave roared through the prison, tearing apart even the sea stone-reinforced walls. The gale sent prisoners staggering as the entire sixth floor threatened to collapse. Crocodile cursed under his breath, shielding his face.
Ridiculous!
Iron bars securing Ace's cell tore free and clattered across the ground. Ace gripped the wall, eyes wide with disbelief.
I'd heard of him, the Zero Division captain's power.
Even Shiryu of the Rain, nine-tailed fox Katarina Devon, and the other infamous monsters of Impel Down could not hide their shock. Though their bodies endured, their expressions betrayed awe. They were veterans of countless seas, yet here they stood, shaken merely by the residual wave of Ashveil's Haki. Kaido exhaled slowly, his tone half amused, half resigned.
I told you, Magellan, you can't win.
Bullet and Red Count resisted the shock but found themselves just as astonished.
This strength.
Red Count muttered. Meanwhile, deeper within the prison, Luffy staggered as the tremors reached him.
Why an earthquake?
He shook his head, ignoring the Marines chasing after him.
Ace, wait, I'm coming to save you.
Chapter 72, 72-72, The Shackles Break, 2 months ago. Chapter 72, The Shackles Break. Magellan's body convulsed, his mouth twitching as he lay broken on the ground. His breaths came ragged, each word forced through clenched teeth. The warden rasped, his pride as the guardian of Impel Down would not allow it. Ashveil walked calmly toward him, his shadow stretching over the fallen man. He looked down with cool detachment.
You're dedicated, Magellan. I don't want to kill you, but you should stop wasting your strength. Standing in my way will only end in one result.
Magellan tried to reply, but as his lips parted, a biting chill suddenly swept through his body. His eyes widened in horror.
Ice Emperor's age.
In an instant, frost spread across his body. The cold was absolute, merciless. Before he could even scream, the warden was entombed in solid ice, his last expression frozen in place. Silence gripped the sixth floor of Impel Down. The gathered criminals monsters who once shook the seas with their names could only stare in stunned disbelief. One move to cripple him, one move to end him. That was all it took for Ashveil to bring down the warden of Impel Down. The infamous prisoners swallowed hard. Crocodile, Ace, Katarina Devon, and even lesser names like Senwan Wolf and Vasco Chatal stared at Ashveil with dawning dread. A young man had subdued a nearly admiral-level opponent as if swatting a fly. Even Douglas Bullet, whose arrogance knew no bounds, could not deny the truth. His expression darkened as his fists tightened. Even I wouldn't be able to put down Magellan in 2 strikes.
Conqueror's Haki greater than rocks, strength beyond Roger.
Kaido muttered under his breath.
Just what kind of monster are you?
Even Bullet, recalling his old captain, felt a chill. Could this kid have already surpassed Roger? His jaw clenched as his blood boiled with fury. He had sworn never to be overshadowed again, yet here was a newcomer eclipsing the very man Bullet had spent his life trying to surpass. Meanwhile, Red Count observed in silence, the faint red glow of his vampire fruit flickering in his eyes. Unlike the others, he was calm, but no less shaken. He had believed no rival remained on the seas after his old enemies aged or died. Yet here stood a young man who might have already climbed beyond his peak. The sixth floor trembled not with fear, but with something else: expectation. Ashveil turned away from Magellan's frozen husk and approached Ace's shattered cell. The bars had been blown apart earlier, but Ace still hung in chains, see stone cuffs binding his wrists and ankles to the wall.
Captain Ashveil.
Ace said, his voice thick with disbelief. He strained against the cuffs, but they held firm, sapping his strength.
Don't move.
Ashveil's voice carried quiet authority. He raised his hand, his Conqueror's Haki weaving like a pale mist into the keyholes of the sea stone restraints. A sharp metallic crack rang out. Clang, clang. The chains fell to the floor one by one. Ace stared at his freed hands, stunned. The shackles that had defied all effort for days now lay in pieces at his feet, undone with casual ease. The prisoners around them fell silent. Their gazes shifted from the broken chains to Ashveil. For the first time in decades, they tasted the possibility of freedom. Crocodile's lips curled into a smile. Shiryu of the Rain's eyes sharpened. Even the more grotesque monsters of the sixth floor leaned forward, hunger glimmering in their expressions. They had rotted here for years, decades, forgotten in the darkness, and now,
If you want freedom, then earn it. Fight with me against the Marines and I'll release you.
Chapter 73, Liberation of the Sixth Floor, 2 months ago. Chapter 73, Liberation of the Sixth Floor.
Of course I'm willing. I've wanted to leave this dreadful place for a long time.
Big Barrel Moonlight Hunter, Sawan Wolf said with eager smiles.
Ha ha ha, attacking the Marines is fine, but let's be clear from the start, I will not be your subordinate.
Crocodile said, his long demonic laugh echoing.
I agree with Crocodile. As long as you don't expect me to follow orders, attacking the Marines, that's something I've wanted for years. Ideally, I'd kill an admiral to show my strength hasn't faded.
Douglas Bullet said, excitement bright in his eyes. For so many years, Bullet had hungered for a battle worthy of his power.
Using the assault on the Marines as the condition for my release, that's not a bad offer.
Shuryu of the Rain said, his gaze turning sinister. Ever since Shuryu had been thrown into the underwater Great Prison by Magellan, he had longed for the chance to bring the Marines down, and now Thorn Ashveil had given him just that opportunity. Even the legendary pirate known as Red Count showed excitement long buried by despair. Red Count said, bursting with energy. Everyone turned toward Red Count's cage. He was a legendary pirate, after all, shackled in sea stone handcuffs, more numerous and heavier than those worn by ordinary sixth-floor inmates, but now he might finally see freedom.
Old monster, what do you plan to do after the Marine attack?
Bullet narrowed his eyes.
I have no comment.
Red Count said with a small, cruel curl of his lips. Thorn Ashveil gave a satisfied smile. Though each criminal had their own selfish motive, all had agreed to his demand. Only World Destroyer Byandy World remained. Ashveil approached Byandy World's cell, and a chill struck him as he saw a long-bearded old man frozen inside a giant block of ice. With his mastery of ice, Ashveil easily dispelled the freezing effect. After thawing, Byandy World's eyes cleared. As they took in the chaos surrounding him, he grasped the situation.
What a terrifying junior, to have turned the sixth floor into such a mess.
Byandy World said, admiration softening his voice as he looked at the disarray in the prison.
How about I free you, and together we raise hell at Marine headquarters?
Ashveil asked, his tone composed yet full of confidence. Byandy World's expression lit up with excitement.
Ha ha ha, raising hell at the Marines, that is a grand idea. It's time for revenge.
Byandy World roared.
I will destroy everything that stands in my way.
Byandy World declared, his eyes flashing with anger. He remembered being betrayed by a spy planted by the world government, a betrayal that resulted in his imprisonment. Revenge was not merely desire, it was necessity. It was simply doing someone a favor, Ashveil told himself. Once he helped Byandy World attack the Marines, this wide world, combined with the power of the Momo fruit, promised opportunities unlike any other. He would have no lack of ways to show his strength and make his name known. With Byandy World's consent, all the prisoners on the underwater Great Prison's sixth floor, except Kaido, had now agreed to Ashveil's plan. Ashveil understood Kaido's nature too well. If released, Kaido might attempt a sneak attack the moment he saw weakness. He had learned from examples in the stories of the seas, from Kazuki Oden's lesson in the anime. He would not make that mistake. Ashveil smiled through satisfaction. A thick mist began to rise from his body, white vapors coalescing and seeping through the iron cell doors. He had no intention of simply using raw Conqueror's Haki. He planned to mix the power of the magma fruit into it. Allowing a small amount of Conqueror's Haki to penetrate sea stone, Ashveil infused it with magma power to provoke internal destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds tore through every dim cell. After the silence fell, wild laughter rang out throughout the underwater Great Prison.
Aha!
Crocodile's long, demonic laugh echoed. Nine-tailed fox, Big Barrel, Sawan Wolf, Red Count stared at their shattered handcuffs. Though injured from the blasts, their faces glowed with excitement.
Ha ha ha, I never thought we'd walk free from this damned Great Prison. Let's turn this world upside down.
One cried. Shuryu of the Rain, once his handcuffs removed, retrieved his beloved sword Ryu and wiped its blade clean.
My old friend, it's been a long time since I have held you. You remain sharp.
he said, smiling wickedly. Bullet stared at his fists, clenching them as though testing invisible weights.
The feeling of freedom, ha ha ha, it's incredible I can face strong opponents again.
Suddenly, Douglas Bullet's Conqueror's Haki flared outward. Although overwhelmed by Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki, it still caused the criminals around him to glance toward him with newfound respect. Even Kaido, still locked in his cell, looked on in surprise though imprisoned. Bullet's strength had not diminished. Just as everyone turned in awe at Bullet's aura, Red Count and Byandy World stepped out of their cells. They moved slowly, but each step carried weight, their presence alone radiating power without any visible anger.
Ashveil kid, we made our pact. You free us, I won't hold you any favors.
Red Count said, narrowing his eyes. Byandy World nodded in agreement. Ashveil smiled faintly, voice steady.
Naturally. Yet.
Chapter 74, 7474, The Price of Freedom, 2 months ago. Chapter 74, The Price of Freedom.
After you get out, fight over territory with other pirates, cause trouble for the Marines, or even strike the world government itself. I'll have no opinion. That's your freedom.
Ashveil said calmly.
But if you harm innocents, I will come for you myself.
He added, voice even, the warning wrapped in an unshakable certainty. As a transmigrator, Ashveil felt the weight of being an outsider in this world. If his plan spilled suffering onto ordinary people, especially the civilians who had nothing to do with the endless power struggles of pirates and marines, he would not forgive himself. That conviction was why he had no choice but to free the criminals. They were necessary tools to pry open the balance of power. Still, they needed explicit limits. Ordinarily, Ashveil's tone might have seemed casual, but the air around him pressed with the force of his Conqueror's Haki. It was an authority that did not demand obedience so much as impose the certainty that he meant what he said.
HMPH, don't worry, I'm not interested in that kind of thing right now.
Crocodile said, calm and composed, a cigar smoked lazily between his fingers. Time in the underwater great prison had carved new priorities into him, the world had changed and so had his aims. Red Count and Byandy World showed no objections. Men of their caliber looked down on preying upon the weak, their ambitions were toward greater targets. Shiryu of the Rain may not have agreed with every principle Ashveil set, but he kept silent for the moment, content to study the young man's methods. Big Barrel, Nine-Tailed Fox, Sawan Wolf, Avalo Pizarro exchanged glances, displeasure twitching along their features. For them, the raw joy of crushing those weaker than themselves was part of what made piracy intoxicating. If Ashveil forbade violence against civilians, then his philosophy was foreign to them and potentially limiting. Their dissatisfaction did not last long. They sprinted straight for the prison exit, newly freed limbs carrying them toward the world outside.
Ashveil, thanks for letting us out. Now we can do as we please, ha.
Big Barrel bellowed, a wild laugh that reverberated in the corridor.
Going after the Marines. Too risky. We're not foolish enough to be cannon fodder.
Devon snickered, showing her teeth. Avalo Pizarro fell into step, all swagger and bravado as they slipped into the dimness beyond the cell block. Douglas Bullet, Crocodile, and Red Count watched these theatrics with cool disdain. They had seen too many pirates melt at the first sign of real risk. Shiryu, meanwhile, absently stroked the edge of his sword, Ryu, one corner of his mouth lifting as he evaluated Ashveil. He was curious how far the young man's ambition would reach. Ashveil allowed himself a small, knowing smile.
I expected this wouldn't be entirely smooth. You criminal dogs are predictable. Have you ever seen the speed of light?
He asked, his lips teasing, though his tone made clear this was no idle question. A pale, luminous tide rose along Ashveil's skin, focused and bright. 4 streaks of yellow Conqueror's Haki, compact and blinding, braided together and shot toward the fleeing quartet with such velocity that the air itself seemed to ripple in their wake. The movement carried an echo of the light-wielding techniques of the admirals, yet there was a different intent underlying the display. Ashveil's version was deliberate, precise, and weaponized in a manner unfamiliar, even to the hardened veterans in the room. Shiryu's eyes narrowed at once. Someone with knowledge of the Marines' power would have noted a similarity to Admiral Kizaru's light abilities. Still, the execution was faster and more surgical. Magellan watched from behind, admiration and tension unreadable on his face. The four beams struck the fugitives. Confusion broke across Big Barrel's face before his limbs betrayed him.
What is this?
He gasped, disbelief and fear warring across his expression. An overwhelming dread rooted them in place. Their bodies seized, muscles refusing to obey, each foot felt as if driven into resin. Devon's eyes widened as the idea formed in her mind. Could Conqueror's Haki be channeled into light itself and used to strike from afar? The concept was terrible and immediate. Nearby, Red Count and Douglas Bullet regarded the scene with hard, fascinated looks. Ashveil's repertoire had already displayed a string of wild talents, an invisible defensive field, techniques that had frozen even Magellan, and the fiery Conqueror's Haki that had shattered sea stone shackles, and now this. The scope of his abilities made them question everything they thought they knew about the fruit he had eaten and the paths his power could take. Ashveil watched the four criminals struggle, expression composed as he spoke with quiet finality.
Explode!
The yellow Conqueror's Haki compacted into sharp, light-infused projectiles that detonated within the bodies of the four pirates. The blasts were not Kizaru's ordinary light shots, they were Haki-laced charges that punished from the inside, designed explicitly to incapacitate rather than to kill. The sound of the explosions rolled through the sixth floor like distant thunder. When the smoke cleared, the four culprits lay prostrate and broken, unconscious, gravely injured, but alive. Their chests heaved unevenly, blood darkening the cold stone beneath them. The damage had been brutal, clinical enough to ensure they would be neutralized without needlessly adding corpses to the tally. Fire Fist Ace, watching close by, felt the cold sweat prick at his neck. He had seen the ferocity of Zero Division captains and other infamous warriors, but the scale and originality of Ashveil's techniques gave him pause. This was not merely raw power, it was creative, efficient, terrifying. Ashveil's voice was soft as he addressed the remaining prisoners and onlookers.
This is how you deal with untrustworthy men. They took the freedom I offered and betrayed it. That is their fate.
He paused, letting the words hang.
They will not die. They will not be allowed to harm others again. If they cannot handle the responsibility of the freedom I grant, then they will remain here disabled, barred from the world that so many of you crave.
Chapter 75, 75-75, The Fall of Impel Down, 2 months ago. Chapter 75, The Fall of Impel Down. Even notorious figures like Crocodile and Shiryu of the Rain felt a faint tremor of unease. The strength of those four criminals had been terrifying in their own right. How could anyone who was imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down be weak? Yet, in an instant, they were slaughtered. If such monsters could be erased so casually, what chance did others stand? Thorn Ashveil had done it with a single flash. Had the situation been reversed, their fates would likely have been the same instant decapitation. Red Count, Douglas Bullet, and Byandy World narrowed their eyes at the young man who stood before them. He was dangerous, undeniably so, but he hadn't yet reached the point of instilling true fear into their hearts.
Ashveil,
Bullet said with a cold smirk.
don't misunderstand. We're helping you because you freed us, not because we're afraid of your strength.
His words captured the unspoken thoughts of Redfield and World perfectly. If rumors spread that they, the old monsters of the sea, had acted out of fear of this upstart, their reputations would be destroyed. Clarifying their stance was necessary.
Of course,
Ashveil replied with a calm smile.
this is nothing more than an equal exchange. I have no other intentions.
Just like that, the most infamous criminals of the 6th floor beasts stripped from history for their brutality marched alongside Ashveil, forming a force that shook Impel Down to its core. The Marines defending the prison might as well have been decorations. Ashveil didn't even need to lift a finger. The rampaging criminals tore through the jailers effortlessly, leaving blood and chaos in their wake. Laughter echoed through the cold, dim corridors. It was arrogant, wild, and terrifying. The entire prison was swallowed by madness. Killing anyone who stood in their way, Ashveil and his terrifying companions reached the upper floors. When they finally arrived at the main gate, 2,000 armed soldiers awaited them. But the moment the guards saw the intruders, their discipline collapsed.
Those faces, Red Count Ashveil Bullet Shiryu of the Rain Ace.
Vice Warden Hannibal, drenched in sweat, fumbled with a den mushy, frantically contacting Marineford.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku, urgent report. Impel Down has completely fallen.
At Marineford, Sengoku had been observing Whitebeard's movements when the call came through. His expression instantly darkened.
What happened, Sengoku?
Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, her voice heavy with suspicion. Sengoku coughed, his face grim.
Luffy broke into Impel Down.
His fists clenched, his voice filled with despair. Tsuru frowned, concern flashing in her eyes. She had never seen Sengoku so shaken.
The criminals from the 6th floor have all escaped,
He declared. The atmosphere froze, even Garp, who had been nearby, tensed.
all of them.
Garp asked sharply.
The situation is unclear, but confirmed escapes include Ace, Crocodile, Shiryu of the Rain, Byandy World, Douglas Bullet, Thorn Ashveil, and Red Count Redfield.
Sengoku's teeth ground together as he spat out the names. A collective hiss spread through the room. Ace's escape with his execution so close was a humiliation in itself, but worse was the release of the monsters who had once shaken the seas. Garp knew exactly what this meant. Many of those criminals were ones he had risked his life to capture. Now, all of that sacrifice had been undone in an instant. The world was about to be thrown into chaos. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face tightened with dread. The newer generation of Marines couldn't possibly stand against such monsters, but if not them, who else could? Back inside Impel Down, Hannibal collapsed as a surge of overwhelming Conqueror's Haki crushed him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Luffy, oblivious to the devastation caused by Ashveil and his allies, was still racing downward. By the time he reached the 6th floor, they were long gone. What greeted him instead was devastation. His mouth hung open and sweat dripped down his face. The walls of the 6th floor were shattered, the reinforced cells ripped apart, seastone chains lying in pieces across the ground. It looked less like a prison and more like the aftermath of a natural disaster. At the center of it all, Warden Magellan lay frozen in a block of ice, his body covered in blood. Nearby, several other criminals lay broken and battered, their conditions uncertain.
What happened here?
Luffy muttered in disbelief, his voice trembling. Ivankov's heavily made-up face paled as his wide eyes scanned the carnage. Even his flamboyant mannerisms could not conceal his fear. He knew the might of Magellan, and he knew the legends of those who had been locked on this floor. Sawan Wolf, the Nine-Tailed Fox, Big Barrel, Avalo Pizarro.
Who?
Chapter 76, 7676, The Call to Mary G. Wise, 2 months ago. Chapter 76, The Call to Mary G. Wise. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's fingers trembled slightly as he keyed the Den Mushi and contacted the Gorosei. Above the red line, in the Holy Land Mary G. Wise, the 5 elders listened as Marineford's report crackled through. When the message finished, fury warred with disbelief across their faces. An elder in a dark green suit, bald and marked by twin handlebar mustaches and a distinct birthmark on his forehead, sent Topman Warcury, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a thin, dangerous voice.
What were you thinking, Sengoku? On the eve of a major war, Impel Down has a mass breakout.
He demanded. The other elders exchanged glances, each brow knotted. One of them, in a dark blue suit with long white hair and a beard like a waterfall, St. Marcus Mars, snapped that the world government's facade would be ruined if the prisoners of Impel Down were set loose. Their tone left no room for excuse. Sengoku bowed his head, the weight of the world showing in the lines around his eyes.
I accept responsibility,
He said, voice low and bitter.
This is my dereliction of duty. I will recapture the escaped prisoners within a month.
He ended the call and pressed his fingertips to his temple, trying to stem the pounding in his skull. He had imagined retiring with dignity, not with this scandal. Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru shared a look of sympathy, but sympathy would not undo the damage already done. Far below the waves, a massive black and white hull cut through the dark sea, preserved from corrosion by a special coating. It was the Moby Dick, the warship of the Whitebeard pirates. At its prow stood the captain, Whitebeard himself, a towering presence whose aura of Haki made the surrounding air feel heavier. Marco approached with urgency.
Pops, we are almost at Marineford.
He reported. Whitebeard planted his supreme-grade blade, Murakumajiri, into the deck and let the boat rumble with the power that radiated from him. His voice carried a great calm.
No, we will not strike yet. We shall wait.
The commanders exchanged confused looks. Marco, Diamond, Jazu, Vista, and the others pressed him. If they did not attack immediately, would Ace's execution proceed before they acted? Whitebeard's eyes crinkled at the question.
Have you forgotten my plan with Thorn Ashveil?
He asked, amusement and certainty braided together. At the mention of Ashveil, the crew remembered the hush of secrecy Whitebeard had insisted on during their voyage. Ashveil had insisted on waiting until they were close to Marineford to ensure the plan could not be compromised by spies. Whitebeard had received word earlier.
Ashveil reports Ace has been rescued already.
He said with a grin. The fleet erupted into cheers. For a moment the deck was full of relieved, roaring laughter.
Pops, if Ace is saved, then why not sail home?
Phoenix Marco asked, hope in his tone. Whitebeard's expression hardened, the smile fading into grave resolve.
The Marines will not simply let us go. Their hatred for me cannot be placated. They will strike back. Instead of letting them dictate the battle, we will catch them unprepared.
He let his hand fall to his blade, and the sheer presence of a legendary pirate captain made the men around him straighten their backs.
Ashveil has not only rescued Ace, he has rallied forces from beyond. A pincer attack will come down upon Marineford. Among Ashveil's allies are prisoners from Impel Down's 6th floor.
The name of the 6th floor drew a murmur. These were the monsters whose crimes had been scrubbed from the records, the sort of men the world had hoped would never walk free. Bindy World, Red Count Redfield, Douglas Bullet, and others' names that had once made even the bravest tremble now marched with Thorn Ashveil. The Whitebeard commanders felt a renewed surge of confidence.
If the 6th floor's terrors stand with us, the Marines will taste ruin.
Jazu said. Whitebeard laughed, deep and terrible.
Gurarara, let them learn the price of provoking us. If the Marines will not leave us be, then we will take the fight to them. Crush Marineford, show them the cost of challenging the Whitebeard pirates.
Chapter 77, 7777, The Pirates Arrive at Marineford, 2 months ago. Chapter 77, The Pirates Arrive at Marineford. After Thorn Ashveil had caused a great upheaval within Impel Down, he and the freed criminals from Level 6 boarded Vice Admiral Mole's warship. Ashveil took that moment to open his system panel. After defeating Magellan, the system rewarded him with a total of 400 Conqueror's Haki points. Moreover, because he successfully rescued Fire Fist Ace, the system granted him an additional reward, a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit, the bird fruit, model Phoenix. Host Thorn Ashveil. Conqueror's Haki attribute points, 7611. Devil fruit abilities, Tremor fruit, advanced, Magma fruit, advanced, Glint fruit, advanced, Ice fruit, advanced, Human fruit, model appearance, intermediate, Phoenix fruit, intermediate, search ability, intermediate. Other devil fruits, Tanuki fruit, 3 artificial devil fruits, Hyena fruit. Skills, Flash 100 meters, Conqueror's Haki passive defense shield, Shinra Tensei, self-created, Supreme King's Haki fusion. Items, healing potion, ham, hamburger, cola, red wine, turkey meat, salad.
It seems you're pleased about something, Ashveil.
Bullet said curiously. He enjoyed conversations with strong men such as Ashveil.
Haha, nothing much.
Ashveil replied lightly, turning to him.
It's just that a great battle is about to begin, and I'm looking forward to it. A battle, huh?
Bullet's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The warmonger's fighting spirit was already boiling, yearning to clash with the strongest at Marine headquarters. Riding the triangular current, the warship cut swiftly toward Marineford. This vessel now carried fearsome pirates, and arrogant laughter filled the air. Bullet was the loudest, his excitement unmatched. For years, even in sea prism stone shackles, his warlike heart never cooled. Even while locked away in Impel Down, Bullet had continued training, waiting for the day he could shatter his cage and prove himself the strongest once more. Shiryu of the Rain, Bindy World, and the Red Count might not have been as outwardly expressive as Bullet, but their clenched fists trembled with the same hunger. After countless years, freedom was finally theirs. They would savor this liberation and smash Marine headquarters to pieces. At last, the outline of Marineford rose in the distance. Ashveil stepped forward to the bow of the ship, the sea wind sweeping through his clothes. His presence alone radiated an aura of dominance, awe-inspiring without anger.
We've finally arrived, Marineford.
Ashveil murmured, narrowing his eyes. He turned slightly, his expression sharp yet smiling.
You've all been caged and impelled down for years. Don't tell me you've forgotten the taste of battle.
The prisoners burst into laughter.
Forget battle. Even if we forget our own names, we'd never forget that.
One roared back. Byandy World in particular rushed to the ship's cannons. Grabbing several cannonballs, he hefted one and aimed it directly at Marineford.
Multiply 100x cannon.
Worlds more fruit activated. The watermelon-sized cannonball swelled until it was massive, its weight multiplied 100-fold. The speed at which it fired from the great cannon was also magnified. With a thunderous roar, it streaked through the sky toward Marineford. The enormous projectile tore through the air, creating ripples as if the very atmosphere bent beneath its power. On Marineford, horrified Marines looked up at the monstrous weapon.
That!
Sengoku, at the command center, adjusted his glasses, a cold gleam flashing across the lenses.
There's no mistaking it. That power belongs to Byandy World, the World Destroyer.
Sengoku roared, fury in his voice.
Is that bastard here for revenge?
Beside him, Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru grew grim. World's ambition to overthrow the world government had once placed him as a rival on the level of Whitebeard and Roger. Admiral Kizaru tilted his head upward, lips twitching into a faint smirk.
These pirates!
In an instant, Kizaru's hand blazed with condensed light.
Yata no Kagami.
Chapter 78, 7878, The Sky Warship Descends, 2 months ago. Chapter 78, The Sky Warship Descends. Byandy World stood aboard the warship, his laughter echoing across the sea.
It's not over yet. 100 times cannonball fire.
Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive blasts thundered as cannonballs, enlarged by the Momo fruit, launched one after another.
Oi world, you bastard!
Douglas Bullet growled with a crooked grin, licking his lips.
We haven't even made our move yet, and you're already hogging the spotlight.
Crocodile exhaled a slow stream of smoke, eyes sharp.
So this is your ability, world.
The massive cannonballs swelled like meteors, blotting out the sun as they descended toward Marineford. A full 10 giant projectiles roared down, their shadows casting the battlefield in darkness. On Marineford, panic swept through the ranks of Marines.
Sea cannonballs that size.
Their eyes widened in despair as they stared at the incoming barrage. At the rear of the battlefield, Fleet Admiral Sengoku clenched his fists, white light gleaming against his glasses. Even Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru bore grim expressions. 30 years ago, Byandy World had been unstoppable, annihilating pirates and government forces alike. None expected him to rise again for revenge.
That bastard world is getting serious.
Sengoku muttered coldly. He raised his voice with a command that shook the battlefield.
Admiral, stop his attack.
The admirals' faces hardened as they launched into action. Aokiji raised his arm, frost swirling around him. His body exuded chilling waves as his ice arm shaped into a crystalline bird. Ice Age Pheasant Beak. With a cry that split the air, the ice phoenix soared skyward, freezing everything in its path, leaving even the atmosphere brittle in its wake. Beside him, Kizaru's body gleamed with blinding light as he rose into the sky, arms spread wide.
What troublesome fellows!
Countless beams of golden energy condensed into light bullets, raining upward in a relentless barrage that hammered toward the cannonballs. At the same time, Vice Admiral Takacake stepped into the air with Moonwalk. His treasured blade gleamed red, releasing a crescent slash that spanned 100 meters. The attacks of the three converged, colliding with the more enhanced cannonballs. Boom! The sky erupted. Flames, light, and frost collided violently with the massive projectiles, detonating in a chain of catastrophic explosions. An energy storm spiraled outwards, sweeping across the battlefield. Marines shielded their faces against the raging winds. Shards of flaming debris rained down upon Marineford, embedding into stone and steel. At last, the combined might of the admirals shattered World's attack. On the warship, World stood panting, sweat trickling down his brow, but his defiance burned strong.
These damn Marines.
His lips curled into a savage grin.
Good, the real battle starts now.
Ashveil glanced at the freed prisoners beside him, noting the fire in their eyes. A faint smile touched his lips.
It seems everyone's eager.
His voice was calm, but his gaze gleamed dangerously.
Then let the Marines taste despair.
Ashveil closed his eyes. The power of Conqueror's Haki surged from him like a living storm, wrapping around the warship. In the next instant, the vessel shuddered, then lifted from the sea, rising into the air as if defying nature itself. Gasps erupted across Marineford as Marines craned their necks upward.
That warship, it's flying. How's that even possible?
Even the 7 warlords of the sea paused in their own positions on the battlefield. Gecko Moria's mouth hung open.
A warship!
Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Boa Hancock raised their heads as well, gazes narrowing. None spoke, but unease flashed in their eyes. From the rear, Sengoku's head snapped upward, his composure cracking.
There's only one man alive capable of that golden lion Shiki.
His voice boomed across the command center.
Damn it, has that monster also come to join this battle?
The thought chilled even Garp and Suru. If Shiki had allied with the Whitebeard pirates, then Marineford's fall was almost inevitable. Golden Lion Shiki, an uncrowned king, a pirate once feared as Roger's equal. The warship in the sky drifted closer, its figures slowly coming into view. Marines below swallowed hard, dread rising in their throats. Finally, the silhouettes standing on the vessel became clear. Sengoku's eyes widened, a sharp intake of breath escaping him.
Impossible!
His heart pounded as he scanned their faces.
But Shiki's not there.
His brows furrowed.
Then who?
Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression hardened as she spoke.
It's possible, Sengoku. Don't forget, Thorn Ashveil is among them.
That boy.
Sengoku's fists tightened, fury twisting his face.
So he's the one who released them all.
Chapter 79, 79-79, The War Begins, 2 months ago. Chapter 79, The War Begins. The entire Marine contingent stared in disbelief as the battleship loomed in the sky, silhouettes of the impel down escapees appearing on deck. Restlessness spread through the ranks.
Is that Douglas Bullet? Honestly, from Roger's pirate crew, Bullet shows himself at last.
One Marine gasped.
Not only him, but World Destroyer Brindy World is aboard too. Wasn't that huge cannon blast just now from his ship? Wait!
An aging soldier exclaimed, his voice barely steady. On Marineford, Sengoku stared up at the ship, his brows knitting together. Doflamingo, draped in his flamboyant coat, licked his lips with excitement, the glare on his red shades reflecting the chaos.
Hell.
Doflamingo murmured.
Ashveil, you truly become more fascinating by the moment. A fresh era indeed begins.
Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes glinted sharply. He was poised, waiting for Ashveil to give the order that would rend the Marines. High above, reporters from the World Economic Journal raised their cameras. Every second was worth capturing.
Breaking report, massive criminal force arriving at Marine headquarters.
Morgan's voice crackled through his transmitter. He paced, thrilled by the scoop. If he could broadcast this unfolding event to every district, his name would forever be etched among the great war correspondents. Not even the richest patron could buy such fame. The warship finally docked. Standing on the deck were criminals of legendary dread escapees of Impel down, including Douglas Bullet, Waldo, the Red Count, among others.
Red Count, Bullet World.
Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, face stern.
These monsters, each one a threat alone. I will see them captured, every last one.
Garp said, clenching his fist. Sengoku's eyes narrowed. Swiftly he grabbed his den mushi, voice booming with command. All units listen closely. Level 1 combat readiness, initiate attack. At Sengoku's shout, the Marines at the forefront surged forward under the banner of the fleet admiral.
Advance!
Despite fear shadowing their hearts, the soldiers obeyed. They had orders to follow and duty bound them. Turrets across Marineford pivoted, muzzles locking on Ashveil's forces. Cannonballs soared, heavy with threat, creating ripples of tension in the air. Ashveil, standing at the tip of the assault, smiled, faintly disdain etched in his features.
This battle begins. I don't have the time to save you all.
He said coolly. Douglas Bullet laughed deeply, excitement crackling in his tone.
Don't underestimate us, kid. We don't need your protection.
Ashveil turned that slight smile toward him.
Then I can spare my concern.
Without hesitation, Ashveil advanced, channeling his Conqueror's Haki in a surge of power. Behind him, the escapees unleashed their full fury, each poised, each lethal.
Kid, you think you can steal the show? Not today.
World bellowed, seizing a Marine's pistol.
Watch this 100x pistol.
He yelled, and with that the weapon roared. 6 consecutive shots erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Smoke trailed, and each bullet, magnified 100-fold, tore through the air. When they struck ground, they struck with more force than cannonballs, carving deep craters and scattering Marines.
It's World, the World Destroyer.
Marines screamed in terror. Shiryu of the Rain, blade in hand and cigar clenched in jaw, stepped forward. The sword Ryu gleamed, its visage darkened by armament Haki, the metal seeming coated with blackened armor, catching sudden light at the edges.
Hey.
Shiryu murmured with menace. 3 staggering slashes cut through air in rapid arcs, dark crescents racing toward their foes. The aftermath was carnage. Marine screams echoed, blood arced through the air, bodies collapsing in ruin.
Shiryu of the Rain, once head jailer at Impel Down, now a first-class swordsman.
Someone whispered, terror lacing their voice. Near him, Crocodile stretched his arm, sand swirling around it. With a roar he struck with his crescent sand blade. Marine soldiers touched by it gasped as water drained from their bodies, leaving them shriveled husks collapsing in agony.
Curse you, Crocodile!
The Marines murmured, cracked lips whispering of dread. Douglas Bullet, watching the destruction, licked his lips in anticipation. A dark aura enveloped him, growing dense with Conqueror's Haki.
I'll prove I'm the strongest.
He roared fist-heavy, arm trembling with raw power. Boom! One punch and the earth rumbled. Marines nearest him were crushed, cries of agony searing the air. A massive crater split the ground. High above, the Red Count stood draped in a cloak of deep blood red, blue rose pinned at his collar. He held his slender umbrella, bat-shaped handle glinting. His eyes were locked on Ashveil leading the charge. A breeze lifted his cloak, momentarily revealing nothing amiss until, without warning, he vanished, leaving behind no trace even of his aura. No one but Douglas Bullet seemed to notice this slip.
That Red Count, an old monster.
Bullet said in low awe.
Even my observation Haki fails me. Roger was right. Red Count's methods are bizarre beyond imagining.
Bullet added, eyes narrowing. In the thick of the chaos, Ashveil pressed on, unmoved by the flush of conflict.
These Marines there, but fodder for what comes next.
Chapter 80, The Roar of Whitebeard's Return, 2 months ago. Chapter 80, The Roar of Whitebeard's Return. It was time for the Whitebeard pirates to make their entrance. After that declaration, Ashveil sent a signal to the Whitebeard pirates down beneath the waves, then strode toward the Marines. Conqueror's Haki surged around Ashveil, forming a no-man's land of unspoken dread 100 meters wide. Any Marine who stepped into that zone was met with invisible pressure, stumbling as if their center of gravity was stolen, tumbling forward into the dust. Even the rear admirals and vice-admirals felt it. Under Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki they dropped to their knees, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their weapons already slipping from their hands. Without breaking stride, Ashveil pressed onward toward Marineford headquarters, unchallenged under the awed gazes of all around. The Impel Down escapees behind him froze, staring wide, shock on every face.
Bah, Ashveil, that kid so arrogant, hasn't even struck a blow, yet he walks right up to Marine headquarters with just his Conqueror's Haki. To be honest, I, Douglas Bullet, admit, even I don't have that boldness.
Bullet chuckled wildly, admiration in his voice. World, poised beside him with a massive cannon, added.
I thought the strongest people had all aged out like me, but here comes this youngster. The new waves pushing the old, truly something to see.
He heaved the cannon, letting laughter ring over the sea. Meanwhile, intelligence officers at sea level widened their eyes, faces drained of color as they shouted out warnings. They've come, they've appeared.
The Whitebeard pirates are here.
Great pirate fleets surfaced, lines cutting through water in perfect formation. Knight de Mer.
Dick Calvin Brothers. Great Whirlpool Spider Squad.
Names echoing terror and fame captains who ruled pieces of the New World now gathering under Whitebeard's call at Marineford. Still, the flagship, the Moby Dick, was nowhere in sight. Fleet Admiral Sengoku lifted his binoculars, jaw tight, his expression dark beneath his aged brow.
Where is Whitebeard? Has he not come yet? He'd better not show.
Sengoku muttered, though his voice betrayed dread rather than hope. What Sengoku had once longed for the arrival of Whitebeard now turned into a wish that he might stay away. Marine headquarters could no longer endure such assaults from so many overwhelming powers. Then the calm of the sea shattered. From Marineford's inner bay the water surged, bubbles bristling across the surface. A massive shape rose from the depths, sea roiling in wake. The flagship. The Moby Dick burst through waves, emerging in grand menace.
The Moby Dick has appeared.
Someone yelled, dread coloring their voice. Marines shivered. The impel-down incident had already shaken them. This arrival crushed what remained of their composure. Thump, thump, thump.
Gururarara, is this what you planned, Ashveil? You've surpassed yourself, Ashveil. How dare we lag behind? To arms, my sons, tear Marineford apart. Let the world know what happens when you defy the Whitebeard pirates. No matter you are Marines, we will show no mercy.
Whitebeard roared, pride resonating in every syllable. The Whitebeard pirates surged forward, flooding toward headquarters like an unstoppable tide, hearts alight with the call to battle. Whitebeard's presence radiated strength, corners of his mouth lifting in feral resolve, battle intent blazing in his stance. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate locked eyes with Sengoku, perched high atop the execution platform. Then he plunged Murakumajiri into the deck. Muscles knotted in his arms. A white light gathered between his palms, glowing brighter and brighter until its brilliance threatened all who gazed. With that power, Whitebeard clenched his fists. Instantly, the air over Marineford quivered, the ground rattled, it shook with an earthquake born of will and power. The entire Marineford trembled, buildings trembling, battlements cracking. Marines in combat froze, wide-eyed in terror.
What kind of power is this? An ability to shake the ground itself. My word, Marineford is quaking.
Sengoku's face twisted. The shine from his glasses glinted harshly, his lips parting in silent horror.
It's not over yet, Seaquake. The Seaquake has come.
Whitebeard's arrival had brought more than confrontation, he'd brought a cataclysm. The sea itself roiled, boiling with energy. Gigantic waves rose, water clawing skyward, threatening to swallow the bay and all who stood on shore. Marines battling looked upward at walls of water looming above them, terror painted deep in every expression.
How do we even fight this?
Whispers of dread spread across the ranks. These foes were unlike past pirates, each one a legend. In the skies, the reporters from the World Economic Journal stared down in shock, cameras shaking in hands.
My goodness, a clash of titans. This is beyond anything I've ever seen. To casually summon waves like a natural disaster terrifying.
One gasped, another Morgans swallowed hard.
Raise us 10 more thousand feet above, this war.
Even Garp drew in a ragged breath, eyes fixed on monstrous waves threatening to engulf Marineford.
By the heavens, Whitebeard's Seaquake just triggered a tsunami.
Garp spoke through clenched teeth, fists tight at his sides.
Sengoku, you've gone too far this time.
Chapter 81, 81. The war reaches its peak, 2 months ago. Chapter 81, the war reaches its peak.
Aokiji, stop this tsunami.
Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot as he barked the order at Admiral Aokiji. At this moment, only Aokiji's freezing powers could stop the overwhelming surge that threatened to consume Marineford. Aokiji gazed at the massive wall of seawater, his expression grim. With no hesitation, he kicked into the air using moonwalk, rising high above the battlefield.
Ice Age?
Aokiji roared. A vast wave of frost exploded from his hands, spreading across the heavens. The chilling aura seemed capable of freezing the world itself. The roaring tsunami, which moments ago threatened to engulf everything, was sealed midair as Aokiji's freezing power spread layer after layer, solidifying the sea into an endless field of ice. In the blink of an eye, the tidal waves that could have destroyed Marineford became a frozen monument. Hovering in the sky, Aokiji's frown deepened. Below, pirates broke through marine ranks step by step, the Marines' encirclement steadily crumbling. The extermination battle against Whitebeard's forces had shifted into a desperate defense. Yet Whitebeard himself showed no panic. His weathered face carried a calm, even mocking grin as he watched Aokiji's handiwork.
Aokiji!
Whitebeard muttered with amusement. Relief washed over many Marines as the tsunami danger passed, yet the frozen sea gave Whitebeard's forces the foothold they needed. Pirates swarmed from their ships, charging into the heart of Marineford. At the forefront stood Thorn Ashveil and the Level 6 prisoners. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates rushing behind them, cruel smiles spread across their faces.
Ha! Looks like the heavens themselves want to see the world government fall.
Byandy World bellowed, his laughter echoing through the chaos. Using his Momo no Mi, he unleashed a 100-fold strike, blasting another gaping hole into Marineford's fortifications. Beside him, Douglas Bullet's eyes gleamed with manic excitement.
The world's strongest man, Whitebeard.
Suddenly, shouts erupted as a colossal shadow loomed from above. A warship, impossibly, was sliding down from the sky itself. Marines gaped upward in shock as the ship descended. As its figures became visible, recognition spread like wildfire.
Those are.
Among them stood Buggy the Clown, Emporio Ivankov, and most prominently Monkey D. Luffy. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku's gaze hardened.
That's.
Garp nearly fell over, jaw slack, snot trailing in exasperation. His fists clenched in disbelief. That troublesome grandson of his causing chaos across the Grand Line now barged into the most decisive battle of the era. Luffy tumbled to the ground and instantly locked onto Ace. His eyes lit up, overflowing with joy.
Ace, you're really safe, Ace. Wah.
Tears streamed as he bawled openly. At the front, Ace launched another fiery fist, but his expression softened at the sight of his little brother.
Luffy, don't come over here. Stay with Whitebeard Oyaji, he'll protect you.
Ace shouted, eyes welling despite himself. Whitebeard too noticed the boy.
Straw Hat, huh? You've got spirit.
His booming laughter rolled across the battlefield. True to his nature, Luffy ignored the danger.
Old man, I heard you want to be Pirate King, but there's only one Pirate King and that's me.
He declared, clenching his fists with burning resolve. The absurdity of Luffy arguing with the world's strongest man made Marines and pirates alike gape. Yet Whitebeard, rather than angered, studied the boy closely. This brat.
Gururara, Straw Hat, this is no time to argue about the Pirate King title. Do you have the guts to follow me and tear through the Marines?
Whitebeard thrust Murakumajiri into the ground, his heroic aura radiating outward. Luffy clenched his fists tighter.
The Marines captured Ace, I'll never forgive them. Watch me, I won't lose.
Chapter 82, The Betrayal of the Warlords. High above Marineford, flashes of light filled the sky. Click, click, click. The cameras of the World Economic Journal whirred nonstop. Morgans himself, wings spread wide, nearly trembled with excitement as he snapped shot after shot.
This is history, the greatest history.
The albatross president of the journal shouted in exhilaration.
Even the clash between Golden Lion and Pirate King Roger Back, then, cannot compare to this war.
Behind him, his young secretary ally approached with a steaming cup of coffee.
Mr. Morgans.
She said softly.
News has just arrived. The Marines have cut off the live broadcast to the world.
Morgans blinked, then erupted into laughter.
Ha ha ha, fools, they've realized the goddess of victory has abandoned them. This is a blessing for our paper. If the world can no longer see, then our intelligence will become unique, unparalleled. Ha ha ha.
He sipped his coffee, feathers rustling as he leaned out with his camera once more, determined to record every moment of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sengoku stood grimly at the rear of the execution platform, his teeth ground together, fists trembling as he surveyed the chaos. The 100,000 Marines he had painstakingly gathered were crumbling under the relentless assault. Worse still, his carefully laid plans had been shattered by a single man-thorn Ashveil. At the start of the war, Ashveil had done the unthinkable, infiltrating Impel Down and unleashing the monsters of Level 6. Now, those world-class criminals stood united with Whitebeard's forces, striking fear into Marine ranks. Sengoku's face darkened. The foolproof strategy he had crafted was ruined, and instead of victory, he had dragged Marineford into catastrophe. Snatching up his transponder snail, Sengoku barked into it, voice hard with desperation.
Shichibukai, if you don't act now, when do you plan to?
On the battlefield, Ashveil himself pressed forward, his every step shaking Marine morale. The grunts that dared approach him collapsed instantly, felled by the crushing weight of his Conqueror's Haki. Their eyes rolled back as they fell unconscious, unable to withstand his presence. From the shadows, Gecko Moria gathered his power, swelling with rage. Shadows swirled around him, condensing into the shape of a massive spear.
Shadow Spear!
He bellowed. The towering weapon hurtled toward Ashveil, its black mass swelling until it filled his vision.
Clown!
Ashveil said coldly, not even slowing his stride. The shadow spear slammed into his Haki barrier, the air rippling faintly as the darkness shattered like brittle glass, dissolving under the sunlight. Moria's eyes widened, horror creeping across his face. Sweat poured down as he realized the gulf between himself and Ashveil.
Damn it!
He muttered, trembling lips urging.
Hurry, help me, he's too strong.
Ashveil smirked faintly, gaze sweeping toward the Shichibukai gathered nearby. His voice was calm, almost playful.
Yes!
The words ignited something. Dracul Mihawk's eyes glimmered with sharp light. He gripped the black blade Yoru and spoke with an eager grin.
I've been waiting for this chance, Ashveil.
On another side, Don Quixote Doflamingo licked his lips, his grin stretching wide.
Phew phew foo foo. In this war, I choose to stand with you, Ashveil.
With a twitch of his fingers, 5 razor-sharp strings shot forth, lashing across Moria's chest. Flesh tore open, blood spraying as the strings carved down to the bone.
What?
Moria's voice cracked in disbelief.
You!
Doflamingo cackled.
You're insane, Doflamingo.
Moria stammered, staggering back. His mind raced. Why would Doflamingo side with Whitebeard? Didn't Kaido, Doflamingo's ally, hate Whitebeard? Nothing made sense. Before he could recover, a blur of long legs and heels struck him.
Perfumed femur.
The deadly kick from Boa Hancock slammed into Moria's abdomen, flesh instantly turning to stone where the blow landed. He collapsed, gasping in pain.
You too!
He groaned, staring up in shock. If Doflamingo's betrayal could be explained by self-interest, Hancock's defection was incomprehensible. Amazon Lily thrived under Marine protection. Why betray them now? Hancock raised her chin, long hair cascading like silk, her beauty radiating across the battlefield.
I am beautiful beyond reason. Whatever I do will be forgiven. Since they fight to save Ace, Luffy's brother, then I too shall fight with them.
Her declaration rang clear, leaving Moria choking on despair.
Phew phew foo foo, to scorn him so utterly that even your contempt becomes divine.
Doflamingo mocked, laughing at Moria's downfall. Meanwhile, Mihawk swung Yoru, his black blade gleaming. A sharp slash cut across the sky, intercepting a Pacifista's energy blast before it could annihilate Whitebeard's first division. The Pacifista, designed in the image of Bartholomew Kuma, turned its lifeless gaze upon Mihawk. Mihawk's lips twitched, his voice low with regret.
The tyrant Kuma.
Chapter 83, 83, The Collapse of Justice, 2 months ago. Chapter 83, The Collapse of Justice. The rescued Whitebeard pirates looked at Dracul Mihawk with wary expressions.
What's going on? The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, actually helped our Whitebeard pirates?
One of the crew muttered in disbelief. Mihawk replied in his calm, deep voice.
I'm here under the orders of your Zero Division Captain, Ashveil. My goal is to save you.
He gave them a sharp glance.
You're still not strong enough to take on a pacifista. The next time you face one, don't rush in blindly.
With that, Mihawk raised his black blade, Yoru, and dashed toward the next pacifista with frightening precision. The rescued pirates stood stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers.
Ha ha ha, Captain Ashveil is incredible. Even the world's greatest swordsman is fighting under him. Marines, this is your doomsday. Charge!
Their morale soared as the Whitebeard pirates charged forward once more, their renewed confidence igniting the battlefield. At the rear, Fleet Admiral Sengoku witnessed the scene and nearly collapsed. Even the Shichibukai had joined the other side. Now the situation was spiraling out of control. With criminals from Impel down 6th level, the world's strongest pirate crew, and several Shichibukai fighting against them, even Marineford was beginning to falter.
Even the Shichibukai have turned traitor.
Vice Admiral Tsuru said, horror flickering in her eyes.
Shouldn't you contact the Gorosei and request reinforcements?
Garp added with a weary sigh, rubbing his forehead. Both veterans knew that even if they fought personally, it might not be enough to turn the tide. The enemy's numbers were fewer, but their strength was monstrous. Sengoku clenched his fists, his expression dark and heavy. Calling the Gorosei would mean admitting complete failure. This operation, to execute Ace and destroy Whitebeard's forces, had been Sengoku's own plan. He had hoped to earn great merit before retirement and please the world government one last time. But now, that ambition had backfired spectacularly. Instead of glory, Marineford stood on the edge of ruin. Reporting to the Gorosei now would make him a laughingstock within the government. Still,
That's correct. For some reason, the Shichibukai have joined forces with Whitebeard.
Sengoku said bitterly through gritted teeth.
I'm sorry.
He hesitated, then continued.
Red Count, Whitebeard, Bullet, Mihawk, Ashveil.
In the holy land of Mary Jiwais, within a grand chamber, the 5 elders exchanged grim looks.
They've provoked too many powers at once.
Muttered the bald elder with thick sideburns.
Sengoku, you've truly made a mess this time.
Snapped St. Jigarsha Saturn.
The responsibility lies with me.
Sengoku said firmly.
But I still beg for support, or Marineford will fall.
The Gorosei went silent for a long moment, whispering among themselves before issuing their orders. After the call ended, Sengoku lowered the receiver. His face looked years older.
Sengoku!
Tsuru and Garp wanted to speak, but no words came.
The S-Rank Emergency Defense Plan has been activated.
Sengoku said at last.
The world government will mobilize every nearby force to support us. Our task is to hold the line.
His tone carried exhaustion and grim resolve. He already knew his career would not survive this war. Under Ashveil's orchestration, the Shichibukai alliance Sengoku built had completely collapsed.
Dai Moria, you were too blind to see the truth.
Doflamingo laughed cruelly, fingers twitching.
16 holy bullets God thread.
The already injured Gecko Moria's face twisted in horror as the deadly threads shot toward him.
Doflamingo, you bastard.
He cried, cold sweat pouring down his face. Each thread, hardened by armament Haki, struck with explosive force. Dust and rubble burst across the battlefield as the ground cracked under the impact. When the smoke cleared, Doflamingo frowned.
What a strange ability.
He muttered, confused. Unbothered, his fingers twitched again, sending invisible strings lashing out. A Marine rear admiral suddenly froze, his eyes wide in terror.
My body, it's not listening to me.
He turned his sword on his comrade, slashing wildly. Blood sprayed as screams echoed across the field. The World Economic Journal reporters in the sky captured every moment.
Even the Shichibukai have rebelled.
Morgan said, his eyes gleaming behind his beak-like mask.
What a shocking turn of events.
Chapter 84, Power That Shakes the Battlefield, 2 months ago. Chapter 84, Power That Shakes the Battlefield. Each of the Shichibukai held privileges granted by the Marines, a title pirates across the seas fought desperately to claim. Only those with true influence and power could ever hope to bear that name. As one of the three great powers of the world, the Shichibukai were never to be underestimated. Morgans, observing the battle from above, muttered to himself with excitement.
I thought the Shichibukai would side with the Marines, but it seems I was wrong. The Whitebeard pirates might actually win this war.
His eyes gleamed as he continued.
If that's the case, this battle will mark the dawn of a new era. This is history in motion.
The entire crew of the World Economic Journal, stationed within Morgan's airborne news fortress, erupted into cheers at the thought of such exclusive coverage. Cameras flashed, den mushy clicked, and reporters shouted in excitement to everyone except for one woman. Ally, the assistant who had just served Morgan's his coffee, paused with a strange expression. She quickly composed herself but continued watching him in silence, lost in thought. On the battlefield below, Ashveil advanced through the wreckage with a faint smile.
You guys can take your time, Shichibukai.
He said casually.
I'm going to destroy the Marine headquarters myself.
A confident grin curved across his lips.
The real battle starts now.
He had no interest in the small fry Marines from before. But after breaking through the Shichibukai's line, the resistance had grown stronger, their aura, their presence, their strength, all several times what it had been earlier. It seemed it was finally time for him to move in earnest. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground trembled violently. From the smoke ahead, 8 giant vice admirals appeared, each towering over the battlefield. Some carried massive swords, others axes and hammers, while one female giant wielded a gleaming spear. Ashveil's eyes glimmered faintly. Since he had expanded the range of his Conqueror's Haki across several kilometers, the pressure it exerted had weakened slightly over distance. But if he had focused it within a few hundred meters, none of these vice admirals would even be standing. They would be crushed to their knees before him.
Boy, you're not going any further.
Roared one of the giants.
We won't let you destroy Marineford.
Far in the distance, the Marine base still stood amid the fires of battle. The proud symbol of the seagull flagged the emblem of the world government fluttered in the wind, representing peace in an age of chaos.
The Marine headquarters is the pride of the world government. I won't allow a brat like you to approach it.
Another giant bellowed, their weapons shaking the air. The massive figures loomed before Ashveil like mountains, completely blocking his path. He merely chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain.
Just a bunch of puppets brainwashed by the government.
He tilted his head back, neck cracking softly, his smirk widening.
Oh, and one more thing.
He said coldly.
I don't like talking to people, I have to look up too.
The pressure in the air shifted instantly. The wide-spreading Conqueror's Haki compressed back around him, growing denser and heavier, surging upward like a storm ready to burst. The aura took on a tangible weight, pressing down with crushing force. Before the giants could react, their bodies convulsed as if mountains had been dropped onto their shoulders. Boom! The ground beneath them fractured and collapsed. Cracks spread outward like spiderwebs and the giants' knees buckled. One by one, they sank into the earth, their enormous legs driven deep into the ground. A low, buzzing sound echoed through their skulls. Their organs twisted and churned, blood pounding in their ears. The primal terror rising within them stripped away every ounce of their courage.
Such power!
Gasped one of them, trembling.
That Conqueror's Haki.
Ashveil didn't bother responding. His expression remained calm, almost bored, as he walked forward. With each step he took, the pressure intensified, and the giants behind him screamed as their massive bodies were forced deeper into the ground. Boom! 8 massive craters, each nearly 100 meters wide, opened across the battlefield as the vice admirals collapsed completely. Their eyes rolled back, their massive frames sinking into the mud, unconscious. Ashveil lowered his gaze, flexing his fingers as a satisfied smile tugged at his lips. His Conqueror's Haki was even stronger than before. He couldn't help but wonder, when it reached 10,000 points, would he be able to wipe out vice admirals as easily as flies? Would a single pulse of his Haki be enough to clear an entire battlefield? It would be convenient, he thought with amusement. No more tedious clashes, no need for prolonged fights, just a wave of pressure and his enemies would fall. In the sky above, Morgans adjusted his camera, his wings rustling with excitement.
Incredible!
he exclaimed.
With one burst of Conqueror's Haki, Ashveil just took out 8 vice admirals.
He turned to his crew, shouting,
Listen up, I'll personally cover the Whitebeard Pirates 0 Division Captain. This is the face of a new era.
Morgans adjusted his lens again, desperate to capture the perfect close-up of the man who had become the center of the world's attention. In his mind, the next issue's cover was already set, not Whitebeard, not Garp, not even the Red Count or Douglas Bullet. It would be Thorn Ashveil, the man who had repeatedly shaken the seas and turned the world's headlines upside down. On the battlefield below, Ashveil's aura continued to ripple outward, clearing everything in its path. Few Marines dared step within a kilometer of him. Behind him, the impel-down escapees from Level 6 followed closely, their killing intent thick in the air. In the distance, Doberman, Onagumo, Mamausagi, Yamakaji, and the Admiral candidate Takakake struggled to hold the line, fighting desperately to prevent Douglas Bullet and the other Level 6 prisoners from overwhelming Marineford entirely. But even they were being pushed back. Against monsters of that caliber, all they could do was stall for time. With no small fry distractions left, Ashveil raised his hand. The air trembled as his Conqueror's Haki condensed above him, forming a massive black and red fist. His expression turned cold.
It's time to end this,
He murmured.
Marineford.
Chapter 85, 85. A single man against the full might of the Marines, 2 months ago. Chapter 85, a single man against the full might of the Marines. Sengoku stood far behind the chaos of the battlefield, his sharp eyes narrowing as a chill ran down his spine.
What is that bastard Thorn Ashveil trying to do?
He roared, fury and disbelief twisting his expression. A suffocating pressure swept through Marineford as Sengoku's observation Haki spread outward. His frown deepened. He's closing in fast.
Only Rock's and that kid can use that technique. Back in the day, Rock's version of that move caused me all kinds of trouble.
His voice carried a rare solemn weight. Sengoku's jaw tightened.
But this boy,
To reach such heights at that age
Tsuru muttered grimly.
is beyond frightening. If he's not stopped today, he'll become an even greater threat, one who might overturn the entire world.
The giant fist of black and red energy forming above Marineford pulsed with violent power. It was pure, unrestrained Haki, crackling like thunder as the air itself trembled. Sengoku could feel the weight of it pressing against his chest. He remembered all too well the last time Thorn Ashveil had used this move, the day he'd shattered Marineford's gate with a single blow. The memory still stung.
Admirals move out.
Sengoku barked, voice booming across the Den Mushi network.
Stop Thorn Ashveil. If necessary, eliminate him on the spot.
His tone left no room for hesitation. This was no longer the time for capture or study. The Marines were on the brink, and against a monster like Ashveil, a single moment of carelessness meant destruction. The admirals exchanged grim looks before launching into the air. Using moonwalk, they streaked across the sky like comets, feet pounding the air and leaving rippling shockwaves in their wake. High above, Morgans flapped his wings anxiously, his Den Mushi camera whirring as it recorded every instant.
2 admirals dispatch at once.
He muttered, feathers ruffling.
Ashveil's pushed the Marines to the edge. He's in real danger now.
Despite being a neutral journalist, Morgans couldn't help but root for the man who had single-handedly rewritten the headlines of the world.
Come on, Ashveil.
On the battlefield below, a burst of golden light erupted as Kizaru appeared 200 meters from Ashveil, his lazy smile gone.
What a terrifying monster.
He said coolly, raising a glowing hand.
This time I won't hold back. Yasukani no Magatama.
Thousands of golden light bullets materialized in the air and curved through the sky like a storm of meteors, shrieking toward Ashveil. At the same time, Ayakiji's breath misted in the air as frost gathered around him.
Don't forget me.
He murmured. Ice surged outward, forming 4 massive spears that shot forward with bone-freezing speed. Each one left a trail of frozen air that solidified behind it. On the other side, Takake's blade gleamed crimson. He raised his sword high, channeling his full strength.
Conqueror slash.
The red arc blazed across the battlefield, merging with the light and ice. The three forces combined into a single overwhelming strike, a testament to their perfect coordination. Ashveil didn't flinch. His Haki surged outward, forming a colossal black and scarlet fist that tore through the sky. The air howled as it collided with the incoming attacks. Boom! The heavens split apart. A colossal explosion of energy erupted, shaking Marineford to its core. The shockwave flattened everything in a 5-kilometer radius. Marines were hurled into the air like leaves in a storm, their screams drowned out by the roaring wind. Even seasoned veterans could only stare, speechless. The sky above the island looked as though it had cracked open, spilling light and darkness in chaotic streams. On a nearby platform, Douglas Bullet licked his lips, his coat flapping wildly.
Heh, what an arrogant bastard.
He said with a grin.
Taking on the admirals again, I like his spirit.
His eyes gleamed with something between admiration and bloodlust. Not far away, Shiryu of the Rain wiped his sword clean, blood dripping from the edge of his blade. His sharp gaze flicked toward the distant explosion.
Heh heh.
He chuckled darkly.
But it doesn't matter, I never followed you out of loyalty. You saved me, sure, but I don't owe you a damn thing, whether you live or die.
On the opposite side of the battlefield, Fire Fist Ace was locked in combat with Yamakaji. His flame-wreathed fists froze mid-swing as he turned toward the explosion.
Captain Ashveil.
He shouted, worry breaking through his battle focus.
Be careful.
Chapter 86, 86, combining Haki with Devil Fruit, 2 months ago. Chapter 86, combining Haki with Devil Fruit.
You brat, you've gone too deep. The Marines aren't something to trifle with.
Whitebeard's booming voice thundered across the battlefield. His massive bicento struck the ground, cracking it wide open.
Marco Jazu Vista, don't let these small fry hold you back. Follow me and support Ashveil.
The tremor fruit's power rippled outward, the air distorting as Whitebeard swung his fist. The ground in front of him split apart, creating a massive fissure that devoured dozens of Marines into the depths below. Whitebeard and his commanders surged forward, cutting through the chaos toward the heart of the battle toward Thorn Ashveil. In the center of the battlefield, the admirals surrounded Ashveil from 3 sides, their eyes sharp and focused. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent.
Brat, you're far too arrogant.
Kizaru said lazily, though his tone lacked its usual amusement.
If you just stayed with your allies, we couldn't have done much against you. But coming here alone.
He tilted his head slightly.
That was a mistake.
Vice Admiral Takakake stepped forward, blade in hand.
Advancing this deep by yourself, don't blame us for what happens next.
His voice was calm but deadly serious. Ashveil chuckled, unbothered.
Ganging up on me again, huh? It's not the first time you've done that.
Their faces hardened. Each of these men was powerful enough to dominate an entire sea on their own. But against Thorn Ashveil, this anomaly who defied reason, they knew they had to fight together. Aokiji exhaled slowly, frost curling from his mouth.
You're a troublesome one, Ashveil, but this time we're not holding back.
Sengoku's earlier order echoed in their minds. If necessary, execute him on the spot. There would be no mercy today. Kizaru adjusted his tea-colored sunglasses, the reflection of Ashveil's crimson aura glinting across the lenses.
What a terrifying monster.
He muttered.
Guess we really do have to go all out.
Ashveil tilted his head, lips curling into a faint smirk.
You 3 don't actually think teaming up guarantees victory, do you? Don't get cocky, brat.
Takakake snapped.
Looks like you didn't learn your lesson from last time.
Aokiji and Kizaru nodded slightly. They had faced him before, barely managing to suppress him. But now, with their teamwork more refined than ever, they were confident they could bring him down again. Yet Ashveil's expression never wavered.
You think I lost last time by accident? No, I held back.
His tone sharpened, carrying quiet confidence.
Let me show you what real power looks like.
A surge of pressure burst outward, shaking the very air around him. Conqueror's Haki erupted like a tidal wave, black and red lightning arcing wildly across the sky. Above Ashveil's head, energy coalesced into a massive, crimson-black fist. But this time, the aura burned hotter liquid magma began to swirl within the Haki. The heat distorted the air, and the ground beneath his feet began to melt. The fusion of raw Haki and volcanic fury turned the sky blood-red. Kizaru's lazy demeanor cracked for the first time, his mouth twitching in disbelief.
You've got to be kidding me.
His voice wavered as the reflection of the magma-infused giant fist flickered in his lenses. Aokiji's breath misted as he stared upward.
Combining Haki and Logia essence in a single attack.
He muttered, his tone low and tense. Takake's grip tightened around his sword.
An unheard-of attack method. We can't take this lightly. We strike together now.
Above them, the crimson fist pulsed, each beat sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The sky seemed to ignite, the oppressive heat forcing even seasoned Marines to shield their faces. With a sharp exhale, Ashveil thrust his arm forward.
Fall!
The Conqueror's Haki magma fist descended like divine punishment. The world turned scarlet as the giant fist roared downward, a manifestation of absolute destruction. The very air split apart as the attack streaked toward Marine headquarters. The moment it struck, the sea itself seemed to tremble.
What is that? His power, he's targeting Marine headquarters. That building holds records from every corner of the world. It represents global peace.
Marines shouted in panic as they watched the crimson inferno plummet from the sky. The combined will and volcanic might of one man threatened to obliterate the symbol of justice itself. The fear in their voices spread like wildfire.
No one's ever seen a move like that before. Someone stop him.
From the distance, Whitebeard paused mid-stride, eyes narrowing as the red glow illuminated his massive figure.
So that's your move, brat.
His deep voice rumbled, carrying both awe and amusement. Marco, flying beside him, looked on in shock.
Pops, what kind of attack is that? Even the air looks like it's on fire.
Whitebeard shook his head slowly, his expression grim.
To tell you the truth, Marco, even I've never seen something like that before.
Chapter 87, 87, A Monster with Multiple Devil Fruits, 2 months ago. Chapter 87, A Monster with Multiple Devil Fruits. Whitebeard's deep voice rumbled across the battlefield, his words carrying the weight of the sea itself.
That's right, even my former captain, Rox, never mastered such a terrifying attack. If he had, that battle at God Valley would have ended differently.
He paused, eyes narrowing as his sharp instincts pieced together the truth.
Based on my years of combat, this must be a fusion of Conqueror's Haki and a Devil Fruit's power.
He said gravely. Everyone around him froze in shock.
A fusion of Haki and a Devil Fruit.
Whitebeard nodded, his massive frame casting a shadow over the trembling Marines.
Not a simple overlap, but a true fusion giving Conqueror's Haki the very properties of a Devil Fruit.
A brilliant gleam flashed in his eyes as he watched the blazing crimson aura above the battlefield. Marco, Jazu, Vista, and the others swallowed hard. The terrifying sight before them was beyond belief. They had already seen Ashveil's abilities in the papers. No one knew how he had gained so many powers, but it was clear this young man commanded multiple devil fruits. Now, with his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki fusing with them, his strength reached a level that defied imagination. Whitebeard laughed thunderously, swinging Murakumajiri in a wide arc that sent dozens of Marines flying.
Gururara, that kid Ashveil is something else. Don't worry, my sons, even if the admirals joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him.
Nearby, Doflamingo smirked, manipulating a Marine rear admiral with invisible strings. His gaze locked on Ashveil as his grin widened.
What a terrifying monster!
He muttered with twisted admiration. Hawkeye Mihawk's piercing eyes caught the blazing light above.
So back when you fought me, you weren't even using your full power.
He said quietly.
Truly remarkable.
High above, Morgans captured every moment through his camera, his feathers trembling in excitement.
Haha, this is history in the making. Ashveil might not lose this war after all.
He focused the lens on the sky. Where the colossal crimson fist of flames formed from Ashveil's conquerors, Haki descended toward the Marine headquarters. The heat distorted the air, turning the very sky into a furnace.
Damn it!
Aokiji growled.
He's aiming for Marineford itself, the symbol of peace. We can't let him succeed.
Frigid mist erupted from his body as the temperature plummeted.
Ice Age?
An immense wave of cold surged upward, meeting the blazing Haki fist. Steam exploded between the two forces as frost and flame clashed. In seconds, thick fog blanketed the battlefield, and ice began to crust over the fiery construct.
Did it?
Aokiji muttered, breathing heavily. Ashveil remained calm, his eyes unblinking. The next moment, the frozen layer shattered and fell in massive chunks, punching deep holes into the ground below. Kizaru frowned, light gathering in his palms until a sword of pure radiance formed.
What a terrifying creature.
Vice Admiral Takacake's blade glimmered, channeling his full strength as he slashed at the sky. A crimson arc of energy joined with Kizaru's light slash, and Aokiji added a layer of razor-sharp ice. The combined attack screamed through the air, warping the atmosphere as it struck the flaming fist. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through Marineford. The heavens themselves seemed to split apart. The shockwave blasted through the city, carving a crater 1,000 meters deep and sending winds strong enough to tear ships apart. Lightning danced through the clouds as the sky was stripped bare. Marines clung to the ground, eyes wide with horror.
A natural disaster.
Vice Admiral Onagumo trembled, his blades rattling in his grip.
If I were near that blast.
He whispered. From afar, Sengoku watched through binoculars, his brow furrowed.
I can't let this continue.
He muttered, frustration lacing his tone. But then his expression darkened. The shattered fragments of Ashveil's flaming Haki were raining down, each ember powerful enough to obliterate entire buildings. Veins bulged on his forehead. If those fragments reached the headquarters building, if they touched what lay beneath it would expose one of the world's deepest secrets.
No!
Sengoku growled, slamming his hands down.
I can't let this boy destroy it.
Chapter 88, 88. The Buddha's Roar 2 months ago. Chapter 88, The Buddha's Roar. The battlefield of Marineford trembled beneath the sheer force of clashing titans. From the execution platform, Sengoku the fleet admiral of the Marines stood tall, the seagull insignia gleaming upon his cap. His eyes darkened as he clenched his fists. He drew in a deep breath, his voice steady but filled with fury.
Enough chaos.
With a sudden surge of power, the ground beneath him shattered. Cracks raced outward like spiderwebs, and fragments of marble tiles erupted into the air. Sengoku's body began to expand, muscles rippling, as a radiant golden light consumed his form. In the next instant, the legendary Buddha of the Marines stood upon the field. The glow from Sengoku's mythical Zoan human fruit model, Great Buddha illuminated the ruined plaza. His body towered over the battlefield like a radiant god of war. His massive fist gleamed with golden light as he roared.
Brat, don't get carried away.
He swung his arm forward, unleashing a colossal shockwave of golden energy that collided violently with the lingering fragments of Ashveil's Conqueror's flames. Rumble! The air shook violently as waves of power rolled through Marineford. Buildings crumbled, and soldiers were thrown off their feet as explosions thundered through the plaza. The two forces clashed again and again, until finally, Sengoku exhaled heavily, his golden glow fading. His massive body shrank back into his human form, sweat trickling down his temple. But there was no time for relief. His gaze swept across the chaos, his men were being pushed back. Despite the Marines' superior numbers, the pirates' advance was relentless. At the forefront was Ashveil, his conqueror's Haki blazing like a crimson storm. Behind him, waves of infamous pirates pressed forward, slaughtering everything in their path. If not for the Vice Admirals Onagumo, Yamakagi, and Doberman holding the line, the enemy would have overrun Marineford already. Further back, Douglas Bullet and Byandy whirled tore through the ranks like demons incarnate. Bullet, his hulking figure gleaming with iron muscles, ignored cannon fire entirely. The shells exploded against his skin, leaving only smoke. Every punch from him shattered the earth. Even seasoned vice admirals couldn't withstand a few blows. World wasn't as imposing, but his more fruit power turned every movement into devastation. Each swing of his weapon cost hundreds of Marines their lives. Elsewhere, Shuryu of the Rain, Crocodile, and Portgas D. Ace clashed furiously with Onagumo, Yamakaji, and Doberman. Sparks flew from every collision, shaking the entire plaza. The Shichibukai moved like predators, cutting through Marine ranks without pause. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, morale burned high. Even the pacifista units, normally a terrifying threat, were being destroyed one after another by Dracul Mihawk and Boa Hancock. Vice Admiral Tsuru stood on a nearby platform, watching quietly.
It seems I'll have to move as well.
She murmured. In a flash, her body vanished using Saru, leaving only the whisper of wind in her wake. At the same moment, Garp clenched his massive fists, ready to leap into battle, but Sengoku's arm shot out, stopping him.
Garp, wait!
Sengoku's tone was sharp.
Haven't you noticed? The Red Count, Patrick Redfield, is nowhere on this battlefield.
Garp froze, his eyes narrowing.
That old man knows too much. If he's gone silent, it's because he's heading for what's buried beneath Marineford's headquarters.
Sengoku said grimly.
We can't afford to split our strength.
Garp exhaled slowly, his fist relaxing. The thought of Redfield lurking unseen made even him uneasy. Sengoku's expression hardened.
Until reinforcements arrive, we hold this ground. If we lose the headquarters building, everything falls apart.
Across the field, Byandy whirled and Douglas Bullet grinned as they watched Sengoku's golden shockwave dissipate.
Look at that!
Whirled said with amusement.
That brat Ashveil really is a monster. He forced Fleet Admiral Sengoku to transform this early in the fight.
Bullet's grin widened.
Then we'd better not fall behind.
The ground beneath Bullet began to quake. His combine fruit roared to life, pulling chunks of earth, metal, and debris into the air. They fused around his massive frame, merging with his own body until a colossal iron giant loomed over Marineford.
Let's see if you can handle this.
Bullet bellowed, slamming his massive fist into the ground. Boom! The impact sent an earth-shattering tremor across the entire island. The crater left behind swallowed dozens of Marines whole. Nothing but dust and blood remained. Boom, boom, boom. Bullet's monstrous fists crashed down again and again, each strike causing Marineford to quake as though the island itself were crying out in pain. From the rear lines, Whitebeard watched the chaos unfold. A faint grin tugged at his lips.
That brat from Roger's crew.
Raising his massive naginata, he shouted.
My sons, don't let outsiders outshine the Whitebeard pirates charge.
A brilliant sphere of energy formed in his palm, the Gura no Mi trembling with power. He slammed it down, and the ground split open in a quake so massive that 1,000-meter fissure tore through Marineford. Back at command, Sengoku's face darkened further. The situation was spiraling beyond control. He seized the Den Mushi and barked into it.
Admirals, finish dealing with Ashveil and reinforce the other units immediately.
Chapter 89, My True Strength.
That terrifying brat.
Aokiji said solemnly, cold air spilling from his body.
Let's use the old method, break his defense first.
Kizaru added, his tone sharp and uncharacteristically serious. Countless beams of light gathered along Kizaru's aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, glowing with blinding radiance. Vice Admiral Takakake also nodded grimly. Although they had managed to win their previous battle against Thorn Ashveil, it had been a narrow victory. Facing a monster like him again, they couldn't afford even a moment of carelessness. Takakake gathered his armament Haki within his body, raised his blade, and swung sharply, sending out a curved slash of pure force. At the same moment, Admiral Aokiji moved. Frost surged from both arms, forming into two enormous crystalline ice phoenixes.
Double ice block, pheasant beak.
He roared, sending the twin birds of ice hurtling toward Ashveil. The admirals coordinated perfectly, their combined attacks converging at the same point on Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki defense. Boom! The explosion that followed was deafening. The impact cratered the ground around Ashveil, and chunks of stone and debris were hurled into the air by the violent shockwave. Ripples of raw energy spread outward. The threefold strike managed to pierce through Ashveil's defense, reaching within mere centimeters of his eyes. When the smoke cleared, Ashveil stepped calmly from the crater, brushing off his shoulders with an amused smile. He clapped lightly, his voice carrying effortlessly through the haze.
Not bad.
The admirals froze, confusion flickering across their faces. Something wasn't adding up. They remembered clearly that in their last clash, their combined assault had defeated Ashveil. Now, despite a stronger and more synchronized attack, they hadn't even managed to harm him. Seeing their disbelief, Ashveil's smirk deepened.
Didn't I already tell you?
He said, his voice smooth and taunting.
You didn't really think you beat me before, did you?
Takake's eyes widened, his hand tightening around his sword.
You!
He exclaimed, his voice trembling. Ashveil tilted his head slightly, a faint grin playing on his lips.
It seems the man among you is a bit smarter.
His gaze turned cold.
This time, your Marines are finished.
With that, his Conqueror's Haki flared again, whipping up a violent wind that tore through the ruined battlefield. Above his head, 3 long swords of pure energy materialized, one red, one yellow, one white. Each blade pulsed with a strange and overwhelming aura. The skies dimmed, lightning splitting the heavens as rain began to pour. Even the admirals frowned, their bodies instinctively tensing beneath the crushing pressure of the sword intent. The aura radiating from those swords was suffocating. Each carried a unique force, yet all shared one trait: pure, unbridled destruction. Kizaru's sunglasses flashed as he muttered.
What a terrifying monster!
Takake's face paled, his body trembling slightly.
This feeling.
Aokiji's breath frosted in the air as his gaze locked onto the white sword. His pupils shrank in disbelief. That sword, it felt eerily familiar. It radiated a cold presence almost identical to his own ice fruit powers. Far behind them, Sengoku stood grim-faced, gripping a den mushi.
Listen carefully, admirals.
His voice boomed through the receiver.
No matter what abilities that brat has, do not underestimate him. Be cautious.
From his vantage point, Sengoku's expression hardened, a sense of dread settling deep in his chest. Ashveil's eyes gleamed with contempt as he advanced, the 3 enormous blades above him pointing their tips at the admirals like judgment itself.
You think a mere duo of admirals and a half-baked admiral can stop me?
His voice was calm but laced with menace.
It's far too early for that. Allow me to show you.
Chapter 90, 90. The Sky Burns Red 1 months ago. Chapter 90, The Sky Burns Red. The golden longsword streaked across the heavens like lightning. Infused with the brilliance of Conqueror's Haki and the power of light, it tore through the clouds in an instant, racing toward Kizaru with blinding speed. Kizaru's eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face.
Such speed!
It was the first time in years he had seen an attack faster than his own lightspeed movement. Golden radiance burst from his body as he transformed into light, desperately dodging the incoming strike. Yet even as he moved at light speed, he could feel the weapon pursuing him. The yellow blade wasn't just fast, it carried a terrifying, willful intent, chasing him like a living predator. Across the sky, 2 beams of golden light illuminated the battlefield. The one fleeing ahead was Kizaru himself, evading through pure photon speed. The one trailing close behind was the light-forged sword, moving under the will of Thorn Ashveil. While Kizaru struggled to keep ahead, a second sword white as glacial frost descended toward Aokiji. It radiated icy power so intense that the air itself froze solid wherever it passed. Aokiji reacted instantly, summoning 4 massive spears of ice and launching them toward the approaching blade. The spears met the sword head-on, only to be devoured the moment they made contact, their frozen mass absorbed by an unfamiliar force. The admiral's face twisted in shock, the cold emanating from that blade.
This!
Aokiji muttered, eyes wide as the chilling truth sank in. His attacks had no effect. Against Ashveil's power, even his ice fruit felt insignificant. Meanwhile, Takake, the newly appointed admiral, faced the blood-red sword above him. Its searing energy radiated pure destruction. Gathering all the flowing armament Haki within his body, Takakake infused it into his blade, Conqueror, and slashed upward to meet the attack. The two forces collided, exploding midair with a thunderous roar. A blast of scorching heat washed over him, burning the air and scorching the very clouds. But Ashveil's flame-forged Conqueror's Haki did not relent. The crimson blade cleaved through the explosion and continued downward, filling Takakake's entire vision with a torrent of fire. The temperature spiked, the air shimmered, his skin felt like it was about to melt. Takakake gritted his teeth, his usually calm expression cracking under the sheer pressure.
It's over.
High above, Morgan circled on his news airship, wings spread wide as he shouted into his recording device with wild excitement.
Unbelievable, terrifying Thorn Ashveil. This is his true power. Even Marineford, home of the greatest admirals, cannot withstand him, even when the admirals fight together.
Behind Morgan's, Aerie trembled as she watched the unfolding chaos. Her fingers clenched tightly, her breath caught in her throat. Below, Garp narrowed his eyes. The pressure emanating from Ashveil's three swords made even him uneasy.
Sengoku!
He said grimly.
If we don't act now, the admirals will be finished. Even if reinforcements arrive later, it might be too late.
Then, without waiting for a reply, Garp bellowed.
Saru!
And vanished from sight, his figure blurring as he leapt toward the battle. Sengoku exhaled sharply, face tightening.
That old fool's charging in.
Moments later, his own form expanded, turning into the massive golden Buddha. With one thunderous step, Sengoku vanished as well, heading straight into the heart of the chaos. In the center of the battlefield, Takakake stared up helplessly as the blazing sword bore down on him. The heat singed his uniform, the overwhelming force crushing his will. His hands trembled around his sword hilt, and for a moment he felt the sting of bitter realization. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet, not compared to this man. His mind echoed with the same thought over and over. I just became an admiral.
Iron Fist!
Chapter 91, Commander-in-Chief Kong, 1 month ago. Chapter 91, Commander-in-Chief Kong. On the opposite side of the battlefield, facing the white longsword suspended in the sky, Aokiji looked utterly desperate. No matter how he launched his power, the strange blade seemed to swallow everything he sent toward it. He slammed his palms into the ground and a cold shiver ran through the air. Moisture congealed, threads of ice forming in an instant.
Ice Age!
Aokiji shouted. An immense formation of ice erupted before him, a natural shield rising like a frozen bulwark to stand between him and the sword in the heavens. His face remained grave, the dark sheen of armament Haki coiling around his body to reinforce the shield.
This should hold, at least for a moment.
He muttered, clenching his jaw as the armament Haki thickened across his chest. The white blade above did not hesitate. It plunged down with awe-inspiring force, its aura freezing the air in its path as if death itself slid through the sky. The blade struck the iceberg Aokiji had raised, and the collision sent a shock through the battlefield. The ice wall shattered with a thunderous crack. Shards exploded outward in every direction, each fragment carrying enough cold to freeze whatever it struck. Marines nearby were caught in the fallout and went rigid, their bodies sheathing in ice. Aokiji's expression shifted into open alarm.
That terrifying man, the shield formed by my Ice Age, actually couldn't withstand Ashveil's strike.
He said, astonishment making his voice thin. He tightened his Haki, bracing his whole body to endure whatever followed, because in that moment it seemed to be the only defense left. A beam of yellow light cut toward Aokiji, and for a breath he wondered if Kizaru had come to his aid. The idea was absurd, his mind racing to reconcile the impossibility of what he saw. How could Kizaru dodge Ashveil's strike with such ease? The yellow light slammed into the sword Ashveil had called down. The impact detonated across Marineford, an explosion so fierce that a column of dust and debris rose 100 meters into the air. Fragments of the great sword scattered, each shard carrying a freezing trace of Conqueror's Haki, and wherever they struck the ground, the earth turned to a glassy rime. Marines were frozen where they stood, statues in a battlefield suddenly grown still.
Be careful, Aokiji.
Sengoku said, looming in his great Buddha form, concern creasing his features. Kizaru hovered in the sky, his light attacks battering at the sword's echo, but it was clear his beams could not overwhelm what Ashveil had produced. Each of Kizaru's shots dissipated against that Haki, impotent. Kizaru's face was suddenly streaked in sweat, his composure cracking as the scale of the threat became undeniable. Then a new figure cut through the charged air above the field. He was broad-chested and weathered, tawny skin stretched over a frame that still radiated power. White hair and a beard shaped like the character for Mountain crowned his head, and a stitched scar rested beneath his left eye. He squinted at the blade, his hand sheathed in armament Haki. Before Kizaru could react, the old man drove his fist into the sword. The impact ripped through the air and, to everyone's shock, the white blade shattered beneath the force of his punch. Light bullets erupted in every direction, excavating deep craters across Marineford and sending another cloud of dust towering into the sky. Kizaru stared, his tea-colored glasses flashing.
You are
He managed, recognition and relief mixing in his voice.
Commander-in-Chief Kong, you actually came in person.
The name carried weight. Kong's presence on the field shifted the tenor of the battle. When someone who had once been Fleet Admiral and who now stood as the World Government Commander-in-Chief entered the fray, it meant the stakes had just been raised to a different height.
If I had not arrived,
Kong said calm and heavy.
this whole place might have been overrun.
Behind him, specialists arrived in swift succession. Masked agents from Cypher Paul moved into position, and the Marines' science unit, strange and formidable, slid into formation. They were few, but each figure radiated lethality. Across Marineford, the sight of Garp, Sengoku, and Kong together quickened the pulse of every Marine there. Cheers rose, voices trembling with hope and authority.
Garp, the Marine hero, has made his move. Sengoku himself, that pirate is finished this time. Look, it's Kong, the former Fleet Admiral, the Commander-in-Chief, he's here.
Even Whitebeard, standing on the field and gripping Murakumajiri, watched with narrowed eyes. He did not lower his guard, but his tone carried acknowledgement.
Heavy hitters have appeared.
He said simply. Douglas Bullet, who had carved a massive pit into the earth with one blow, looked to the sky with a grin. He relished the promise of a real fight, and the news crews above scrambled to capture every angle. Morgans and his World Economic Journal team were frantically documenting the entrance of Kong and the mysterious units behind him. The event promised headlines that would explode across the seas, and Morgans laughed even as cameras clicked. Then something in the crowd shifted. The reporters fell silent, and the staff with Morgans, with the exception of his secretary ally, slumped to the ground as if struck by an invisible hand. Morgans himself froze, then looked back and saw the woman he had trusted now bearing a face that was not the one he knew. Ally's gentle manner had gone. Her eyes were sharp and cold, her smile gone thin. She moved with impossible speed, a pistol appearing in her grip and then acting like an extension of her finger.
Finger pistol.
She said, and in a flash her weapon pierced Morgan's torso. Blood blossomed, and the owner of the World Economic Journal crumpled, stunned and coughing.
You don't understand.
Morgans gasped.
When did the world government infiltrate my paper? When did you let them?
You only brought this on yourself by showing up.
Ally said, voice flat. She produced another pistol and leveled it at his head.
The world government cannot have certain things known to the public. The mass breakout at Impel Down, Ace's failed execution on display, this attack on Marineford, things must be kept under control. So you will not live to spread it.
Chapter 92, 92, The Fight Evens Out. 1 month ago. Chapter 92, The Fight Evens Out. Just as Ally was about to pull the trigger, the entire birdhouse balloon began to shake violently. A hidden mechanism clicked inside the structure, and in an instant, a massive wooden panel swung out, striking Ally and sending her hurtling out into the open air. Morgan's enormous hot air balloon accelerated rapidly, propelling the airborne birdhouse far away from the raging battlefield below.
Ha 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 ha, you dogs of the celestial dragons.
Morgans bellowed, his laughter echoing through the wind.
The World Economic Journal is still run by me, Morgan Sama. I'll make sure this breaking news shakes the entire world.
He gripped his den mushy tightly, feathers ruffled but spirit untamed.
This war, these betrayals, every corner of this story will hit the front page. The whole world will know what truly happened here, ha 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 ha.
He cackled triumphantly, even as the balloon climbed higher into the stormy sky. With a sharp motion, he activated the den mushy.
All camera crew retreat immediately. All reporters fall back to safety.
Morgans commanded, his voice booming with authority. Below, Ally knocked from the airship steadied herself midair, her expression unreadable. She pressed her boots against the air itself, executing Jeppo moonwalk to stay afloat. Watching the balloon drift farther away, she allowed herself a cold smile.
Morgans, you slippery old bird.
She said quietly, her lips curled into something between amusement and threat.
But it ends here.
A moment later, a fiery explosion blossomed across the sky. 10 of the hot air balloons around Morgan's birdhouse detonated in unison, engulfing the horizon in flames. The shockwave rolled across Marineford, casting a scarlet glow over the chaos below. Meanwhile, on the battlefield itself, Fleet Admiral Kong had arrived accompanied by 3 masked figures from Cypher Paul and 100 modified soldiers from the Science Division. Kong's muscles flexed beneath his uniform, the sheer pressure of his presence enough to make even veteran Marines stand straighter. His eyes locked on Ashveil, who stood calmly amid the destruction.
That attack just now.
Kong's tone was deep, his frown revealing rare unease. Even he, the former fleet admiral and current commander-in-chief of the world government, could not underestimate what he had just witnessed. The 3 Cypherpol operatives behind him wore distinctive masks, the leader in crimson robes with a single-eye mask, one tall with a wild, explosive hairstyle, and the last a short figure under a wide hat. None spoke. They merely observed Ashveil silently, their presence like shadowy sentinels of judgment. The Science Division soldiers behind them were something out of nightmares hybrid constructs of steel and flesh. Some had 3 arms, others were fused with reptilian scales, and a few carried weapons integrated directly into their bodies. Ashveil narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. He could recognize some of these forms from what he had once seen in the anime, yet now they stood before him as living, breathing monsters. The sky above Marineford darkened. Clouds gathered thick and heavy, swirling like a living storm. Bolts of lightning split the heavens, striking down in waves of thunderous rage. And from within that chaos, a colossal azure dragon emerged.
Dragon!
Marines screamed, panic spreading like wildfire. Even Whitebeard, standing tall in the chaos, looked upward, his face turning grim as a familiar presence stirred the air.
Kaido!
Whitebeard muttered, his voice heavy.
So you decided to show yourself as well.
Sengoku's golden form flickered with light as his eyes widened. Kaido? How did Kaido escape from Impel Down? Beside him, Garp frowned deeply, his fists tightening.
Don't tell me that monster broke out just to join this fight.
Kaido's serpentine body twisted through the sky, lightning dancing across his scales. He laughed, his voice rolling like thunder.
Hahaha, don't look so shocked, Sengoku. Kong himself released me, isn't that right?
Kong's expression did not change, though the air around him seemed to vibrate.
That's correct.
He admitted.
The S-level emergency directive authorizes the release of any potential weapon.
Kaido's massive form descended slightly, his grin widening.
Then let's start with that one.
He said, his gaze falling directly on Ashveil.
Take him down first, then we'll clean up the rest.
Thunder rolled again. Kong's eyes sharpened.
Agreed, Sengoku, have the Marines hold off the pirates. Our primary objective, destroy Thorn Ashveil.
The battlefield exploded with motion. Marines surged forward, reorganizing ranks as cannons fired and admirals shifted positions. Across the field, Whitebeard's expression darkened. His grip on Murakumajiri tightened.
You coward, Kaido!
He roared, his voice echoing across Marineford.
You hide behind others instead of facing your own battles.
The ground split beneath his feet as he swung. A transparent wave of quake energy rippled outward, aimed straight at the dragon above. Before it could hit, an enormous wall of ice erupted upward.
Ice Age!
Aokiji's calm voice rang out as his hands touched the ground, summoning a glacier between the 2 titans. Frost spread through the air, freezing the quake's shockwave into glittering shards.
I won't let you advance any further, Whitebeard.
Aokiji said, his breath visible in the cold mist. Whitebeard snarled and swung again, his quake energy smashing into the ice wall with a deafening crack. Shards exploded like cannon fire, and fragments the size of ships plummeted from the sky. Marines below screamed as they saw the frozen debris falling.
We're gonna be crushed.
One shouted, his voice lost in the roar.
Wash!
A serene voice cut through the panic. The falling ice began to melt midair, transformed into a gentle cascade of snowmelt that fell harmlessly over the crowd.
Vice Admiral Tsuru.
The Marines shouted in relief.
Thank you, Tsuru-san.
Through the mist walked Vice Admiral Tsuru, her coat fluttering softly. Calm and composed, she nodded once, assessing the chaos. Whitebeard grimaced.
Another troublesome one.
His words were drowned by laughter deep, booming, and filled with madness.
Ha, so the old monsters crawl out one after another.
Douglas Bullet bellowed, his fists crackling with power.
Let's see if you can still stop me.
The ground shattered as Bullet charged forward, every step shaking Marineford to its core. A giant vice admiral of the Marine Giant Unit rushed to intercept, raising a massive shield.
You will not interfere with Commander-in-Chief Kong and the others.
Bullet sneered.
Weaklings have no place in this world.
Chapter 93, Garp vs. Whitebeard. The battlefield of Marineford roared with chaos. Explosions painted the air with smoke and flame, and the cries of countless Marines echoed through the sky. Among the raging storm of battle stood a man driven by Vengeance World, the mad giant of destruction. He pulled out a massive cannonball from his arsenal, his muscles bulging with power. With a surge of his ability, the projectile expanded 100-fold, blotting out the sunlight above.
Don't stop me, I want revenge on them.
World's furious voice thundered, directed at the Marines blocking his way. The Marines below froze in terror as the colossal bomb hovered over them.
There's no way to dodge that thing.
One shouted, their faces pale. Then came a calm yet powerful voice, gentle and unyielding.
Wash everything.
A wave of soft light swept across the sky. The enormous cannonball suddenly lost all structure, collapsing into a drenched, flattened piece of cloth that fluttered harmlessly to the ground.
Damn you, Tsuru, don't get in my way.
World bellowed, his rage unrestrained. Vice Admiral Tsuru stood firm, her expression serene despite the destruction around her.
I'm sorry, Mr. World, but I cannot allow you to pass.
She said softly, her tone firm as steel. Across the battlefield, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, caught sight of the scene. His golden eyes narrowed, and with a single elegant swing of his blade, Yoru, several dark slashes cut through the air like blades of death. Tum! The shockwave of his attack exploded outward, scattering the Marines surrounding him like leaves before a storm. Not far away, Aokiji, his breath misting with cold, extended his hands.
Ice block, 2 spear.
2 gleaming spears of solid ice shot forward, hurtling toward Whitebeard as the Yonko charged ahead. But before they could strike, a jet-black slash cleaved through the air, shattering the frozen weapons like fragile glass. Aokiji's expression hardened. That kind of power could belong to only one man in the world.
Mihawk!
He muttered coldly.
You traitor, betraying the Marines will cost you.
Mihawk raised Yoru and pointed it directly at him, his gaze unwavering.
It's not betrayal.
He replied calmly.
I just don't care, besides, I don't believe Thorn Ashveil will fail.
Aokiji's eyes narrowed in disbelief at the name, but before he could respond, Whitebeard's laughter boomed through the chaos.
Mihawk, you've helped me more than you realize, Gururara.
Taking advantage of Aokiji's distraction, the old titan surged forward, swinging his Murakumajiri toward the heart of the battlefield, toward Ashveil himself. Elsewhere, Shuryu of the Rain licked the blood from his blade, his crimson eyes glinting with excitement.
This battle is turning out to be far more interesting than I thought.
He muttered.
You'd better worry about yourself first.
Onigumo roared, charging at him. The clash between them sparked an eruption of blades. Shiryu, calm and deadly, parried with one hand and countered with blinding speed. Any marine or pirate unfortunate enough to approach was sliced apart instantly. Meanwhile, Ace and Crocodile were locked in combat with Yamakagi and Doberman, their attacks lighting up the battlefield like thunder and flame. Doflamingo, floating on his threads high above, smirked as he blasted a pacifisto apart with a volley of razor-sharp strings. His grin faded when his eyes turned toward the rear lines.
This is a gamble, Ashveil. Don't you dare lose.
With a flick of his threads, 10 Yasha soared higher, leaving Hancock to guard the Whitebeard pirates wounded. He moved swiftly, his threads slicing through cannon smoke as he sped toward Ashveil's location. To slow him down, waves of Marines advanced recklessly, blocking every route forward. Marco, Jazu, and Vista found themselves surrounded by a horde of Marine officers: Maynard, Dalmatian, Stopper, Gumil, Kaisa, and countless others.
Hey, Flower Sword Vista.
Stopper said with a crooked smile, drawing both blades.
Don't look away. As a fellow swordsman, I'll be your opponent.
Vista grinned, adjusting his hat.
Then let's make it worth the trouble. Jazu, Vista, cover me.
Marco called out, flames of blue fire igniting around him.
I'll take to the sky and support the old man in Ashveil. Brutal impact. Flower Sword.
Their attacks collided with the Marine ranks, scattering them with a thunderous explosion. Marco used the opening to transform into his phoenix form, wings blazing, and soared into the smoky sky toward the heart of the battle. From above, Commander-in-Chief Kong watched the unfolding chaos, his face unmoved but his tone sharp.
Even if they break our lines, Ashveil will die here.
At his command, 3 masked agents from CP0, along with 100 technological soldiers, vanished in a flash. They reappeared before Douglas Bullet, blocking his path.
Bullet!
One of them said flatly.
You're our opponent. Don't blame us for coming at you together.
Bullet grinned, cracking his knuckles.
You dogs of the celestial dragons never fight fair anyway.
He growled.
Come at me.
On the other side of the battlefield, Marco and Doflamingo narrowly avoided a series of cannon blasts, only to be intercepted midair by the flying technological unit. Marco's eyes widened.
These guys can fly too.
Doflamingo's grin faded.
They're not devil fruit users.
A beam of golden light pierced through the smoke.
Don't underestimate modern science.
Kizaru drawled lazily, his form shimmering as he reappeared. Cold sweat rolled down Marco's neck. Facing an admiral and 100 flying soldiers at once, it was a nightmare. Back on the ground, Whitebeard swung Murakumajiri with crushing force, blasting rows of Marines away. His advance was stopped only when Garp appeared before him, his fists clenched and eyes alight with challenge.
Hey, Whitebeard.
Garp said with a grin.
Been a long time. Care for a warm-up?
Whitebeard's lips curled.
You old dog, don't get in my way.
With a thunderous roar, their weapons collided, armament Haki clashing against tremor fruit power. The impact cracked the ground like a dying world's heartbeat. Boom! Marineford itself trembled as a shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Stone shattered, the air burned with lightning, and even the sky seemed to split in two. From afar, Kong's eyes widened slightly.
For men like them,
He muttered.
time leaves no mark at all.
Chapter 94, The War's True State.
However,
Sengoku's voice boomed across Marineford, but Kong, standing beside him, remained grim.
Sengoku, enough talk. Our priority now is killing Thorn Ashveil.
He commanded, his tone as cold as iron. A mocking laugh rolled through the smoke-filled sky.
Brat, did you really think you'd make it out alive after setting sail?
Descending from above with a deafening crash came Kaido of the Beasts, landing with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. He transformed into his massive human form, gripping his spiked kanabo with one hand, grinning like a demon.
Let's end this, Ashveil.
And with that, the circle closed. Kong, Sengoku, and Kaido, 3 monsters of unimaginable strength, formed an unbreakable siege. Their combined presence eclipsed even the legendary encirclement once formed by the 3 admirals. The air around the Marineford execution platform crackled with killing intent. The true assassination of Thorn Ashveil had begun. Ashveil stood at the center of it all, the wind whipping through his black coat.
Ha 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 ha. The world government's commander-in-chief Kong, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the Emperor Kaido.
He said calmly, his voice steady.
Facing you three, even I need to take things seriously.
He turned slightly, speaking to Whitebeard and the others fighting behind him.
You don't need to worry about me. I'll handle these three myself.
Gasps spread like wildfire through the Marine ranks.
Did he just say?
No way.
The Marines were dumbstruck, but Ashveil's calmness made it impossible to doubt him. Nearby, Douglas Bullet burst into laughter, his battle spirit ignited by Ashveil's words.
You're stealing my spotlight, Ashveil.
He roared.
Then I'll show you who's the strongest.
His body swelled with power as he entered his awakened state. The ground shook violently as he merged the wreckage of Marineford itself into his colossus form, an enormous mechanical titan towering over the island. The battlefield erupted once more, the island reduced to chaos. Massive craters and fissures ripped through the land, the air trembling with every clash of the titans.
Roar, don't think you'll take all the glory, Ashveil. I'm not letting you outshine me.
Bullet bellowed. Ashveil's courage had awakened something in him, a fierce, competitive fire. He clenched his fists, Haki surging across his body, and launched an explosive blow toward the CP organization agents blocking his path. The impact shattered the air itself, but the three masked figures vanished before the hit could land, disappearing instantly using Sorrow, the high-speed movement technique of the Marine Six forms. Bullet frowned, his observation Haki flaring.
So even the celestial dragon's dogs have learned to move like shadows, huh? Fine, come at me.
On another front, Marco lashed out with a fiery kick, sending a cyborg Marine soldier flying, while Doflamingo's strings pierced another, blood spraying across the battlefield.
There's a lot of them.
Marco muttered, flames flickering across his wings.
But they're weak. Wait, Marco.
Doflamingo warned. To their shock, the fallen cyborg soldiers began to twitch. Steam hissed from their wounds, and moments later their bodies stood upright again, completely unscathed.
What the hell? Are they devil fruit users?
Marco asked, disbelief in his voice. Their regeneration resembled that of Zoan users like himself or Kaido, but mechanical, lifeless. The realization hit both men at once. These things were neither human nor devil fruit users. Kizaru's amused drawl drifted through the chaos.
Don't strain yourselves figuring it out, You're already dead men anyway. Those soldiers are Vegapunk's creation cyborgs with replicated abilities. Fascinating, don't you think?
Doflamingo's grin vanished.
Caesar's science doesn't even compare to that.
He spat to the side, his pride stung.
Vegapunk really is a monster.
Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Garp's battle continued to shake Marineford to its core. Despite the old man's worsening condition, his strikes still carried the force to split the seas.
Don't overdo it, kid.
Whitebeard called out between blows.
Kong's power isn't something you can measure. That man's strength runs deeper than you think.
Ashveil gave a small smile, shaking his head.
Don't worry, old man. Everything is within my plan.
The Conqueror's Haki around him began to surge, rippling across the battlefield like an ocean storm. Marines within range collapsed, their will overwhelmed by his presence. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh, seeing the fire in the young man's eyes.
Gururarara, you've really got guts, kid. If Kong's part of your plan, then I want to see it. Don't hold back, Ashveil, I'll deal with Garp myself.
He slammed his massive fist into the air, the tremor fruit's power shattering the atmosphere as he clashed with Garp once more. Far ahead, Kaido's rage boiled over. Veins bulged on his forehead and lightning crackled around his kanabo.
What an arrogant brat. Do you even understand who you're talking to?
Ashveil smirked, his tone dripping with amusement.
Oh, what's wrong, Kaido? Didn't I beat you badly enough last time? Looks like you're itching for another reminder.
The Beast Emperor's face turned red with fury.
Ashveil.
He roared, purple lightning spiraling around him.
Hack.
Kaido's kanabo exploded with power as he leaped into the air, Conqueror's Haki fused with his attack. He came crashing down toward Ashveil like a bolt of divine wrath. The ground split apart as the attack landed. Thunder and shockwaves tore through the sky, but within the storm, Ashveil stood unmoved, his conqueror's Haki forming an invisible barrier around him. The impact stopped just 2 millimeters short, unable to breach his defense. Cracks spread across the battlefield, dust rising like a tidal wave. Ashveil's expression remained calm.
You never learn, Kaido.
He said quietly,
But I don't have time to play with you today.
Chapter 95 A Flaw. With that, Ashveil raised his hand calmly.
Shinra Tensei.
A powerful Conqueror's Haki burst forth from around Ashveil's defensive barrier, and within seconds, a violent gale swept across Marineford like a raging storm. The force was overwhelming. Marines within a 10-kilometer radius were flung through the air as if they were leaves in a hurricane. Kaido, recognizing Ashveil's terrifying power, quickly retreated from the center of the explosion after swinging his club, releasing a fierce thunder bagua before pulling back. In the blink of an eye, a golden Buddha statue appeared before Kaido, its massive hands outstretched in a defensive stance.
Great Buddha form.
Sengoku roared, his body expanding into a towering golden giant. 2 waves of pure energy rippled from his palms to block the roaring shockwave. But even with the full might of the great Buddha form, Sengoku could barely contain the overflowing power of Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki. The blast tore through the battlefield. Sengoku's robes whipped violently in the wind, his beard blown apart by the sheer force. A metallic taste filled his mouth before he spat a spray of blood into the air. He looked up in disbelief, voice trembling.
Impossible.
Nearby, Kong moved at almost the same instant. His already massive arms swelled, veins bulging like cords of steel.
Huh.
His muscles tightened as battle intent flared, cracking the ground beneath his feet. He gathered advanced armament Haki Sakura flow around his fist, then launched a thunderous punch toward Ashveil. The very air screamed. Before his fist even connected, the sheer pressure split the atmosphere, and the blackened Haki-coated punch collided head-on with Ashveil's shockwave. Boom! The explosion shattered the air itself. Sengoku's earlier blast had weakened the wave, but Kong's strike clashed with it again, erupting into a cataclysmic detonation that shook the island. The center of Marineford cratered a pit several kilometers deep carved into the earth. Debris and dust filled the air, scattering like a volcanic eruption. As the haze settled, the silhouettes of Ashveil, Sengoku, Kong, and Kaido came back into view. Ashveil stood calmly, arms folded across his chest, his expression unbothered. The other 3 looked battered, blood at the corners of Sengoku's and Kaido's mouths, while Kong stood firm but grim. Sengoku's cracked glasses gleamed white as he frowned deeply, lost in thought. Kaido, panting heavily, felt a rare tremor of fear. The intensity of Ashveil's Conqueror's Haki was even greater than before. Had he not understood Ashveil's attack patterns, and retreated the instant he released Thunder Bagua, aided by the protection of Kong and Sengoku, he might have been annihilated. It was terrifying. If he faced Ashveil one-on-one, Kaido knew the outcome. One move.
The entire Marineford might collapse at this rate.
One shouted in disbelief.
Kong, Sengoku, and even Kaido.
Even Whitebeard, mid-battle with Garp, turned his head. Garp's fist froze mid-swing as both men stared at the storm raging in the distance. Whitebeard's deep laughter rumbled like thunder.
Gururara, Ashveil, you brat, you really didn't lie to me. What a terrifying monster you've become.
He grinned proudly.
To think you've already reached this level.
He was genuinely glad he had taken this young man aboard his ship 10 years ago. Garp, beside him, scowled. Despite Ashveil's calm face, Garp could feel it, the same suffocating danger he once felt from Rocks himself.
Sengoku, I'll help you.
Garp growled, kicking off the ground, ready to use Shave to join the fray. But before he could, a massive sword intercepted him. Whitebeard's Bicento slashed down, stopping him cold. Garp hastily coated his fist in armament Haki and blocked. The ground cracked beneath his feet, though his knees didn't bend.
Gururara, Garp, your opponent is me. Don't get distracted.
Whitebeard laughed heartily. The tide of battle had completely reversed. Whitebeard now fought with renewed vigor while Garp's expression hardened. The Marines' grand assault on Ashveil had turned into a desperate struggle.
Damn it!
Garp snarled, throwing another heavy punch, but his eyes kept flicking toward Ashveil. The sheer dominance of Ashveil's counterattack reignited the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, Jazu, Vista, and the others steadied themselves, no longer weighed down by pressure. Meanwhile, the Marines hesitated, fear spreading through their ranks. Back at the center of destruction, Kong clenched his fists, veins bulging again.
This man!
He growled.
The Marines cannot allow him to live.
Ashveil smirked.
So what if you can't allow it? Why don't you just try killing me?
Kaido's teeth ground together, fury boiling over.
Bastard, you damned brat!
He roared, but even as rage filled him, he couldn't move. No one dared make the first move. Kong ignored Kaido's tantrum and turned to Sengoku.
Well, any ideas?
Sengoku's sharp eyes narrowed.
During the last exchange,
He said slowly.
I pushed my observation Haki to its limit.
Kaido and Kong turned toward him instantly, eyes filled with hope.
Oh, what did you see?
Chapter 96, 96, Breaking the Unbreakable 1 month ago. Chapter 96, Breaking the Unbreakable. Even Ashveil, standing nearby, showed no intent to strike again. Instead, he remained still, curious about the weakness Sengoku claimed to have found, a weakness he himself was unaware of. Could it be that this group of old warhorses understood him better than he did? Sengoku adjusted his cracked glasses, the lenses glinting faintly.
Based on my analysis,
He said firmly.
each time Ashveil unleashes Shinra Tensei, the Conqueror's Haki barrier within his body vanishes momentarily.
He paused, his expression sharp.
Though the time frame is short, if we can seize that window, we can defeat him.
Hearing that, Ashveil blinked, then gave a faint smirk. For all Sengoku's supposed brilliance, was that truly the grand secret he had uncovered? Kaido frowned, his heavy breath steaming in the cold air.
But if he doesn't use Shinra Tensei,
Kaido said, his voice deep and irritated.
then we can't do anything to him either.
Sengoku nodded gravely.
There's another point. That kid's Conqueror's Haki barrier might be terrifying, but it's not absolute. The admirals already tested it before this battle. If we focus all our strength on one point, we can pierce through and reach Ashveil's main body.
He raised a golden finger, glowing with divine energy.
If that happens, whether he's maintaining his barrier or activating Shinra Tensei, we can wound him.
Ashveil gave a slow clap, his voice calm, almost amused.
Good analysis.
He said evenly.
My Shinra Tensei does indeed release every bit of Conqueror's Haki stored within me for maximum destructive output.
He tilted his head, a grin spreading across his face.
But
The faint taunt sent a chill through Kaido's chest. His heart pounded against his ribs, his instincts warning him of the overwhelming gap in power.
don't get drawn in, Kaido.
Kong barked, his tone commanding.
He's trying to break your will. Attack again, Kaido.
Sengoku added sharply. Kaido's expression twisted in annoyance.
Damn it again.
He muttered under his breath.
Always the first to charge. These bastards just want to use me as their shield.
Sengoku's voice rang out again.
Don't hesitate, he won't risk using Shinra Tensei immediately after. Your defense is the toughest here, so you're the best one to push through.
Kaido's jaw tightened, he cursed under his breath.
Damn Marines, damn Ashveil, none of you are any good.
Still, he had no choice. Even now, his freedom was granted only by Kong's pardon. Compared to the commander-in-chief and Sengoku, his position was the lowest. He had to move first. Recalling all the humiliation Ashveil had dealt him earlier, Kaido roared in frustration. His body began to shift, muscles expanding, scales rippling across his skin. Dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder booming across the sky as his hybrid dragon form took shape. The club in his hands pulsed with coiling black lightning as his Conqueror's Haki surged.
Descent of the Three Worlds Guide to Naraka.
Kaido bellowed, leaping high into the storm. Purple-black lightning rained down upon his weapon, merging into it until the club burned with blinding force. He swung it downward with both hands, the air itself tearing apart from the pressure. Nearby, Whitebeard, locked in combat with Garp, glanced at the attack and frowned.
That technique.
He muttered.
Descent of the Three Worlds.
A thunderous roar followed. The sky cracked open as the attack crashed into Ashveil's barrier. Ripples of pure energy pulsed outward like expanding rings on water. The land outside the barrier erupted into chaos, cracks spreading like spiderwebs, dust and lightning exploding across Marineford. Kaido's club pushed 25 centimeters into the barrier, the pressure immense. Even that small progress took every ounce of his strength. The recoil made his arms tremble uncontrollably. But this time,
Now attack together.
Kaido shouted hoarsely.
I can't hold this for long.
Behind him, Sengoku and Kong sprang into motion. Their combined auras flared like miniature suns.
Great Buddha form.
Sengoku's golden giant body expanded again, and he unleashed another shockwave directly at the same point Kaido had struck. The blast tore through the battlefield, pulverizing everything around them except for the shimmering sphere protecting Ashveil. The ground beneath him collapsed, forming a massive crater. Sengoku's shockwave dug 60 centimeters into the Conqueror's Haki barrier, stopping only a few decimeters from Ashveil's face. The barrier trembled violently, ripples distorting the air around it.
Just a little more, Fleet Admiral Kong.
Sengoku shouted, his voice filled with fierce excitement. Their combined assault had pierced more than half the barrier's depth. With Kong's final strike, they might actually break through. Kong's expression hardened as he stepped onto the air with Moonwalk, his massive frame glowing with pitch-black Haki. Every muscle flexed. His armament Haki flowed deep into his bones, merging seamlessly with his physical power and observation Haki. This was the strength of the man who once commanded legends.
Blackbone Dragon.
Kong roared. His armament Haki erupted outward, forming a spectral dragon of pure darkness. Black lightning arced along its scales as it spiraled toward Ashveil. Sengoku's eyes narrowed.
So he's using it again.
From a distance, Garp murmured in awe.
Even after all these years, his power hasn't faded. That's the same technique that inspired me long ago.
He remembered the first time he'd seen Kong's mastery, how it had guided both him and Sengoku toward greatness. Whitebeard, locked in combat with Garp, let out a low whistle.
So that's the legendary technique.
Nearby, Douglas Bullet and Byandy World, engaged in their own clashes, momentarily stopped to watch.
Armament Haki at that level.
Bullet muttered, eyes glinting with admiration.
It's almost absurd.
World smirked faintly, his gaze fixed on the center of the chaos. Kong still a. Chapter 97, 97, a secondary defense, 1 month ago. Chapter 97, a secondary defense. On the battlefield, Marco and Doflamingo stood side by side, their expressions tight as they stared at the advancing technological troops. These soldiers were like a nightmarish blend of lesser devil fruit users, capable of flight, regeneration, and wielding attacks of flame, ice, and laser fire. Looking toward Commander-in-Chief Kong's direction, both men felt a chill.
It seems Ashveil was right.
Marco muttered grimly.
The world government's 800-year foundation isn't just the Marines' power. There's far more hidden beneath the surface.
Doflamingo's grin faltered as disbelief flickered in his eyes.
The strongest of the previous era.
Marco said, his voice low.
I wonder who'll stand at the end of this clash.
Across the field, a colossal black-bone dragon lashed its tail, arcs of dark lightning coiling around it as it hurled itself at Ashveil's shimmering protective barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through Marineford. The ground beneath Ashveil shattered, sending cracks spreading outward like veins of destruction fissures stretching for thousands of meters. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the earth quaked and split open, the sheer force tearing the battlefield apart. At the center, two overwhelming powers, armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, collided and spilled across the island like an endless storm. Gales howled through Marineford, lightning flashed. A downpour began in an instant while the sea roared in fury, throwing massive waves against the island's walls. Admiral Kizaru narrowed his eyes, his usual aloofness gone. He swallowed hard.
I didn't think anyone could unleash that kind of destruction without a devil fruit.
Even the mighty fortress of Marineford trembled. If not for its reinforced structure, sturdier even than the sea stone walls of Impel Down, the place would have been reduced to rubble. From afar, the crimson eyes of Red Count glowed faintly. His keen observation Haki allowed him to read the battle without even looking.
Kong!
He murmured, voice thick with disdain.
Even though I beat you once, that attack of yours nearly destroyed me. If it weren't for that wound.
His lips curled into a thin smile before he turned away, striding toward the depths of Marineford. He had no interest in joining the chaos. Back on the battlefield, Ashveil's barrier formed from pure Conqueror's Haki, finally shattered under the combined assault. Kaido, Sengoku, and Kong all showed the same expression, a spark of elation.
Excellent!
Kaido bellowed, tightening his grip on his massive club.
His defense is down. That brat isn't invincible after all.
Sengoku's furrowed brow relaxed for the first time, his golden Buddha form gleaming.
My analysis was right. That Conqueror's Haki barrier can be broken if you hit it with enough force.
Kong wasted no time, barking orders.
Now's our chance. While his defense hasn't reformed, kill him, don't leave him alive. His existence threatens the world government itself.
Kaido's rage flared, his Heishoku swirling around his club like a dark storm.
Kid, this is what happens when you cross me, Kaido of the Beasts.
Sengoku's giant form loomed, his fists wrapped in swirling golden energy. The air itself cracked from the pressure of his descending punch.
Your rampage ends here, Ashveil. No one has ever dared to wreak such havoc in Marineford.
Kong too unleashed his full might, striking down with an earth-shaking blow. Three monstrous forces collided, their combined killing intent so intense it froze the air.
Die, Ashveil!
Kaido roared, driving his club forward. But at the final instant, all three attacks halted 1 millimeter from Ashveil's body. Kaido's grin froze.
What?
Sengoku and Kong stared in shock.
Another layer of defense? Impossible.
Blue flames erupted around Ashveil, rising like wings from his back, the immortal fire of the phoenix. The flames shimmered, forming a thin but unbreakable veil just above his skin. It wasn't Conqueror's Haki this time. It was Phoenix Haki, the perfect fusion of his energy and will. This shield was 10 times stronger than the last, undying, indestructible, eternal. Even if destroyed, it would reignite instantly, consuming his energy to maintain its rebirth. It was Ashveil's ultimate defense, a safeguard that activated only when his primary shield fell. On the battlefield, the Marines froze in despair as the truth dawned on them.
Even Kaido, Sengoku, and Kong together couldn't harm him.
A soldier whispered.
If those three can't break his defense,
Another muttered, trembling.
then who in the Marines possibly can?
Even Garp, locked in a fierce clash with Whitebeard, felt his heart skip. His knuckles trembled slightly as he blocked a strike. He swallowed hard, disbelief flickering. Across his face.
Thorn Ashveil.
Chapter 98, 98, The Trio Falls, 1 month ago. Chapter 98, The Trio Falls. Even Sengoku and Kaido failing to pierce Ashveil's defense could be understood, but Kong, the man whose monstrous physique and extreme mastery of armament Haki had once shaken the world. The very Marine who had mentored him, yet now, even his legendary strike couldn't breach Ashveil's barrier. Even Whitebeard couldn't hide his astonishment.
Thorn Ashveil.
The old pirate murmured, his deep voice echoing with awe.
Even I can no longer see your limit.
Across the battlefield, Marco and Kizaru clashed, light and flame exploding upon impact. As the two broke apart, both caught sight of the figure at the center of the storm. Marco's eyes widened in disbelief.
Captain Ashveil.
Kizaru, his golden form flickering, stared with slackened jaw.
What kind of monster are we dealing with? How could anyone survive a direct hit from those three?
Douglas Bullet, locked in his own fierce battle, froze mid-strike, his face twisting in shock before a grin spread across it.
Ashveil.
The entire Marineford trembled under the force of Ashveil's clash with the three legends. His survival, no, his dominance sent an electric surge through the pirate ranks. Though their numbers were few, the pirates' spirits soared. Roars filled the sky, shaking the heavens themselves as the Marines' morale began to crumble. At the center of the devastation, Ashveil stood calm amidst the storm, stretching lazily as if waking from a nap.
I say,
He muttered, voice carrying through the wind.
don't you have anything new? This kind of joint attack doesn't work on me anymore.
He tilted his head, his faint smile returning.
The only reason I didn't strike earlier, Kaido, was because I was waiting for all three of you to step into my range.
Dark energy pulsed outward from his body. Once again, a shimmering layer of Conqueror's Haki flared into being, forming a protective shell around him.
Then farewell.
He said lightly, his blue eyes glowing like embers.
You've bored me enough.
Shinra Tensei. The barrier flashed brilliantly, and his Conqueror's Haki burst outward like a raging tempest. Kaido, Sengoku, and Kong, their energy still unsteady after their last attack, couldn't dodge in time. Forced to defend, they coated their bodies in armament Haki. It didn't matter. Against Ashveil's full force Shinra Tensei, even the strongest defense was meaningless. This time, the attack was amplified, infused with the very essence of his phoenix flames. The explosion that followed shook the world. A deafening roar thundered across Marineford. The clouds above were ripped apart, leaving a gaping hole in the sky. Thunder rumbled, rain crashed down, and light from the explosion engulfed the island. Hurricanes raged through the fortress. The mighty Navy headquarters building collapsed in a roar of destruction, its reinforced walls of sea stone crumbling into rubble. The debris scattered like ashes in a storm. Flame-laced aftershocks tore through the ground, scorching vast craters into the island. Marineford looked as though meteors had rained down upon it. The sea itself rebelled, waves surged high as Aokiji was forced to raise his hands.
Ice Age.
Instantly, the turbulent waters froze, preventing the ocean from swallowing Marineford whole. Ashveil's power had carved his name into the hearts of every soul present. The Marines could only stare, stunned, as they struggled to stay upright against the raging winds. Dust and rain whipped across their faces. Onigumo's expression was grim, his voice trembling. Even Kizaru had stopped fighting, his usual laziness gone as he looked toward the collapsed fortress.
I can't believe this.
He swallowed hard.
Even someone like Kong couldn't have withstood that, could he?
But no matter how far his observation Haki stretched, he couldn't sense Kong's presence. Across the chaos, Dracul Mihawk cut through Aokiji's ice wall in one clean motion. His sharp eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned toward Ashveil.
Magnificent, Ashveil, your power surpasses reason. I'll have to cross blades with you one day, I look forward to it.
Diamond Jazu, frozen mid-combat, swallowed heavily. Deep within the ruins of the marine building, Red Count's laughter echoed through the dark. He held a gleaming fragment between his fingers, the Uranus key fragment.
Ha, finally, I have it.
He exulted. But as the building trembled, his expression shifted. His observation Haki surged, and his face twisted with disbelief.
Impossible.
He smirked darkly, eyes glinting with ambition.
Thorn Ashveil.
Red Count tucked the fragment away, lips curling.
But no matter how strong a man becomes, he can't defeat Uranus. Not even you.
With that, his body dissolved into a swarm of bats, vanishing into the storm. As the dust settled, the battlefield revealed its aftermath. Kaido, who had taken the brunt of the explosion, lay embedded deep within the shattered marine building. Blood streamed down his face, his eyes were rolled back as he lay unconscious. Sengoku had fared only slightly better, his golden Buddha form cracked, his body half buried in the ruined ground. Slowly, he forced himself to stand, blood dripping from his lip.
If I hadn't activated my Buddha form, I'd be done for.
He muttered, breathing heavily.
That boy.
Touching the blood on his chin, Sengoku's eyes narrowed with a mixture of shock and grudging respect.
Thorn Ashveil.
Chapter 99, The Marine Surrenders 1. Only Kong remained standing with difficulty, his body battered and bleeding, his sharp eyes locked on Ashveil.
That monster.
Kong growled, his chest heaving violently. Ashveil smiled faintly, the expression calm and composed despite the devastation around him.
How about it? Still want to fight you too?
He said coolly, taking 2 deliberate steps forward. Marineford looked like it had been struck by a divine calamity. The once-proud stronghold was reduced to ruins, the ground fractured with bottomless cracks, the earth scorched and trembling. The sea raged, surging back onto the shattered island, washing away Marines and pirates alike. The entire battlefield was drowned in chaos. Even the clouds had scattered, leaving a raw sky above the wasteland. Kong clenched his fist, unwilling to yield, but as he tried to take a step, pain shot through his body and he nearly fell to his knees. Ashveil looked at him with open disdain, his Conqueror's Haki bursting forth. The air trembled as a massive warhammer of Haki manifested in the sky above him, its form reinforced by the power of the tremor fruit. A blinding white radiance emanated from the colossal hammer, filling the atmosphere with crushing pressure. Even the air seemed to groan beneath its weight. Feeling the overwhelming energy, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and then laughed heartily, his deep voice rumbling like thunder.
Gururara, fascinating brat, you can even wield my ability.
Garp, standing nearby, stared in disbelief at the enormous Conqueror's tremor hybrid hammer hanging in the air. His jaw dropped, eyes wide with shock.
If that thing comes down,
He exclaimed. This strike dwarfed even his own power, a single swing that could level a mountain. Whitebeard grinned fiercely.
you're right, Garp. Seems like surrender is your only option, or we'll all be buried here.
Though exhausted, Whitebeard felt invigorated watching Ashveil's incredible might. His blood boiled again like the days of his youth. Far across the ruins, Dracul Mihawk's eyes gleamed with awe and anticipation. His grip tightened around Yoru, and a rare, sharp smile curved his lips.
It's here.
Mihawk murmured.
Even more terrifying than the sword intent he unleashed at Kuregana Island.
Nearby, Admiral Aokiji, frozen mid-battle, stared at the trembling warhammer above Marineford. His calm demeanor faltered and a shiver ran through him.
This is insane.
He muttered under his breath, cold sweat dripping down his temple. High above, members of CP-0, darting through the air with sorrow, glanced toward the sky. Even behind their masks, fear etched itself onto their faces.
That man.
One agent said.
His existence alone threatens the balance of the entire world.
Another whispered. From the rear lines, Douglas Bullet burst into mad laughter, his expression wild and ecstatic.
Even in my strongest form, I couldn't take that strike head-on. The Marines are finished. Victory belongs to us.
Bullet shouted, veins bulging with excitement. The hammer pulsed once, and the shockwave alone sent a violent gale ripping across the battlefield. Marines stumbled, shielding their eyes as debris and dust were swept away, exposing the wreckage that had once been Marineford's proud city.
Sengoku!
Ashveil said quietly, his tone flat and absolute.
With this one strike, I can bury your entire headquarters.
Forget it.
Sengoku whispered hoarsely, collapsing to his knees, the weight of despair pressed down on his shoulders. Even if they resisted, it would be meaningless. That single blow could annihilate everything. He clenched his fists, trembling, his once imposing figure now heavy with resignation. Kong glanced at him, his expression grim.
You're right, Sengoku, we've lost.
He admitted, his voice low but steady. They had underestimated him, a fatal mistake. Kong had thought that with himself, Sengoku, and even Kaido combined, they could defeat Ashveil, but the truth was brutal. Ashveil's power was beyond comprehension. Their strongest attacks hadn't even pierced his defense. Now Kaido was down, possibly dead, while both he and Sengoku could barely stand. How could they endure another strike?
We surrender.
Kong said finally, his voice steady despite the humiliation.
We've lost this battle, Ashveil. Please stop.
At his words, a faint smile crossed Ashveil's face. He had offered them a chance to yield earlier, they ignored it. Now, when faced with annihilation, they suddenly wanted mercy. Too easy. If not for the risk of collateral damage to his own people, he wouldn't even have entertained the idea of negotiation. Ashveil chuckled softly, his voice calm yet edged with authority.
If you wish to surrender,
He said,
then show me your sincerity. We'll talk. If I like what I hear, I'll accept. If not,
the subtle menace in his tone made even the air feel heavier. Buzzing with fury, Sengoku and Kong could barely restrain themselves. Never in their lives had they been so humiliated. But in the face of such overwhelming power, anger meant nothing. Finally, Sengoku gritted his teeth and forced the words out.
fine, we accept. Whatever your terms, the Marines will comply.
Chapter 100, The Marine Surrenders 2. Seeing Sengoku and Kong finally comply, Ashveil gave a faint, approving nod.
HMPH, at least you two still have some sense left.
He folded his arms, his sharp gaze cutting through the chaos around Marineford.
All right, let's talk this through properly. First, tell your men to stand down. I'll speak with you Marines alone.
Sengoku hesitated for only a second, then obeyed. He picked up the den mushi, his voice carrying across the entire battlefield.
Cease all attacks. I repeat, stop this war immediately, Marineford.
His next words came with a heavy, almost trembling breath.
I hereby announce.
The words echoed across the devastated plaza like a thunderclap. For a heartbeat, silence consumed Marineford, then chaos erupted.
The Marines!
The pirates roared in disbelief and triumph, their cheers shaking the ruins of the island. For many, it felt like the end of an era. Douglas Bullet clenched his fists, his blood still boiling for battle. Shiryu of the Rain sheathed his sword with a cold snort. Since the Marines had surrendered, his debt was paid, and he vanished from the battlefield without a word. Don Quixote da Flamingo, his smile blood-stained and wild, burst into laughter even as the remnants of the Marine technological troops smoked around him.
Hey.
His grin widened, eyes glimmering with greed.
A new era has arrived.
The thought of his promised reward, the tax rights to 2 entire nations, only made his mood brighter. For a man who treated chaos as business, this was profit beyond measure. From the center of the plaza, Whitebeard's booming laugh shook the air.
Gyurvarara, we won.
He pointed his massive bicento toward the trembling Marines.
Sengoku, who would have thought the day would come when you'd bow your head to us? You dared to harm my sons, and now you pay the price.
Sengoku's face twisted in pain, while Garp stood silently beside him, arms crossed, expression heavy. It was all Garp could say. Both men knew this was more than a military defeat. The justice they'd fought for all their lives had crumbled before their eyes. Ashveil extended his hand and used his Heishoku Haki to seize control of the den mushi. His voice spread across Marineford, firm and commanding.
I declare that the Whitebeard pirates have achieved total victory. Pirates, withdraw. The rest is between me and the Marines.
The silence that followed broke into an explosion of cheers. To the pirates, Ashveil was now a legend. Half of this victory was his doing. At his command, the Whitebeard pirates and their allies began retreating in an orderly formation. Whitebeard stepped up beside him, his deep voice rumbling like thunder.
Kid, you really pulled it off.
He rested a massive hand on Ashveil's shoulder.
We'll wait for you on the coast. If things turn ugly, give us the signal. We'll come crashing right back in.
Ashveil smirked.
Don't worry, old man. Look around. Do you really think they still dare to resist?
He swept his gaze across the broken plaza. Most Marines were wounded and exhausted. Even Sengoku and Kong looked ready to collapse. Garp and Suru still stood, but their strength was nearly spent. They might have had a chance at their peak, but now, challenging him again would be suicide. Whitebeard laughed heartily and turned to leave.
Gyurarara, I'll hold you to that, brat.
One by one, the pirate crews withdrew. Even reluctant monsters like Bullet and World followed, their lust for battle tempered by the moment's gravity. Above Marineford, the massive tremor giant hammer still hovered ominously, shimmering with destructive energy, a silent reminder of who held power now. The negotiations began. Ashveil leaned casually against a shattered pillar, his voice calm but absolute.
Let's start simple. Compensation, 200 billion berries.
Sengoku nearly coughed up blood.
200.
Beside him, Kong's jaw tightened, his expression grim. Sengoku tried to reason, voice weary.
100 billion berries. That's the limit of my authority.
Ashveil tilted his head slightly.
Too little, 200 billion, not one berry less.
He smiled faintly, not in arrogance but in certainty.
If you don't have the power to decide, call your superiors, the Gorosei.
Sengoku's eyes narrowed, so the boy knew of them, meaning Whitebeard must have told him. Ashveil's gaze turned cold.
If the Gorosei refuse, tell them Marineford will be buried with you. Their pride can burn along with it.
Kong placed a hand on Sengoku's shoulder.
Enough, we've already lost the right to argue. Do as he says.
Sengoku clenched his fists, veins bulging in frustration, then reluctantly dialed the number. Deep within the holy land of Mary Jihuai's, the den mushi rang through the chamber of power. The 5 old men, the Gorosei, listened to Sengoku's report in silence before the room erupted in fury.
You useless fools!
Barked Saint Nasjuro, slamming his hand against the table.
You Marines are nothing more than the world government's facade, and now you've humiliated us completely.
Saint Warcury growled.
Roger's bloodline escaped, Impel Down's prisoners are loose, and even with Vegapunk's technology, CP support, and Kong's command, you failed.
Saint Jigarsha Saturn barked.
And now you have the audacity to demand money. Pathetic.
Sengoku closed his eyes, shoulders trembling with quiet shame. With all due respect, if we deny him, Marineford will fall.